November is a retrograde heavy month, elections in the United States, the first of 3 Mars-Pluto oppositions. We kick off the month with a new moon in Scorpio, end the month with a Mercury retrograde over the Thanksgiving holiday, and so much more. We have a lot to prepare for, so why don't you just go grab your birth chart and let's dive in. Welcome back, my Astro family, to another month ahead forecast. This is so completely wild that I'm sitting here again discussing another month. I feel like time has sped up. If you've been following some of my videos, you know I live in Tampa, Florida, so October was absolutely insane for us with back-to-back hurricanes, evacuating my home, literally clearing out everything from my first floor and moving it up to the second floor. I still don't have my content space fully organized, but I could not miss this November forecast. As we enter into the month, we are in full swing Scorpio season. And we kick it off with the new moon in Scorpio. Now, what makes it very unique for 2024, this Scorpio season has Mars and Pluto, the 2 planets who rule Scorpio, in an opposition, in a fight for attention, and we're going to break all of that down. This is definitely a month where we can expect a lot of shifts internally and collectively. So I'm glad you're here and I can help you navigate this energy. If you've been a part of our Astro family for a while, you know the format of these videos. You can go ahead and skip ahead to the overview. But if you're new here, hi, welcome. We consider ourselves the Astro family over here because we are obsessed with using the tool of astrology to ultimately have better relationships. That's why I consider myself the relational astrologer. And when we say relationships, we're not just talking romantic, we're talking about all relationships in our life, because you understand the cosmic weather and why people might be acting the way that they're acting. Whether you're a business owner and trying to understand your clients' buying behaviors, or you're understanding your coworkers or business collaborators. If you're a parent that has a child, you might understand them better because you understand what they're going through based on their rising sign. And of course, in romantic partnerships, it's super important to understand how your intimate partners are feeling based on the cosmic energy and every other relationship in between. So in my videos, this is how I structure them. First, we start off with an overview. This is great because you understand the broad perspective of the energy. You get a general overview of what is going on. Now, most people want to jump ahead to their rising sign forecast, and that's okay. You can go ahead and do that, but make sure you come back to the overview. Why? Because your rising sign forecast is niched down for you specifically. But it's important, if we're using the tool of astrology, to understand what is going on with everyone, not just yourself, if you're trying to have better relationships. Then after the overview, we go into my niche down perspective of my top 5 transits I see for the month ahead that are going to impact our relationships. And that's where I help you navigate them and prepare for them and to work with them to improve them for the month ahead. Then after that, we get into the juicy stuff. We get into the details. First, we go through the planet by planet breakdown, where we take each planet and put it up here on my graphic, and I help you understand what each planet is trying to teach us for the month ahead. I consider each planet a life coach to us, and whatever they're up to in the sky, they're trying to teach us something in our journey here on Earth School. Now, what I recommend is you listen for all the planets, of course, because they all impact us, but specifically, you're going to listen for your primary life coach. Now, if you've never heard of this concept before, I consider each planet a life coach to us, and based on the planet that rules your rising sign, that is considered your primary life coach. That is going to be the planet that is going to influence you the most and teach you the most lessons. So in the month ahead forecast, you're going to want to pay attention to what your primary life coach is up to. If you don't know who it is, I'll put up the graphic here. Find your rising sign. You'll see in the other column your primary life coach. You can go to that timestamp. And then after that, you're going to want to grab your calendar because we're going to go into the date by date breakdown. This is where you can plan your month ahead, see what you already have scheduled, where you maybe need to rearrange some things, and then where are prime opportune days to do certain activities based on the astrological weather. So we'll go week by week. I call it What's in the Stars, and we'll navigate all of those energies. Now, it's a lot to listen to and a lot to plan for. So what I also recommend that could benefit you if you don't want to watch hours and hours of content on YouTube, only to forget what's going on the day of, is you can join us over on the Astro Weather Telegram channel, where every single day I send a voice memo to our Astro family over there so they get the relevant information on how to navigate their day ahead when they wake up in the morning. And then they don't have to worry about forgetting how to use the tool of astrology in their day-to-day because they just get a voice memo in the morning. So for you here on YouTube, I have a free 7-day trial. You can hop in, see if it's helpful for you. We do full and new moon ceremonies. I do education days to teach you more about astrology. I do channeled messages. Sometimes we have guest speakers. It is such a fun place to hang out for such a low cost. So if you want to check it out and see if it's a family you want to hang out with, then join us over on Telegram. And then as a complete bonus to you, on November 1st, Friday evening at 8 p.m., I'll be going live right here on YouTube with a Plan With Me video for November, where I help you set up your own Google Calendar with the cosmic weather events. We will go through our birth charts and look and to see how each astro weather event of November will impact you and so much more. It's such a fun way for us to vibe and connect together as an astro family. If you want an idea or an example of what this looks like, you can go back to my October Plan With Me video. And that was my first one. So give me some grace because I'm still figuring out this whole live thing, but I just love connecting with you all. So thank you for being here. If it's your first time again and you enjoy this type of content, don't forget to subscribe. I love growing our astro family week by week as I put out each video. So let's go ahead and dive into the overview. Some of the major themes for November is really this energy of scorpionic transition, moving out of the old, being ready for the new, and allowing ourselves to go through that process of letting go and taking the time to heal and become a new version of ourselves. Now, as we start out the month, that new moon in Scorpio is really going to ask us new moon, new beginning, new fresh starts with this scorpionic energy of vulnerability, of intimacy, of being able to go deeper, of being emotional, of being intuitive, of being in this partnership with people in our lives in an authentic way. Scorpio is all about the depths, getting to the root of systems, understanding things from below the surface, and it can be extremely uncomfortable. But I think in the world that we live in today, we're actually craving more vulnerability. We're craving the truth. We're craving loyalty. We're craving these deeper, intense conversations around things that have been taboo for so long. We should be able to ask questions about our taxes. We should be able to ask questions about our intimacy and our sex lives and have valuable resources for these things that have literally been hidden in the closet for so long. People are wanting access to information about things that have kind of been hidden from them. So I see a lot of secrets revealed. I see a lot of people switching and changing the way in which they're showing up in the world. I see a lot of people going through deep kind of healing, transformative processes. This new moon is really going to usher in a brand new beginning. And then on top of that, as we move from the 1st to the 5th of the month in the United States, we're moving into the elections. And right before the elections, we have this Mars-Pluto opposition. This is super important to understand collectively because Mars wants to make moves. Mars wants to make decisions to change something and move forward, right? I always say he's the planet in the left lane hitting the gas pedal. He's got things to do and places to go. But Pluto wants to blow things up. Pluto wants to shatter things. Pluto wants to reveal things, tear them down and say, hey, wait a second, this doesn't even work. Let's just kind of wipe it away and start fresh. And when we start fresh, we can build it up with brand new energy and brand new pieces and make it look so beautiful because we have a new opportunity to build again. And so these two planets getting together really force us to change, force us to take action, to face our fears, to allow the old to shed away. And it might be uncomfortable, but we're all really actually craving a change, even though change is hella uncomfortable. So we're kind of forced into this energy the first half of November. And don't forget, as of November 3rd, the days are getting shorter, the nights are getting longer as we enter into daylight savings time in some of the parts of the world. And so as we are in the Scorpio season energy and the darkness envelops us, it's a time to go inward. It's a time to work on the things that you've been needing to do for quite some time, whether that's cleaning out your closet or organizing your laptop files or doing some healing work or spending time with loved ones. It's a time to slow down and go within. And the retrogrades actually reflect that. Now, as we get into the middle of the month, we get into this retrograde heavy energy. And why do I say that? Well, we have Uranus still retrograde, we have Jupiter now retrograde, we have Neptune still retrograde, and Chiron still retrograde. Neptune forces us to take our rose-colored glasses off, so we're seeing everything truthfully. Jupiter dries up our luck, so we're having to work with what we've been giving and find gratitude for what we already have. Chiron is forcing us to go back and heal wounds that we haven't healed yet. And Uranus is saying, hey, you haven't chosen change in your life. Let me go back and choose it for you. So these are already 4 uncomfortable retrogrades for us to be experiencing. But then we have Saturn ending his retrograde on the 15th of this month. This is super important to understand, and you still have time to prepare for Saturn's retrograde to end, because Saturn we consider Lord Karma. And because he's Lord Karma, when he comes out of retrograde, hopefully you've stepped up to the plate, learned your lessons, become your own inner authority, do hard things, found commitment, found discipline, had responsibility, so that he doesn't have to punish you and instead he can reward you. So Lord Karma coming out of retrograde is ready to serve out the punishments or the rewards after the 15th of November. If you want to know more about this, go check out my Saturn retrograde in Pisces video for your rising sign. So hopefully you have learned the lesson we talked about in that video since his retrograde began in June. Then this month, to top that all off, Mars is gearing up for his retrograde. He's in pre-shadow phase. He will go retrograde at the beginning of December. And so he is moving slower and getting out of the left lane to pull over, park for a second, and make sure that his destination is A, where he wants to go, and B, the quickest, most efficient way to get there. And so we can feel this energetically, where this is our masculine energy going forward, making decisions, doing all the things, about to slow down, about to go inward, where we're not going to be moving as quickly as we want through life. And it's going to be interesting because we will be ending the year 2025 with a Mars retrograde and a Jupiter retrograde. Mars retrograde has us moving slow and not acting fast. And Jupiter is saying, well, there's no more luck here. You got to work with what you got. So over the holidays and starting out your New Year's resolutions is not quite going to feel like a new year, new you energy. And we'll talk way more about that in December. And then to top it all off, the cherry on the retrograde cake is the fact that Mercury is going to be retrograde on the 25th of this month until middle of December. And because Mercury rules transportation, conversations, technology, and him going retrograde over the Thanksgiving holiday, I'm sure we can all start anticipating that there's going to be some sort of hiccup or glitch when it comes to transportation. Jupiter's retrograde in Gemini. Gemini is transportation, connection, getting together with people. And Jupiter is long distance travel. And then you got Mercury, which is short distance travel, buses, cars, and trains, in the zodiac energy of Sagittarius, which likes to go far and wide and explore. And they're going to be opposite each other. So our planets that love to go out into the world and move through modalities of transportation are both going to be retrograde. So it's going to be wonky. Make sure you get your travel plans in by November 7th. Okay, I'm going to repeat that. Make sure you have your travel plans in by November 7th, because that's when Mercury enters into his pre-shadow, where he will return back to on December 15th. Okay, so big caveat there. Then this month, as well, as we move through all of this energy, we will be entering into Sagittarius season, which typically is filled with joy, excitement, optimism, adventure, exploration. I love that Sagittarius season is over the holidays. However, this year, the ruler of Sagittarius is Jupiter, and he's retrograde. And we have a lot of challenging aspects going on in the sky during Sagittarius season. So it's not going to be your traditional holly jolly holiday time. It's going to be with hardships and transformation and hard decisions and evaluating what matters to us and prioritizing what our budget should be, what relationships we should spend our money on. There is so much. I might do a separate video on the holidays and the astrological impact of the holidays of 2024, but that's kind of a preview and an overview. And even though November has so much chaos in 2024, it still has my favorite day of the entire year, 11/11, November 11th, the portal of energy, of manifestation, of moving us forward in our timeline. 11/11 is the energy of making a wish, walking through the gates, the portals of our future. Usually every single year, I have a huge celebration for 11/11. Last year, I hosted a retreat. In the years prior, I had events in my own home, inviting my Astro family and my fellow goddesses to come over. And we had such a beautiful time. Now this year, with the hurricanes and the back-to-back chaos going on here in Tampa, I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, but we may get together on the Astro family over on Telegram and do a really fun event with giveaways and guest speakers and all sorts of stuff virtually. So if you're interested in joining us for that on 11/11 Monday night, come hop into the the Astro family with your 7-day free subscription. You can use the link in the description box below, and we can celebrate my favorite day of the year, 11/11, together. And the last thing to really highlight for the month of November is that Mars is kind of our main character. He was the ruler of the full moon in Aries we had at the end of November. He's the ruler of Scorpio Sun season. He's in this big fight with Pluto. And so what does this mean for us? It means ultimately that our energy, our chi, our stamina, our drive, our motivation is heavily impacted by Mars this month. So pay attention to what he's up to. As he's in Leo, you might have some instinctual drive to show up, show off, work on creative projects, spend time with your children, lead a situation, be creative, all sorts of things with that Mars and Leo fire energy. He's also activating a really exciting alignment in the sky at the end of the month, and that is a grand fire trine. So I'm going to pull up the chart here so you can see it in the sky. We've got the sun in Sagittarius, a fire sign, Mars now in Leo, another fire sign, and then the third fire sign is Aries, where the North Node is. So this is going to create this triangle in the sky of fire energy, and the fire can be felt. It is hot, it is bold, it is intense, it is passion, it is drive, it is forward momentum. The fire attracts us, but it can also burn us. So as we get to the end of the month with these 3 celestial bodies and all fire energies in position, we can feel more brave, more fearless, more optimistic, more desiring to move forward in our life. So I love that this is an energy that will support us after all the chaos of November, and then as we move into December and towards the end of the year. So we'll talk more about that. However, don't be upset or frustrated with yourself as you feel that vibe, that chi slowing down as he gears up for his retrograde. Give yourself a lot of grace and patience this month. There is a lot going on in the sky, and hopefully this overview helps you navigate all of that. Don't forget, we're going to be joining together for a Plan With Me video on November 1st. Here on YouTube, going live at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can come in and ask me any of your questions in the chat. I'll be going through my birth chart as an example of how I plan my month ahead. You can follow along with your own birth chart, and we'll be putting together our Google Calendar together with each astrological transit. So hopefully that's really helpful for you, and we can talk more then as well. Now let's go into my top 5 transits that I see for the month ahead, actually impacting our relationships specifically. Let's niche down a little bit. The first transit I know will impact our relationships is the fact that we are in Scorpio Sun season. The sun highlights, the sun illuminates, the sun shines a spotlight on us, and it radiates down upon us the zodiac energy it's traveling through. When it's traveling through Scorpio, it is asking us to be vulnerable, to go deep. It's a water energy, so it's emotional. And it relates to our connection to other people when it comes to our finances. It talks about taboo things. It's all the stuff that you don't talk about at your dining room table. The things that feel really raw and challenging to discuss with somebody in your life. Although it's very important to have these conversations. So how it impacts our relationships is forcing you, highlighting the sun, to have those conversations. Let's say you need to have a conversation with your children about their inheritance, or about a budget you've been giving them, or money you've been loaning them. And you're needing to have a tough conversation where that's going to have to end, or they're going to have to get a job, or something of that sort. Maybe you need them to sign the will that you've put together, and you're like, I don't want to talk to my children about my will. That's really uncomfortable. Or maybe you need to have a conversation with your romantic partner about paying the bills, or your job, or a credit card that you have to open, or whatever it might be, right? These are raw, vulnerable topics to have, especially in business too, right? Sometimes we don't want to have these tough conversations with our employees, or a business partner, or even our clients. Scorpio Sun season is, you got to go there. It's below the surface anyways. So take those skeletons out of the closet, use this as an opportune time to get raw, real, and vulnerable, express your truth, and then when you bring it to light, it doesn't feel so scary. It actually feels healing. It feels cathartic. That's where that rebirth energy comes into. So I challenge you in your relationships to go a little deeper, get a little vulnerable, overcome those fears, and talk about the things that you would rather just brush under the rug. It will serve you so well to work with this energy during Scorpio Sun season. The next transit I know will impact our relationship happens on November 3rd. This is when Venus is opposite Jupiter. Now, Venus rules our relationships. She, as a life coach, is trying to bring more pleasure and beauty and harmony into our life, to bring us relationships and finances and material possessions and all the things we value. And Jupiter normally would bless us with gifts and abundance and growth and expansion, but he's retrograde. And so you have Venus on one part of the sky and Jupiter on the opposite, and we're in the middle, and we're having to balance this Jupiterian energy of going within and finding gratitude and saying, you know what, I'm not able right now to make more lemonade. Let me go back and squeeze a little bit more juice out of the old lemons to make more lemonade. And so within our relationships, it's expressing gratitude. It's finding gratitude. It's about enjoying time with the people in your life that you have instead of wishing you had more friends, wishing you had a better partner, wishing all these other things. It's just being really grateful for the people that are in your life and showing up. Quantity is not quality, right? It's really about soaking in the people that you have and that support you. And so that opposition could bring some tension up where you might want to rebel or overindulge or do things that sabotage. And instead it's like, no, no, no. I am going to be so optimistic, so grateful, and work with the relationships I have. Then the third transit that's going to impact our relationships, we stick with Venus. Venus will move out of Sagittarius into Capricorn. Now, this can be a little less lovey-dovey, but a little bit more long-term goal-oriented. When Venus moves into Capricorn, she says, hey, our relationships, Venus, need to be under the influence of Capricorn. Work on the long-term goals together in your partnerships. Ask yourself, what partnerships am I disciplined and committed towards? Who do I see creating a foundation with? Who brings me structure and stability? What relationships am I willing to go the long haul with? Venus in Capricorn helps us anchor down, ground down, become practical and realistic in our relationships. It's no more lovey-dovey, goo-goo gaga energy. It's like practical. Do you work with what I work with? Do you have a similar routine to me? Do you have similar goals? Do you have similar lifestyles? How can you help me? How can you support me? Are we a team? All these questions come up in all of our relationships when Venus moves into Capricorn. So pay attention to that shift. It's happening on November 11th. Yes, 11/11. Then we get to November 15th. This is the fourth transit of the month that will definitely impact our relationships because it's the full moon in Taurus. Now we have the sun in Scorpio, which was our first astrological transit that is going to impact our relationships. And we know Venus impacts our relationships. So at the full moon in Taurus, she rules the moon in Taurus. So you have sun in Scorpio, moon in Taurus, ruled by Venus. Of course, that's going to impact our relationships. So what is the message? What is the lesson? How are you going to feel this? Well, the full moon in Taurus highlights and illuminates where we are lacking pleasure, sensuality, flow, ease, abundance, comfort in our relationships. What relationships make you feel on edge, feel unstable, make you feel insecure? Because this is going to be illuminated at this full moon. And you have to ask yourself, how can you infuse more joy, infuse more pleasure into those partnerships? If it's with your children, have you been spending enough time just playing and enjoying? Or are you always running around with them, getting things done that you don't actually get to soak in the simple moments? Or in your romantic relationships, are you not having pleasure with your partner? Do you need to work more on the sensuality, smelling nice, tasting nice things, making a romantic evening with the lighting all, sexy? Like, how can you infuse more pleasure into your partnerships? Even if you have clients, maybe you need to spend more time with your clients, listening to them, being in flow instead of always in a rush to get off the phone or solve their problems, right? Bringing that feminine energy into your partnerships. So that full moon is really going to highlight and illuminate where we're doing it wrong and how we need to add more juiciness into the partnerships in our life. And then the fifth transit that will definitely impact our relationships this month is our Mercury retrograde. We know that Mercury retrogrades bring communication issues, travel issues, technology issues, but because this year it's in the zodiac energy of Sagittarius, during Sagittarius Sun season, we are going to feel in our partnerships like people's minds are all over the place. And Sagittarius rules our beliefs, our philosophies, what we hold true, our viewpoints. And we can see in partnerships people who've had a certain viewpoint and maybe we've connected with them over that similar belief or that similar perspective. They're changing their minds. They're going back on things. They think differently now and they're speaking up and they're communicating and they're expressing that to you. And in your partnerships, you're like, wait, hold on. That's not the person I fell in love with. That's not the client I signed on. That's not the person I got into business with. Like now they're going way off the rails and they're thinking completely different. And we're like going like this, right? And this is going to be an opportune time to have those conversations, to understand someone else's opinion, value the different perspectives. And that can be extremely, extremely challenging in relationships. So I want you to pay attention to that towards the end of the month as that retrograde continues into December. I know we'll see a lot of relationships kind of make it or break it because people are speaking up and speaking out about their different philosophies, but ultimately, we're learning to respect each other because we're all here to have our own opinions. And sometimes we want people to think like us so that it supports our opinion, but we're moving into a different era. Pluto and Aquarius, it's time for everyone to be their own unique, authentic weirdo, and we have to honor and respect each other. And this Mercury in Sagittarius retrograde is just rocking and rolling to begin that energy. So that is so much already, but let's narrow it down. Let's go through the planet by planet breakdown. Again, listen for your timestamp for your primary life coach. If you have your birth chart handy, I'm going to be giving you the degree points that each planet is traveling through. So when you look at your birth chart, you're going to look to see if that planet is crossing over something in your chart for the month of November. If it is, take note of it. We'll talk more about it in the Plan With Me video on how to look that up and how to make sense of it. But for now, let's get into the planet by planet breakdown. We're going to start out with the North and the South node. It's so wild. We're only going to have the North and the South node in Aries and Libra for 2 more months. So once we get to January, we're going to officially move them on the chart here. They're at 6 degrees, moving backward to 0 degrees. The North node for its final moments, teaching us those lessons of stepping into Aries, our toddler under 7 energy, demanding for our needs and desires to be met, stepping into our main character, becoming more bold and brave and fearless in our world, putting on our own oxygen mask, right? Aries is the energy of the self. That being the North node is our North Star, where our eyes should be on the prize. And of course, we still have the South node in Libra, so endings and clearing away of relationships that don't serve us, that don't bring us peace or balance or harmony. Of course, the new moon in Libra and the full moon in Aries in October should, of course, corrected a lot of those areas of our life, but we still have 2 more months to work with that energy. Then, of course, we've got Chiron. Chiron are the wounds that we're still trying to heal. He is still retrograding in the zodiac energy of Aries, and he's going to be active this month. He's going to be in a sextile with Jupiter for the 2nd time. This first activation happened when Jupiter went retrograde. He is asking us to heal these wounds of Aries, of our inner child, of things that prevent us from being bold or fearless, of identity, who we are, how we're afraid to show up in the world and allow ourselves to be seen, and our anger issues, and of course, our toxic masculine tendencies where we are too busy, overdoing it in our life, forcing control, and not allowing ourselves to be in flow. So some of those things will be coming up this month for sure. Then let's get into Pluto. This is exciting. This is very rare for us on a month ahead forecast to see Pluto moving from one zodiac sign to another because he usually hangs out in an area of the sky for 15 to 20 years. But this month, November 2024, Pluto is officially leaving the zodiac energy of Capricorn and moving into Aquarius on November 19th. This is starting out a new era in all of our lives, in the Aquarius area of our lives to be specific, for 20 years. Now, as we start out the month, Pluto will be at 29 degrees, that anaretic degree, his last final moments. And as a life coach, Pluto says destroy, surrender, let go, release, clear it out. It doesn't serve you, it's gotta go. Face your fears. Do the unthinkable, right? And he's been doing this in Capricorn. So old structures and systems that don't work in our life, old ways that we've been striving to succeed and achieve, and we've climbed at the top of the mountain in our career or as a parent or in our relationship, and we're at the apex and we're looking down Capricorn, the mountain, and saying, you know what? The view isn't so nice from up here. The view is lonely, or the view isn't what I thought it was going to be. And now I want to climb back down the mountain and do things in a new, inventive, authentic way. Aquarius. I want to do it in a way that is working for me and not the way tradition or society has told me to do it. So once Pluto leaves Capricorn and goes into Aquarius, I want you to think of it as this energy in your life of coming down from the mountain that you've been traveling on for 15 years, the way and the path and the direction you've been going, and saying, you know what, let me go in a different direction. Let me see here, as I'm in the fork in the road, what feels like would light me up. What makes me different? What are my talents and skills? And how can I show up in the world to support the world with those unique talents and skills? versus the way structure or society has been telling me to do it. So this is exciting energy for us to all move into in November of 2024. Then let's move into Neptune. Now, Neptune isn't up to a whole lot this month. Neptune is in the zodiac energy of Pisces. He's retrograded back to 27 degrees, not doing a whole lot other than helping us keep our rose-colored glasses off, seeing the truth, exposing and revealing things that we need to see, allowing us to take this higher perspective. So Neptune's gonna be easy peasy this month. We'll take it. Then let's move on to Uranus. Also retrograde this month in the zodiac energy of Taurus. Now here's the thing with Uranus as a life coach. When he moves forward, he says, hey, I'm here to help you rebel, to liberate, to take your shackles off, to be unconventional, to help you choose change, to help you move into the future. Like, let's go, let's do something different. But when he's retrograde, he's like, well, you couldn't do that? You couldn't choose change on your own? Well, let me choose it for you. Let's go back to what didn't get edited or course corrected, and let me just blow something up in your life, bring surprise, bring change, bring this electric energy. And so that's what Uranus is up to. And this month, because he's in Taurus, Scorpio is opposite Taurus. As Mercury is leaving Scorpio, he's having an opposition with Uranus. So this is shocking news. Information being exposed. Uranus is like, oh, you gotta hear this. Bet you didn't see that coming. And it's all through communication, conversation, connection with other people. And then the sun is going to oppose Uranus. And when this happens, the sun highlights, it illuminates, it shines a spotlight on. Think of it like this. When there's a full moon, when the sun is here and the moon is here, which we're going to have a full moon in Taurus this month, remember, on the 15th, the sun highlights the moon. We see the moon in its bright illumination. Well, when the sun is opposite Uranus, we get the sun's full illumination on Uranus, right? And then he's bright in the sky. So we're getting the radiation of that on us here on Earth. So that is actually going to be an energy that we're going to feel around the full moon on the 15th and the 16th when the exact opposition happens. And so that is a time where the sun is going to illuminate the change we need to make, the sudden unexpected, things that come into our life, experiences that jolt us out of our comfort zone, because Taurus loves to be fixed and stable. And we hate to change the Taurus area of our life. All of us, we hate it. That's the place where we want stability and comfort the most. And so now Uranus is like, nope, got to shake it up. The sun is going to highlight that. The full moon is going to illuminate it. Like, there's so much going on in the 15th and 16th with Uranus. And then we've got Saturn, who is retrograde at the beginning of the month, but will end his retrograde on the 15th. You can see here the 15th is a big day, so mark that on the calendar. Saturn is going to come out of retrograde in Pisces. Now, hopefully you've learned your Saturn lesson. Saturn as a life coach is always teaching us as our tough love dad to do our homework, to be responsible, to be committed, to be disciplined, to do the hard things, to overcome the obstacles. It's definitely the energy of growing up. But when he's retrograde, he says, you know what? I'm not going to ask you if you're going to do your homework. I want to see if you'll do it on your own. Step up to the plate. Be your own inner authority. So hopefully you've learned your lessons by the 15th, because Lord Karma will come out of retrograde and serve the reward or punishment in the Pisces area of your chart. So make sure you've got that locked in tight before that date. Then we've got Jupiter. Jupiter is also retrograde this month because he kicked it off on October 9th in the zodiac energy of Gemini. Now, this, as a life coach, is usually a good thing when he is forward, because he brings gifts, blessing, expansion, growth, abundance, opportunity. I love Jupiter. He is my favorite planet. But when he goes retrograde, all of that dries. We got to work with all that we've been given since May 25th, when Jupiter entered into Gemini. So this month, we're going to see him sextile Chiron on the 2nd. The second time, the first time this happened is when he kicked off his retrograde on October 9th. The second time now is as he's retrograding back. And so this is important because we're going to feel this energy of Jupiter saying we have to go back to wounds that still need healing, address the things that make us uncomfortable, that bring pain points up in our life, so that when I come out of retrograde and the gifts I give you, you are a healed version of yourself that takes those gifts and expands those opportunities. So it's going to highlight some healing that still needs to be done. Could be a little uncomfortable. And then again, right at the beginning of the month, on the 3rd, he's going to be opposite Venus. We'll talk more about that in a second, but that could be a day where we might go overboard, over dramatic, overspending. It's definitely going to affect our relationships. So go back to the top 5 transits where I talk about how this Jupiter-Venus opposition is going to affect our relationships. We'll get more into it over there. Now let's keep moving on. We've got Mars. not officially retrograde yet, but gearing up for his retrograde. He is in the zodiac energy of Cancer as we start out the month. He is going to be in this opposition to Pluto because Pluto will be at 29 Capricorn. Mars will be dancing at the beginning of the month towards 29 degrees of Cancer, and they're going to have their official fight, their official opposition on November 3rd, right before the elections. Mars wants to dig, cut, bully, slice, dice, and Pluto wants to blow things up, annihilate things, demolish things, tear them down. And so you get these two bullies on the playground fighting for power, fighting for strength, fighting for change, fighting for decisions, and we're here in the middle of all of it. So on one side of us, we're like, we just want to fight and argue and cause ruckus. And the other part of us is like, absolutely not. We're not going to stand for this. I'm going to stand in my power. I want to destroy it all and start over. And it's going to be very interesting energy. Lots of volatility, lots of hostility in our own inner worlds, in our relationships, and in the world at large. So if you are ruled by Pluto and Mars, like a Scorpio rising, or you're ruled by Mars, like Aries risings, you're going to feel this the most. You're going to feel like you have a surge of energy, a surge of power to lead the world into change. The rest of us are going to be like, oh my gosh, this is so intense. This is so dramatic. But a good Scorpio rising, we can handle intense drama. So we're going to be here anchoring down the fort for all of you. Then let's talk about Venus. Venus is usually our saving grace in the astrology because she represents everything that we love, from relationships and finances and material possessions and our valuables and our creative projects. So we always like to pay attention to where Venus is. Now this month, she is going to be in the zodiac energy of Sagittarius, which is traditionally super exciting, because when she's here, she's a little bit more adventurous. So our relationships, we're expanding, we're growing, we're doing fun things, we're lighthearted, just really carefree energy. However, this year, Sagittarius season with Venus here is not feeling so lively. One, because Jupiter is the ruler of Venus. She's in his house and he's retrograde. So saying, nope, no gifts, no blessing, no expansion, no growth, no abundance on my watch. And then she also is going to be opposite Jupiter. She is going to be square Neptune. So this is kind of this eyes wide open, rose-colored glasses off, taking people off a pedestal, seeing the truth in our relationships. And then as soon as that's over, she moves into Capricorn, which is like the least lovey-dovey energy that we could be in our partnerships. Capricorns are not into romance. They're into long-term relationships that are practical and rational and realistic. So do you help me take out the trash? Do you support my career goals? Are you in it for the long haul? Are you disciplined and committed? It's kind of like the traditional wife energy, or in a partnership where it's like very conventional kind of roles and responsibilities. That's the energy when Venus is in Capricorn. But the positive is it helps us in our relationships figure out who is in it for the long haul. Are we compatible? Bringing it back down to realistic and practical ways of looking at our partnerships, whether that's romantic, friendship, business, clients, and we're able to anchor and ground into that Capricorn energy and say, is this really working? So that is going to kick off on the 11th. Yes, 11/11. And then she is going to square the North and the South node. So that's a check-in with how well we're doing with taking care of ourselves, North node Aries, and letting go of relationships that don't serve us or are not in our best interests. That is going to happen on the 16th. And then at the end of the month, on the 27th, she is going to square Chiron. So that can bring up those unhealed wounds in relationships, bring up triggers in relationships, bring up things that we still need to work on that we haven't healed yet in our partnership. Then we talk about Mercury. We know that Mercury is going retrograde this month. He is kicking off on the 2nd, entering from Scorpio into Sagittarius. He's done with digging up dirt, revealing secrets, being the megaphone for Pluto and Mars's fight. And he will enter into Sagittarius, where he's going to spend an extra amount of time because he's going to retrograde, which means he's going to go forward in Sagittarius, retrograde back, and then go forward again. So I'm going to put right here the degree points that Mercury is going to retrograde. We have a completely separate video that I'll do on the Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius to break down all the dates you're going to want to pay attention to. But check your birth chart to see if Mercury is going to retrograde over any aspect in your chart through his retrograde, because that means he's going to hit it 3 separate times. Now, when Mercury is in Sagittarius, this is our mind thinking Sagittarius from a higher perspective, focusing on our beliefs, our values, what we hold true, our view on the world. And so this is where I was saying in the top 5 transits that I know will affect our relationships, this Mercury retrograde is one of them. Because people in your life that you've been connected to might be changing their mind, changing their beliefs, changing their values. And that might come as a surprise because maybe that's what connected you to them. So pay attention. We're all going to be thinking differently. Also, this is an energy where we may possibly want to get mentors or be around like-minded people or learn a lot of things. So people listening to podcasts and people with different perspectives. So a lot of mental stimulation going on with this energy. He enters into pre-shadow on November 7th. So please make sure your travel plans are booked by then, especially because he'll be retrograding on the 25th for the Thanksgiving holiday season until December 15th. And so many people travel during this time frame. And I want you to understand that Mercury is going to be retrograde and Jupiter is going to be retrograde in Gemini, Mercury's home sign. So I see a lot of travel hiccups for the holiday season of 2024. In addition to that, on November 12th, Mercury is going to square Saturn in Pisces. This is going to happen 3 separate times. The first time it happens, Saturn's still retrograde. The second time it happens, Saturn's out of retrograde, but Mercury's in retrograde. And the third time, they're both out of retrograde, and that's when we anchor in the long-term Saturn commitments that we speak Mercury, that we desire based on our beliefs, Sagittarius, because we've changed our view, we've changed our beliefs, we're changing how we're speaking, we're changing what we're communicating, we're changing who we're communicating things with, and Saturn is locking that in for the long haul. And hopefully we're doing that in a compassionate and empathetic way, because that's what Saturn's trying to teach us as he's in Pisces. So there's a lot there. We'll get more into that in the Mercury retrograde video. If you're a Gemini rising or a Virgo rising, you're going to feel it the most. Then let's talk about the 2 lunations. Again, we're going to have separate videos on the new moon in Scorpio and the full moon in Taurus. So make sure you follow along, check those out. Of course, not only for your rising sign forecast, but how they will impact your relationships and the overview. First and foremost, we're going to start out the month with the new moon in Scorpio. That new moon energy is going to be bringing a new transformation, a new cycle, a new beginning of healing of some sorts into the Scorpio area of your chart. Now, this is important because the rulers of the new moon in Scorpio are Pluto and Mars, and they're in this fight at the exact moment of the new moon. So there's a lot of volatility, there's a lot of change, there's a lot of breakdown, a lot of destruction, but that is necessary. Sometimes we have to break things down to start over and build something better and new. And the new moon in Scorpio will support that energy. Then we get to the 15th, we're going to have a full moon in the zodiac energy of Taurus, right near Uranus. That full moon will highlight and illuminate the change that is still necessary, that we've been fighting against changing. Taurus, structured, fixed energy. Scorpio, fixed energy. So that full moon is going to break us out of our habits, our routines, our old patterns, our old identities, our old ways of being in the Taurus and the Scorpio area of our chart. And at that time, we're going to have Pluto about to move into Aquarius and Mars already in Leo. So a fixed grand cross energy going on in the sky. Super powerful, super potent energy. And then lastly, we have the sun season of Scorpio as we start out the month. So if you're a Leo rising, pay attention. The sun in Scorpio, it highlights, it illuminates the scorpionic energy, shining a spotlight on all of us to tap into Scorpio themes. Taboo topics, the metaphysical, occult practices, healing, therapies of different sorts, shared money, shared finances with people, loans, debts, taxes, inheritances, wills. Pretty much during Scorpio sun season, we talk about those taboo topics that we'd rather sweep under the rug, and we bring them to light with the sun and have those vulnerable, tough conversations in this time of the year. It's also no wonder that Halloween is during Scorpio sun season, and it's also no wonder that we have daylight savings time where it gets darker and darker every day during Scorpio season. It's a time to go within and transform and get uncomfortable and come out on the other side a changed person. Then we get to the 21st of the month and the sun moves into Sagittarius. So the sun in a fire sign is always a good sign, literally, because we feel more optimistic, we feel more joyful, we feel more expansive, we're willing to explore, we're willing to get out of our comfort zone, we're willing to check things off our bucket list. Sagittarius sun season every year, it's over the holidays and it's so fun. But again, like I said before, this is not going to be exciting in 2024 because the ruler of Sagittarius is Jupiter. He is retrograde. There's lots of other transits going on in the sky that is going to make this a challenging Sagittarius Sun season. But we'll get through it. We're all in it together. Just know it's going to feel a lot different than other years. But that's why you're here, because I help you prepare for it. The thing I love about this energy is that we have the sun now in Sagittarius activating the grand fire trine in the sky. What does this mean? Well, we have the sun in Sagittarius, a fire sign, Mars in Leo now, another fire sign, and then our third fire sign has the North Node. So we have 3 celestial bodies in each of the fire signs activating this grand fire trine energy. Fire brings passion, intensity, vitality, bravery, optimism, joy, excitement, right? Fire is bold, it's intense, we feel it, we cannot ignore it, but we're attracted to the fire, but it can burn us. And so we're gonna have a lot of fire in the sky, which is a completely different energy that we felt in October, where we had a grand water trine. We went through the grand water trine of Mars in Cancer, Saturn and Neptune in Pisces, and the sun and Mercury and Venus in Scorpio. And so there was a lot of feels, a lot of intuition, a lot of retreating and resting and hibernating and dealing more with the feeling, the coolness of the water. And now we're going to have some fire and passion going on to help us move forward in our lives. So I do love that. That is at the end of the month with the sun entering Sagittarius. So now that we've gone through our planet by planet breakdown, we're now going to dive into the date by date breakdown. So what's in the stars for each week in the month of November? Grab your calendar. I'm going to take all the planets off and we're going to start at the 1st of November and go all the way through to the end of the month on the 30th. So we are kicking off November with so much potency, so much energy, so much intensity that we're going to combine the first couple days with the first full week of November. So what's in the stars from November 1st till November 9th? Well, we kick it off on the 1st with the new moon in Scorpio. This is a lot of energy, a lot of intensity. We have 3 oppositions in the sky. We have Mercury getting off of the opposition with Uranus, which happened at the end of October, but it's still very potent at this time. Venus is gearing up for her opposition with Jupiter in a few days. And of course, we have Pluto and Mars in almost their exact opposition. This is important to understand because the sun and the moon are ruled by, being in Scorpio, Mars and Pluto. And so this is going to bring the volatility, the intensity of change, Pluto, transformation, Pluto, Mars unearthing and revealing things and forcing us to make decisions and strategize and game plan to move forward in our life in a passionate and intense way based on what we're feeling. And Scorpio says it's time for a change. It's time to face our fears. It's time to be vulnerable. It's time to be raw. It's time to understand that in order to become a new version of ourselves, we have to be willing to get uncomfortable. So I see this being a very huge pivotal moment for us individually and collectively. So we're going to talk a lot more about that in that new moon in Scorpio video. But as you're watching this ahead of time for November, just know we're kicking off the month really strong. And then we get to November 2nd and we have 4 astrological weather events. Yes, 4, and they're all ruled by Mercury. So it's a heavy Mercury day. So when we are talking Mercury, we're talking about transportation, conversations, emails, social media, news outlets, anything that allows us to connect with other people is ruled by Mercury. Now, of course, with this being right before the election, this is a day that as astrologers, we are paying attention to because it's a mercurial day. So let's start out with the fact that we have got Jupiter on this day in a sextile with Chiron. Now, this is not the first time it's happened. When Jupiter kicked off his retrograde on October 9th, he was already going into the sextile with Chiron. Sextiles are supportive. Jupiter says, hey, in order to expand, to grow, to find abundance in our life, we have to go back, Jupiter retrograde, to Chiron retrograde, go back and heal unhealed wounds. Go back to things that we've shoved below the surface that are coming up that we need to address, pain points that need addressing. So there could be some activation of some painful things in our life or painful conversations or things that we don't want to face that need addressing. Which leads me into the other 3 astro weather events, all dealing with Mercury today. The first one is that Mercury at 29 degrees of Scorpio means that he is going to be in a trine with Mars, who's at 29 degrees of Scorpio, and he's also going to be in a sextile to Pluto. So this is ultimately like a wonky triangle, right? Mercury, 29 degrees Scorpio to 29 degrees Mars in Cancer and 29 degrees of Capricorn. Now, this is a really interesting energy to understand as they're all playing with each other. Mercury is in Mars and Pluto's home sign of Scorpio, right? And Mercury and Scorpios, we're going to be thinking on the 2nd deeper, below the surface, revealing things, playing detective. Our mind has been playing detective for a while. There's been a lot of things exposed, a lot of conversations that have been uncomfortable. This is Mercury's final moment to have those vulnerable conversations, to talk about those things that are uncomfortable. And Mars wants to make moves based on emotions that are brewing, emotions that are stewing. So this is a day where we're really going to be acting on emotions, acting based on intuition, talking about things that are uncomfortable. And with Mercury sextile Pluto, also a harmonious aspect, Pluto says unearth it, reveal it, expose it, talk about it, say it, take on your power, do things that are uncomfortable. So it's going to, Mars and Pluto almost force Mercury to say the things. And this in our lives is going to come out with people saying unpopular beliefs, people revealing a secret about someone or something, news outlets surprising people, unearthing things. Like, I'm just paying attention to what's coming out in the news on this day. I think it's going to be very important. And also, it's going to be a great day for us to have those conversations and negotiating things, debates, agreements, contracts, like all of those things moving forward on things that it's maybe been very difficult to talk about. I also can see a day where there's going to be a lot of technology kind of wonkiness going on as Pluto kind of power surges things, and Mars is like, keyboard warrior Mercury saying things that you probably shouldn't be saying. So think of it this way. If Mars and Pluto are the bullies on the playground and they're having a fight, there's a kid that's like literally standing there with a megaphone saying, oh my God, he did this, he did that. It's almost like the announcer at a boxing ring, right? That's Mercury. He gives the megaphone to the fight going down with Pluto and Mars. And then, of course, we act on impulse, Mars, based on emotions, Cancer, and we speak things, Scorpio, that are uncomfortable, revealing truths with the power and intensity of change and transformation of Pluto. And it's just going to be a very interesting day to watch the news and see what comes up on social media, etc. Now, as soon as Mercury is done giving the megaphone to this fight, he dips out, he leaves, and he enters in the afternoon into the zodiac energy of Sagittarius. Now, this is going to be interesting because on the 2nd, now officially with Mercury in Sagittarius, he will be here for an extended amount of time due to his retrograde. Mercury in Sagittarius is taking our mind and expanding it, broadening it, higher conscious perspective, seeing things from a bird's eye view, if you will, right? It's life experience, it's street smarts. You gain wisdom not from reading a book, but from actually traveling the road less wandered, right? That's the Mercury in Sagittarius energy. This is where we're going to start seeing people changing their beliefs, changing their perspective. Very interesting before the election, where maybe people were very clear on who they wanted to vote for, but then all of a sudden this fight on the playground happens and Mercury announces it to the world and a secret is revealed. And then all of a sudden, immediately on the 2nd, people change their perspective. They change their viewpoint with Mercury and Sagittarius. Now that's going to play out for an entire month. So it's going to be very interesting. For some people, it'll activate immediately. And for some people, it's going to take the entire retrograde into the end of December to change their views and the way that they're thinking, but very potent time. Then on that Saturday night of the 2nd into the 3rd, we're going to have daylight savings time in many parts of the world. So mark your calendars. Don't forget, one less hour of daylight and the nights become longer. And then we have the 3rd, where we have 4 astrological weather events. So we are kicking off on Sunday, November 3rd, with the official Mars opposite Pluto energy. Let's break that down one more time just to understand. Mars wants to change things, make new decisions, be in the left lane, move us forward. It is our masculine energy of direction and motivation. Pluto wants to take things out, unearth things, destroy things so that we can rebirth something even more beautiful. So in the past, this alignment happened at the end of 2007 into 2008. And there was a huge shift of energy. That's when Pluto entered into Capricorn, structures, foundations, hierarchies, corporations, governments, and we saw a huge bomb go off in the financial industry. Now, as Pluto is about to leave Capricorn, this entire alignment is repeating itself one final time. So it's interesting. In the past, also, we've seen Pluto and Mars opposite be times where we've had terrorist attacks, explosions, disclosures, things being unearthed or revealed, or secrets come out around horrible crimes. It's like a fierce energy. So it should be really interesting to see what comes out of it this time. And it's going to repeat 2 more times. Mars is going to be opposite Pluto again on January 3rd. and April 27th. But that's going to happen from Leo to Aquarius, so a whole different energy. We'll talk more about that later. So pay attention, November 1st, 2nd, 3rd, it's already a doozy. Now, on top of that, on November 3rd, we're also going to have Venus opposing Jupiter, that exact opposition as well. This is a day you want to be careful of not overindulging, not spending too much money, not overdoing it. Jupiter is not giving you any more gifts or blessings. He is retrograde now. Remember that. And Venus loves beautiful things. She wants to add more pleasure into our life. And so this can be a very challenging energy because Venus is in Jupiter's home sign. So usually we're optimistic about our money. We're living free. We're doing whatever we want to do. This time Jupiter's like, no, not this time, sweetheart Venus. I am retrograde. There are no gifts to be had. You got to work with what you got. Find gratitude, 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 gratitude in your relationships, abundance rituals for your money. It's going to be such an important time for this exact alignment. Then also on the 3rd, one more final astro weather event to talk about. Venus will trine Chiron. So Venus is our relationships, our finances. Chiron wants to heal. And it's a trine, so it's supportive. So this would be a great day for you, instead of spending money with this opposition, to go back to your budget and analyze what you can really afford. Understand what wounds are underlying, what pain points are underlying that is causing you to want to spend a bunch of money, that is causing you to seek pleasure, and healing the root cause of things so that you're not being reckless or careless in your relationships or with your finances. And the last astrological weather event that happens on Sunday, late in the evening, about 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Mars officially moves into Leo. So now Mars going into a fire sign brings back our chi, our stamina, our passion, our drive. We're going to feel more motivated. The Leo area of your birth chart, you're going to start to make some decisions. It's been 2 years since you've had Mars in the Leo area of your chart. So we're going to make some moves forward, but also understand that he's going to retrograde here and you might have to go back over some of the things that you took a step forward towards. But that's okay, and we'll talk more about that later. Then we get to the 4th on Monday morning. The Sun in Scorpio is going to trine Saturn in Pisces. Remember, the Sun highlights and illuminates things, and Saturn in Pisces is still retrograde at this point, and so we have to learn some lessons. We have to get grounded and committed and disciplined to Scorpio things: vulnerability, tough conversations, our finances connected to other people, our debts, our loans, our taxes, our inheritances. If any of these things have not been addressed, it's time with Saturn saying, hey, Sun, shine a spotlight on those uncomfortable, taboo topic areas of your life. Get them together. And Saturn in Pisces is making sure that you're not being delusional or digging your head in the sand, that you're taking responsibility. And this could also be a day where you're forced to do something really hard, being your own inner parent and saying, you know what? I can do hard things, and off I go. So pay attention on the 4th. Then we have a day off on the 5th, but on the 6th, we're going to have Mercury in a trine from Sagittarius to the North Node in Aries. So I love this energy because Mercury is our mind. The North Node is our North Star. It's in Aries. So we're focusing on ourselves. We're focusing on our dreams. We're focusing on our desires. We're reprogramming our mind, Mercury in Sagittarius, to what we want to explore. What is out of our comfort zone? What are things that I've been wanting to do for so long? Somewhere I've wanted to travel, experience I wanted to check off my bucket list, a business I've been wanting to start. What is beyond my horizon that I've wanted to do for quite some time, and now I need to focus my North Star, my North Node on myself to get to that destination. So I love the 6th for a resurgence of energy. But on the 7th, Mercury officially gets to the point in the sky where he is going to retrograde back to. So make sure by the 7th you have all your travel plans for the holidays locked in tight, because Mercury will come all the way back here at the end of his retrograde on December 15th. So you don't want to have any travel hiccups. Get them in before the 7th. Then on the 9th, we end the week with Venus square Neptune. Now, Venus is our relationship, our finances, everything that we love. And Neptune is retrograde, so there's no rose-colored glasses on, and we're seeing things for what they are. Relationships, finances, creative projects, the things that we value, our material possessions, we're having to face them. We're not able to dig our head in the sand. We're having to make decisions. And we're also having some faith and trust that it's all going to work out, right? Neptune loves to kind of see things from a higher perspective. So we're going to tap more into things that make our life feel beautiful and pleasurable, but we're not going to ignore what needs to be done in the Venus area of our life. And then we end this first week. So I know that was a lot as we kick off November, but don't worry, we're going to have a little bit of a break as we go into the second week of November. So what's in the stars from November 10th to the 16th. Well, we kick off on Monday with one of my favorite days of the entire year, November 11th, 11/11, opening up a portal of energy. 11/11 is symbolized as two gates that you get to walk through your destiny, kind of timeline jumping, moving into your future. 11/11 represents making a wish. Ones are new beginnings and new fresh starts. So I love celebrating the 11/11 portal. Usually every single year I host an 11/11 party. Last year we did a retreat. The years prior I hosted an event at my house, like a goddess event. Not sure what's happening yet this year because again, this October was a little crazy for me with back-to-back hurricanes, but maybe we'll pull some rabbits out of a hat and do something exciting here for our Astro family in the Telegram channel for 11/11. So stay tuned and use your free 7-day subscription to catch up what's going on in the Astro family to celebrate 11/11. Now, as far as the Astro weather events go, on the 11th, Venus officially moves into the zodiac energy of Capricorn on this day. She gets out of all this crazy Sagittarius energy, moves into Capricorn, where Pluto is for his final moments. Now our relationships, Venus, take a shift of energy to Capricorn. Our feminine side, how we flow, how we receive, how we attract, how we magnetize things towards us is best done through the lens of Capricorn, being structured, being traditional, being practical, being realistic, being of service, improving things in our life. So this is where we get a little less goo goo gaga in our relationships, a little less delusional, and we come back down to earth and say, what relationships am I committed to? What about my finances? Am I being realistic and practical with my finances? What about my creative projects? I'm making sure that I'm dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's and doing things for long-term success, or am I just creating something just for short-term gain? So there's a lot of questions here with Venus moving into Capricorn on the 11th. Now we can also work on things and attract things into our life by ultimately being of service to other people. Earth energies love to serve, they love to improve, they love to build stability in other people's lives. So that's a great way to get what you want during this Venus in Capricorn season. Then on the 12th, we have Mercury square Saturn officially. This is where Mercury, our mind, our conversations are getting this tension decision point with Saturn. That is going to repeat 2 more times due to Saturn's retrograde. One more time on December 7th and December 28th. This first time, Mercury is direct, Saturn is retrograde. The second time, Mercury is retrograde, Saturn is direct. And the third time, both planets are direct. So it's not until that third time on December 28th that what is happening on the 12th of November gets solved. Well, what do we have to solve? Well, our mind in Sagittarius is, remember, growing, we're expanding, we're changing our beliefs, we're changing our viewpoints, we're learning new things, we're expanding out of our comfort zone. We're maybe listening to new podcasts, we've hired a mentor, we've changed our perspective based on a lived experience. And Saturn is like, is that really what you're going to believe for the long term? Are you really going to commit to that belief? So there's maybe some serious conversations to be had around this time. Maybe an authority figure in your life is expanding your mind or teaching you about a new concept or telling you stories about their lived experience, and it's kind of opening you up to what else you'd like to research or investigate or dive into. So a lot of mental things kind of shifting at this time. Then officially on November 15th, Saturn comes out of retrograde. That is a day you want to mark on your calendar. We got a lot of things going on the 15th as we end this week. Not only does Lord Karma come out of retrograde to serve his rewards or punishments, depending on how well we learn that Saturn retrograde lesson, but we're also going to have the full moon in Taurus. So on that day, the sun is still in Scorpio. The moon is now being highlighted in the zodiac energy of Taurus. These are both fixed energies, both areas of our birth chart that we don't like to change very easily, but a full moon comes in and highlights and says, this needs to be shed, released, let go of. There's an ending of sorts that is necessary, especially in the Taurus area of our life, because the full moon is going to be near Uranus. And Uranus is retrograde, so he's choosing change for us because we couldn't choose it ourselves the first time he crossed over this area of our chart. And so it could be a day of liberation, of surprise news, of just a little bit of rumbling in your life that is forcing you to let go of something that you didn't want to let go of on your own. And that could be closely connected to the lessons you did or did not learn from that Saturn retrograde, because now he is in direct motion and he is serving some karma. So I want you to pay attention on the 15th, right in the middle of the month. It can definitely disrupt a course or pattern or habit that you've been on for quite some time, but it's time to move forward in some sort of big way, in a new way. And we'll break that, of course, down way more in the full moon in Taurus video. So make sure you subscribe to follow along, hit the notification bell. So when that's posted, you know exactly what to expect based on your rising sign. And then right after that full moon, which will already be activated at the full moon, but officially on the 16th, Venus, now in Capricorn, is going to square the North Node and the South Node. So this creates a T-square with the nodes of destiny and our past karma. Still, Venus is ruling the South Node in Libra, so we have another opportune time here with Venus in Capricorn, long-term partnerships, relationships that you've committed to, understanding what projects you're working on for the long haul, and then cutting out people that don't serve that long-term goal, that don't have the same vision, that aren't supporting your life, and focusing your energy on self-love, self-worth, because you are the relationship that you take forward with you long-term, forever and ever. So this is going to be a pivotal day on the 15th and 16th where relationship shifts could come in as well. So not only does Venus rule the South Node, but she's going to rule that full moon in Taurus. So a very Venusian relationship, financial, shifting time at the end of this week. And then, of course, on the 16th, we have a second astrological weather event, and that is the Sun in Scorpio opposite Uranus officially. Going to be also activated on the 15th with the full moon, but not official until the 17th. And so that is, again, the sun highlighting and illuminating the change that is necessary, where we haven't been wanting to change, but Uranus is breaking us free from the old patterns and saying it's time to move in the future. And a lot of that is going to be financially and relationally, with Venus ruling that energy. So a lot going on in the second week, not nearly as bad as the first week. And then we move into the third week that is still very active and has a transit of the year with Pluto moving into Aquarius. So lots to discuss here as we move into the third week. So what's in the stars from November 17th until the 23rd? We are kicking it off on the 18th with Mercury opposite Jupiter officially. Now this is a transit where Mercury is in Sagittarius, Jupiter's home sign, and Jupiter is in Gemini, Mercury's home sign. So they are in each other's homes, following each other's rules, and they're going to meet up 3 times because of Mercury's retrograde. So this is called mutual reception, where one affects the other and this one affects the other. And we got a retrograde. So what does this mean? How are we going to feel it? What can we expect starting out on the 18th? Well, Mercury direct, Sagittarius, expanding our mind, Jupiter and Gemini, narrowing in on the data, the facts, the information we've collected thus far. So as we're changing our mind, it's like, I learned this fact, I learned this thing in the past, but somehow the numbers don't add up. The math ain't mathing, the situations don't seem to make sense anymore. So therefore, if 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2 anymore, then I need to change my perspective. I need to change my belief. And so there's a lot of mental things going on. We're reprogramming our mind, and this is kind of where it's beginning. When these 2 planets meet up again in December, they're going to square Saturn. So we're having long-term mental changes going on. Communication, conversations, people learning about things, such a cerebral energy as we kick off this week. And then on top of that, the sun is going to trine Neptune from 29 degrees of Scorpio to 29 degrees of Pisces. What does this mean? Well, this is going to be an energy where Neptune, again, is from a higher conscious perspective. Neptune likes us to see things from a philosophical, spiritual perspective, and the sun is going to highlight that. From Scorpio, which is about being vulnerable, talking about our emotions, doing deep, intense healing. So there's going to be a lot of conversations with talk therapy, different types of communication around healing, solving problems. Like, it's going to be such an interesting energy for us to see the collective changing the way in which they are speaking to each other and showing up on social media and being more vulnerable and being more raw and being more authentic. So it's not a challenging energy by any means, but definitely can be life shifting on a mental space before it becomes an actual physical change. Then we move on to the 19th, where we have two astro weather events. The first one is Mercury trining Chiron, which again, we're talking about wounds that need to be healed. We're talking about pain points. We're having conversation around things that need addressing, sore spots, if you will, in society, in our life, in relationships, and all those things. And then the second one is one of our major transits of the year, where Pluto officially leaves Capricorn and moves into the zodiac energy of Aquarius. Officially now until 2044, for 20 years, Pluto is now going to journey through the Aquarius area of your chart. Once in a lifetime, Pluto will bring massive transformation to that area of your chart, helping you be reborn in that area. Super exciting, and it officially begins on the 19th. Then on the 21st, we have Scorpio season completely wrapping up, and the sun moves into Sagittarius. Now, the sun being in Sagittarius is usually a time where the fire in the sky is in the fire of Sagittarius. We become optimistic, we become joyful, we become adventurous, we want to explore, we want to expand, we want to get out of our comfort zones. But this year, this Sagittarius sun season is looking a little bit different because the planet that rules Sagittarius is Jupiter, and he is retrograde. So we got to be grateful. We got to go on small adventures. We got to be with people that make us feel good. So sun officially in Sagittarius, illuminating and highlighting the Sagittarius area of your chart. So focus in on that area for the next 30 days. And of course, as the sun moves into Sagittarius at 0 degrees, he will sextile Pluto at 0 degrees of Aquarius. This is a transit that will repeat every single year for the next 20 years. And this is the first year that that is happening. So this is an energy where the sun is going to activate Pluto to kick off transformation in the Aquarius area of our chart. And then we'll see that play out and repeat itself over every 20 years. So this is why I love having the Astrology Alchemy Journal, because you can ultimately journal based on the astrological weather events and then reflect back next year when the sun sextiles Pluto and be like, oh, what was happening last year in my life? This could be activated again and again and again for the next 20 years. So that is the purpose of this journal. It's not a calendar. It's a way for you to track, by answering the journal prompts, what's going on in your life, and then how can that repeat itself? Or how can you anticipate when that rolls around again for you to feel, and how it's going to activate you based on your unique chart. So anyways, let's keep moving on onto the 22nd. Venus is going to sextile Saturn. Sextiles are supportive energy. Venus is in Capricorn, Saturn's home sign. So this is really exciting because Saturn helps us anchor in. He's out of retrograde now. So he's saying, hey, have you created commitments in your relationships? Have you set boundaries in your relationships? Have you set boundaries with your money? Have you committed to creative projects that are going to benefit you financially for the long term and not just easy gain? And so it's a great supportive energy in these Venusian areas of our life, as Saturn is supporting that. So I love this day for all things Venus. And on the 23rd, at the end of the week, we have Mars trining the North Node. And this is activating the grand fire trine in the sky. Now, it's activated, but it's not technically official until later next week. But this means now the sun in Sagittarius, the North Node in Aries, and Mars in Leo, 3 fire signs, each containing 1 planet. We have this fire energy in a triangle saying, hey, it's time to be bold. It's time to follow your passion. It's time to activate the leader in you. Time to be more brave, be more optimistic, be more joyful, take action, initiate. When there is fire in the sky, you feel the fire. You cannot ignore fire. It attracts you, it is magnetic, but yet it can burn you. So we want to be cautious and careful as we end this week, as there's going to be a lot of fire in the sky. But I do love Mars trying the North Node, because the North Node is where our eyes on the prize should be. Main character energy, focusing on yourself, focusing on your needs, your wants, your desires. Mars rules Aries, right? So the North Node is in Mars's home. And so there's this mutual energy of like taking action, Mars, towards our passion, Leo, towards our destiny, North Node, of what we desire, the self, Aries. So I love this day. So take charge, do something you've been wanting to do for a really long time, put it on your calendar, focus on yourself, take yourself on a date. Like, this is all about you and being bold and brave and passionate on the 23rd. And then we end this week moving into the 4th and final week of November. And I've got good news. We're ending the month on a little calmer seas. Of course, we have a couple things still going on, but it's not nearly as wild as it has been. We are about to walk into that Mercury retrograde though. So let's get into it. The final week, the 4th week of November, what's in the stars from November 24th until the 30th, where we kick off the week on the 25th with Mercury retrograde kicking off at 22 degrees of Sagittarius and going all the way back to 6 degrees. So don't forget, if you have your 2024 Astrology Alchemy Journal, open up to that Mercury retrograde page, which is on page 81 and 82. Fill out your journal prompts, and then don't forget to fill them out a second time at the Mercury Cazimi point in December, and then when the retrograde is over for the third and final time, to see how you've learned the lesson and how you've changed because of the retrograde. So that is kicking off then on the 25th. Again, any travel plans, careful with your technology as it is in Sagittarius, which is long-term travel, any kind of tests or classwork or anything that you need to complete. Hopefully you've done it way in advance. Be careful with like finals if you're in school. It might be really hard for you to think as Mercury is retrograde during this season. So what's really important to understand is that as we move towards the end of the year, you're going to want to get all your mental tasks and your travel plans done far in advance, because now Mercury is going to be retrograde from the 25th till December 15th. And that's when a lot of people have finals or are traveling. So just expect wonky hiccups this year with that energy activated. Then on the 26th, we have the sun trining the North Node. So you can see the North Node is going to be very active at the end of the month. The sun is going to highlight and illuminate, again, the North Node, where our eyes should be on the prize of Aries, ourself, our dreams, our desires, the things, the goals that we want to accomplish. So the 26th is a day you're definitely going to want to focus on yourself. I know this is going into Thanksgiving week, so just, make sure you have some you time and you put your own oxygen mask on and you're not doing everything for everyone else. And we might get some lessons with the South Node of people we need to cut out of our life because they're not showing up in a way that supports us around the holidays. So just be cautious with that energy. On the 27th, we've got the sun trine Mars. So I do love this energy. This is, again, that grand fire trine being activated in the sky. Mars taking action, being bold, standing up for ourselves, being our own inner authority, sharing our talents or skills in the world, just shining a little bit brighter, putting your crown on and getting out there, dressing up, being a little dramatic. I love this day for all of those things. And then also later on the 27th, we've got Venus square Chiron. So remember this, around Thanksgiving, we've got relationships Venus, maybe activating some pain points of Chiron. So Thanksgiving might be a little rough when it comes to old familial wounds, triggers from childhood, Aries, under age of 7. Some of those itchy, ouchy spots might come to light in your relationships around that time. But luckily you are here so you understand the energy and what's going on, and you can prepare for it and make sense of it. And that's it. That is the final energy of the month of November. We've got nothing on the 28th, the 29th, or the 30th. The energy we just discussed for the end of this week is going to finish playing out. And then we move into December, a whole new month, whole new energy to talk about. But we've made it to the end of November. If you've made it this far in the video, thank you for spending your time with me. I do not take it for granted. If you notice in the comments section, when someone comments, I'm always responding. I love to connect with you all. Of course, I consider myself the relational astrologer for a reason, because I love building authentic relationships with people, connecting with you from all over the world, and welcoming you into our Astro family. If you want more content, dive in deeper, get your Astro weather forecast sent to your phone via Telegram every single morning. Come hop into the Astro Weather Telegram channel. We are only going to have our free 7-day subscription for just a little while longer as we've grown our group over there. And of course, you get all the new and the full moon ceremonies where we connect together on Zoom, vibe together under each new and full moon for free for being a part of the Telegram channel. So I hope to see you over there. I hope we get to connect more. Leave a comment, say hi, let me know you were here. And I'm going to end this video here and now so we can dive into the rising sign forecasts. Aries Risings, thank you so much for joining me for your November month ahead forecast. Your primary life coach, Mars, is the star of the show for the month ahead. He's obviously in that fight with Pluto. He ruled the full moon in Aries. So let me know in the comments right away how you're doing, how you're feeling. Don't forget your primary life coach is going to go retrograde next month. So he's gearing up to slow down by the end of November. So you're going to feel your chi, your stamina, your life force energy sinking a little bit. I know that's really hard for you, Aries Risings. So we got so much to discuss. We'll talk about the full moon, and so much more. And don't forget, when you're done with your rising sign forecast, you're going to go back to the planet by planet breakdown Find the timestamp for your primary life coach for even more details on what your ruler is up to for the month of November. So you grab your birth chart and let's
Aries
get into
Risings, you can see from the graph on the left that there is a lot going on this month. So I'm going to try to simplify it for you. As we start out the month of November, that is the screenshot you will see on the right-hand side of your screen. We start out the month with that new moon in Scorpio. That new moon is activating your 8th house. So Scorpio season with the new moon is a time for you to shine your energy, your sun, your spotlight upon 8th house topics in your life. So before we get to the 22nd sun season of Scorpio, you are going to look at your money, your finances. You're going to look at loans, debts, taxes, inheritances, all of those uncomfortable areas of life. This is the astrological time of the year where you are going to focus on those. So have those tough conversations in your business partnerships with your marriage partner, your roommates, people that you share money with. If people owe you money, maybe it's time to address that. The new moon is going to offer a new energy to start fresh in this area of your life, or to set an intention to improve this area of your life in one way or another. So if you're looking to attract in money from investors, or you're looking to improve your tax situation and attract maybe a CPA into your life, maybe you are wanting to attract some sort of financial resource to pay off a debt or loan. Those are beautiful intentions for you, Aries Risings, to set under that new moon energy. And of course, we are going to have at that new moon, Mercury here as well. So a lot more to discuss about that new moon. Make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell, because I will be putting out a completely separate video on that new moon. And you're going to want to deep dive right in on November 1st, how to tap into that new moon energy. So let's skip ahead a little bit to the full moon, which will be on the 15th of the month, where it's going to highlight and illuminate the Taurus area of your chart, also your money sector. So this month is a very financially focused month for you. When we get to that full moon, it's going to highlight and illuminate your income, your budgets, your material possessions, the things that you value and hold dear, and what do you need to shed and release. The Taurus full moon always asks us to let go of where we are over-consuming, over-hoarding, where we don't feel like we have enough. So maybe it might be a time you're going to purge your closet, you're going to sell that second car, some sort of financial thing that's been weighing you down, like subscriptions or things in your budget. So this is really a money month for you, something to pay attention to. And of course, I'll have a separate video on that full moon as well. Now, if you have your Astrology Alchemy journal from 2024, make sure you fill out your journal prompts for the new moon and the full moon, and you'll see the full moon, the ritual, deals a lot with finances. That's why I'm obsessed with creating the astrology journal for you every single year, because it's going to allow you to create memories of what is going on during some of these transits. So when they cycle back and happen again in 2025 and 2026, you can go back to the new moons or the full moons or the retrogrades right here, right now, and see what may be in store for you, as that cycle always repeats itself in astrology. So just a little reminder for you if you have that journal. If you don't, remember they're on sale in the description box below. The pre-sale is going to end on November 1st. So you get the discounted price. You'll find all that info in the description box. So let's keep moving on. Let's talk about your primary life coach this month, Mars. Mars is super active. Mars really took over the sky at the end of October, and he'll be so active all throughout November. Why? Because he's finally leaving Cancer, where he's been since September, and moving into Leo. And not only that, he's going to be opposite Pluto in the sky. So kind of having this fight, this temper tantrum, forcing us to pay attention to what Mars is saying as a life coach, to take action, to make a decision, to move forward, because he's about to gear up and go retrograde in December. Very important for you, my Aries risings, to understand this. Now, where you are a Mars-ruled person, so you like to take action, you like to move forward, you like to always be on the go, maybe your energy levels have been a little wonky the last 2 months, where Mars has been in the water energy of Cancer, right? Driving a little bit slower in the left lane because he might hydroplane. Now Mars is moving right at the beginning of the month into Leo. This is going to be huge because you're going to feel the fire. You're going to feel like all of a sudden you are motivated, you are driven, you're going to want to get out on the town. Leo loves to socialize. Leo loves to be dramatic. So you are going to love this energy. It's not going to last forever, because on December 6th, he is going to go retrograde again. So just soak up this energy. Now, he is opposite Pluto, so this is activating a shifting of energy for you, specifically from home and family, 4th house, making decisions, taking action in your 4th house. We're coming back to that in the retrograde. And Pluto having a 15-year journey in your career sector. This month on the 19th, Pluto is moving on, closing out a chapter. I want you to reflect back in the last 15 years. How have you transformed, grown, expanded, taken control, taken power over your reputation, your public persona, your career, etc.? On the 19th, Pluto officially moves into your 11th house, opening up the new 20-year chapter of transforming who you are in partnership with as far as friends, community, and tribe, the people you get along with. This is going to be a really exciting journey for you. And on top of that, your 11th house is your future, your dreams, your goals, your wishes, your desires. And you're about to Pluto P, take some power and motivate yourself to move forward in this area of your life. And I can't wait to see where this takes you, because when you have Pluto activating your 11th house, your future looks so different by the time that transit's done. And so that is something that is starting right here, right now. Take advantage of it. You're going to have this really exciting energy. Now let's kind of move on. We have a couple other things to quickly talk about. Of course, there's so much more that I cannot even cover in any of these singular videos. So this is where getting a one-on-one reading is super beneficial, because then we can look at your chart specifically and help you map out your year ahead, your month ahead, new moon, full moon, whatever you need from me as far as personalized attention. But when we're looking at Saturn this month, Saturn, remember, is coming out of retrograde. When he comes out of retrograde on the 15th, around that full moon, it's going to be important to recognize what lessons were you supposed to learn during his retrograde in your 12th house. So hopefully learning lessons around protecting your energetic health, your spiritual boundaries, making sure that you are getting out there in the world. And these are lessons around protecting your energetic health, focusing on your mental health, victim mindset, self-sabotage, all of these things, and getting disciplined in some of your spiritual practices. Now, we call him Lord Karma for a reason. So if you haven't learned these lessons yet, Lord Karma will serve you a couple punishments, but if you've mastered it, you get the rewards. So pay attention. That is ending on the 15th. You still have time to show tough love dad, life coach Saturn, that you learn those lessons. If you don't know what they are, you're still kind of confused about it, go back to my Saturn in retrograde video I posted back in June, and I go to your rising sign, I break that all down for you. And then I want to dive in a little bit to this Mercury-Jupiter opposition. This is happening in your wisdom houses, your mental houses. Jupiter in your 3rd house, Mercury in your 9th house. They're both going to be retrograde. So this is helping you reprogram your mind. Aries risings over November into December with these retrogrades active of Mercury and Jupiter. It is time for you to think different thoughts, to speak differently, to learn about things, expand your mind, expand your wisdom, expand your street smarts, get out there in the world, try new things, see, what is beyond the horizon of what you already know. This is about editing and deleting old thought patterns, information you've already learned, realizing it doesn't apply, changing your beliefs. Like, you're going to have a whole mental reprogramming that's going on, while, remember, the full and the new moon are going to be activating some of the financial areas of your life. And it's going to be very interconnected this month. And then lastly, let's just point out this orange triangle we have in the middle. The orange triangle represents the grand fire trine in the sky towards the end of the month. That grand fire trine symbolizes how you're going to feel that burst of energy in the areas of your life that you're going to feel inspired to fire, take action, be motivated, driven to pursue, where some of your interests may lie towards the end of the month and into December. We can see that it's interconnected between you, your 1st house, your 5th house, which is your creative passion projects, which brings you joy, which allows you to have so much fun, and your 9th house, which is about exploration, adventure. So at the end of the month, it's going to be so beautiful. Of course, it's going to be the Thanksgiving holiday and moving into, the other holiday season. So it's going to be an opportune time for you to really just play, have joy, be around people that make you feel comfortable, say yes to opportunities, and just doing some things that light you up. So as you can see, there is so much going on this month. We can't even cover it all. I would be sitting here recording for hours and hours. So what I would recommend you do from here forward is, number one, go back and listen to the timestamp in my planet by planet breakdown for your primary life coach. That is going to give an even broader overview of what your primary life coach is up to this month, give you specific dates to pay attention to. Then number two, make sure you are subscribed. You hit the notification bell so you can come back when I do the new moon and the full moon forecast, and this month, the Mercury retrograde forecast. That'll be really helpful to understand in greater detail. And I would definitely recommend, since we are getting to the end of the year, booking your 2025 astrology forecast reading. That is going to allow us to give you personal attention, to really look at your year ahead and see what's coming up, what areas of your life you need to focus your energy towards, different times of year for you to plan different things. You can ask questions. My clients absolutely love doing it at the end of the year. Now, don't forget, I will be ending readings on December 20th and won't be available again until January 20th as I'm going on holiday. So make sure you get in my calendar, link in the description box below. And of course, I would love to see you and connect with you more at my November Plan With Me Live that I'm going to be doing here right on YouTube. This is only the second one I've ever done. The first one, I was brave. I was scared shitless, but I showed up anyways. I will get the, beautiful software and all of that figured out, but I just want to be able to connect with you guys more and answer your astrology questions and help you plan the month ahead with your own personal calendar. So bring that to the Plan With Me, and also your own birth chart so you can see more even niche down what we just discussed today on that live. So I hope to see you then.
Thank you for allowing me to be your guide on this journey of using the tool of astrology to have better relationships. And my last reminder for you is that we have our last final moments of the pre-sale for the 2025 Astrology Alchemy Journal. It comes with a bunch of perks. You get a discounted offer and a discounted price. Not only do we have the physical copy available, but we also have the PDF version for those of you who live outside of the United States or don't want to pay for shipping and just want to download it on your computer. You can find the link to all of that in the description box. If you've never seen this journal or you have no idea why it would benefit you, give me 1 second to explain it. It is part interactive, part educational. It is not a planner, it's a journal. Journals are meant to create memories. They're meant to remind you of how you were feeling or what you were experiencing during certain moments of your life. And the certain moments are the astrological weather transits. So this journal has sun seasons, new and full moons, retrogrades, and major astrological transits. And for each one of those weather events, we've got journal prompts for you to fill out. So you can look back at your previous year and say, oh my gosh, when the sun was here last year, this is what I was going through because of how you answered the journal prompts. I also have bucket list items for things to do during each sun season. For each new and full moon, there's ritual ideas, the crystals, the herbs, the chakras that you can work with and work on during that lunation. Retrogrades come with do's and don'ts and extra journal prompts for you to fill out with. And because it's so educational, if you're still kind of new to astrology and trying to figure out how this actually impacts you and how you're going to experience the energy, this is so good for people just starting to understand the tool of astrology. But if you're advanced like I am, it's so great to have one journal to see where all the things happen in your life and how they impacted you. So head to the description box below, get your hands on a copy. Thank you again so much for being here. And I hope to see you at the Plan With Me video, connect with you more. I'm gonna send you so much love and light for the month of November. My Taurus risings, this is a relationship heavy month for you as Mercury, Venus, and the Sun have all been transiting through the zodiac energy of Scorpio, which is your 7th house of relationships, of partnerships. So if you feel like your relationships have really done some twists and turns, or you've been focusing your energy and your spotlight on the partnerships in your life, whether they're business or clients or romantic or your children or family members, that's because all this potent activity is rolling through your 7th house. Now, of course, we have the full moon in Taurus this month, which is going to highlight you, illuminate some parts of your identity that you're ready to shed and release and let go of. We've got so much more to discuss for you in the month ahead. So thank you so much for being here. Let me know in the comments before we begin how you're feeling, what's going on, and then grab your birth chart and let's dive in.
Taurus risings, you can see from this graph, we've got a lot to discuss with this month. There's no way we're going to be able to get into all of it, but I do want to give you a really good overview so you can understand what this month has in store for you. So we're going to really start out with the new and the full moon. The sun is in the zodiac energy of Scorpio as we enter into the month, and we'll be there all the way until the 22nd. Remember, the sun shines a spotlight on, it highlights, it illuminates, it helps you see clearly in a specific area of your life. And so we are looking at your relationships. This is a very relationship focused month for you, where you are going to focus at that new moon around setting new intentions about attracting people into your life that are going to benefit you long term. 7th house are people that you want to form a connection with. This is marriage, but it's also business partnerships, it's clients, it's friendships, it's people that you find value in and that you want to hold on to for a while. So maybe spending some time and energy, your light, your sun on these people that you already have in your life. And if you're looking for a new business partner, you want to attract in more friends, you're single and you want to get married soon, this is the time you can set those intentions around the new moon. We're going to have a completely separate video on that new moon, so definitely hit subscribe, hit that notification bell. I will get that out for you closer to the new moon time. But we will then, on the 15th of the month, halfway through November, have the full moon in Taurus. This is the full moon activating and illuminating and shedding a light upon your first house. So helping you see a part of you that you need to release and let go of. How have you been showing up in the world that you don't want to be seen that way anymore? So maybe it's like you're changing the way that you look, you're changing your hair, you're changing your social media platforms, like you're changing something so that the way in which people relate to you, 7th house where the sun's going to be, they relate to you differently because you appear differently. You show up and present differently. And so this is definitely going to be a time for you to release and let go of. If you have your 2024 Astrology Alchemy Journal, don't forget to fill out your journal prompts for that new and that full moon. Remember, the journal is to help you take note, take inventory, to write down with those journal prompts what is going on in your life at this time. Because remember, in astrology, everything cycles back. Next year, we're going to have another new moon in Scorpio and another full moon in Taurus. And you can go back to your journal this year and say, oh, that's what was going on last year. This is what's coming up this year. And you can reflect back. Remember, astrology happens in cycles. So that's what a lot of my clients absolutely love about buying that journal every single year. The 2025 one is already on sale. The pre-sale ends November 1st. So if you're catching this before November 1st, lucky you, you get it for the discounted price and all the perks. But go check that out in the description box below. Now let's keep moving on. We have so much more to talk about. Now I want to jump into your primary life coach, Venus. What is Venus up to this month as she teaches you the most lessons? Venus this month is moving from your 8th house into your 9th house. So she starts out the month in Sagittarius. Venus in Sagittarius teaches you, remember, Venus is your life coach, so you're always on a mission to learn how to make your life more beautiful, more pleasurable, attract abundance into your life, attract financial resources and relationships. These are all things that are important to you as a Venusian-ruled person. When she's in Sagittarius, she is doing this in a way in teaching you how to attract things by being adventurous, spontaneous, go with the flow, right? Sagittarius is all about exploration, trying new things, getting out of your comfort zone. So it's going to be a time for you when it comes to your finances to try something new. Maybe it's a new income opportunity. It is in your 8th house. So attracting assets and wealth to you by trying something new. This would be maybe trying crypto if you've never tried it before, maybe investing in something that you've never invested before. Maybe it's even having a tough conversation with your partner. 8th house is marriage partners and the money that you share between you and someone else, and having a conversation about what you would like to do with that money. This is making the 8th house area of your life more beautiful, paying off a debt, paying off a loan, attracting money in some unexpected way that can help you, pay your taxes. So I love this first part of the month for you. But then on November 11th, 11/11, my favorite day of the year, your primary life coach Venus is going to move into your 9th house. This is going to be in Capricorn. So now you're going to learn lessons on how to make your life more beautiful and pleasurable by implementing structure, implementing routines, building long-term success, long-term wealth when it comes to your finances and your relationships. But she's also going to ask you to pay attention to make your 9th house area of life more beautiful. This is planning travel adventures, looking at places you want to go, looking at what would be your ideal bucket list, like really kind of looking at opportunities that are going to allow you to expand your street smarts. So that's going to be a fun season for you as we get towards the end of the month. Now let's focus in on Mars and Pluto. We know both of these planets are major heavy hitters, especially around that new moon in Scorpio, and they're going to be very active in the sky over the next couple months. This month on the 3rd, Mars is going to move out of Cancer into Leo. Pluto on the 19th is going to officially move into your 10th house. So now we are going to be activating the 4th, 10th house axis. Super important time for you. I want you to pay attention towards the end of November. This is the beginning of a very important 20-year cycle for you. And it is activating the 10th house, your career, your purpose, your reputation, your legacy. In the next 20 years, you are going to stand in your power, Pluto power. You're going to transform the way in which the world sees you. Not everyone gets Pluto in their 10th house in their lifetime because Pluto takes about 15 to 20 years to go through one zodiac sign. If we are lucky in this lifetime, we will have Pluto in half of our chart. So to have Pluto in your 10th house, 20 years of really transforming and building success in your career. And it starts on the 19th of November. So again, journal that. That is the importance of having the Astrology Alchemy journal and filling out the journal prompts. And Mars directly opposite. Mars, as soon as he enters in on the 3rd into your 4th house, this is where you are going to feel motivated, driven to take action, to make decisions, to strategize. Mars, left lane, right? The masculine energy, exerting your power, your energy towards your home, your family, DIY projects, renovation, real estate, all 4th house areas of your life. Super exciting energy for you. Now let's shift gears and talk real quickly about Saturn. I just want to remind you that Saturn is coming out of retrograde on the 15th, the same day as the full moon, and he is going to be serving punishments or rewards depending on how well you learn the lesson of Lord Karma during his retrograde. For more information on that, make sure you go back and listen to the Saturn retrograde video I put up back in June. I will link it in the description box below. But essentially, you were to learn lessons, Saturn take responsibility, make commitments, get more disciplined when it comes to your tribe, your community, building a community, helping people in your community, and of course, your future, getting more disciplined towards what you want, your hopes, your dreams, your wishes, getting committed, laying a foundation for what you want, seeing the vision and holding it. Lots for that. Lots to talk about that kind of energy. Again, there is so much on a monthly basis to discuss when we do one of these videos, so I can't give you everything, or I'd be chit-chatting for hours and hours. That is where the benefit of a one-on-one session comes in. So if you're curious and interested of what 2025 has in store, we can deep dive in a one-on-one session. So let's move on. Jupiter and Mercury. Jupiter and Mercury are both going to be retrograde this month. Mercury kicking off his retrograde right before Thanksgiving. So don't forget the travel plans that you might have from November into December. It may get really wonky. You want to make sure your travel plans are set before the beginning of November. So Mercury retrograde in your 8th house, Jupiter retrograde in your 2nd house. These are your financial houses. So I want you to pay attention to your money this month. You may have to be going back over old debts, old taxes, old loans, old inheritances. You might have to go back and have more conversations with people related to these topics in your life. You might be talking in circles with your CPA, your business partner, your marriage partners, the banks, like taking out a loan of some sort. So money stuff definitely coming up. Be careful and cautious not to sign any contracts around money during that Mercury retrograde. We'll talk more about that in that separate video. Again, don't forget, Jupiter is retrograde in your money sector. If you are a Taurus Rising and you've had a reading with me in 2024, I prepared you for this because we talked about at the end of the year, your money opportunities are drying up. Go to the Jupiter retrograde video. That will be active this month, especially with Mercury opposite Jupiter. And lastly, that grand fire trine, the triangle you see in the middle of the chart there, that represents taking action, fire, bold, passion, intensity, moving forward in one of these areas of your life, and it will trickle over into the other areas. So we see your 12th house, your 4th house, and your 8th house all being activated by the grand fire trine. These are areas of life that are related to your connection with other people. 12th house is going to be your spiritual connection, your higher guidance, your angels, your spirit guides, all of those. And your 8th house is deep, intimate, taboo topics. There's a lot of healing potential here. And your 4th house is your family and your ancestry. So what I'm going to recommend for you, my Taurus risings, is at the end of the month, when this grand fire trine gets really potent in the sky, that you do some deep healing work. The 12th house is clearing karma, purging and releasing. The 4th house is your lineage, ancestral trauma. 8th house is fears, subconscious, your psyche. So some deep healing work at the end of the month is going to help you and launch you for some of these massive topics that we just talked about. You have relationship stuff going on this month. You have financial stuff going on this month. We're activating your 4th and your 10th house of home and family and career like never before. And then Saturn's coming out of retrograde to teach you lessons. So as you can see, there is so much going on this month. We can't even cover it all. I would be sitting here recording for hours and hours. So what I would recommend you do from here forward is, number one, go back and listen to the timestamp in my planet by planet breakdown for your primary life coach. That is going to give an even broader overview of what your primary life coach is up to this month, give you specific dates to pay attention to. Then number two, make sure you are subscribed. You hit the notification bell so you can come back when I do the new moon and the full moon forecast, and this month, the Mercury retrograde forecast. That'll be really helpful to understand in greater detail. And I would definitely recommend, since we are getting to the end of the year, booking your 2025 astrology forecast reading. That is going to allow us to give you personal attention, to really look at your year ahead and see what's coming up, what areas of your life you need to focus your energy towards, different times of year for you to plan different things. You can ask questions. My clients absolutely love doing it at the end of the year. Now, don't forget, I will be ending readings on December 20th and won't be available again until January 20th as I'm going on holiday. So make sure you get in my calendar, link in the description box below. And of course, I would love to see you and connect with you more at my November Plan With Me Live that I'm going to be doing here right on YouTube. This is only the second one I've ever done. The first one, I was brave. I was scared shitless, but I showed up anyways. I will get the, beautiful software and all of that figured out, but I just want to be able to connect with you guys more and answer your astrology questions and help you plan the month ahead with your own personal calendar. So bring that to the Plan With Me, and also your own birth chart so you can see more even niche down what we just discussed today on that live. So I hope to see you then.
Thank you for allowing me to be your guide on this journey of using the tool of astrology to have better relationships. And my last reminder for you is that we have our last final moments of the pre-sale for the 2025 Astrology Alchemy Journal. It comes with a bunch of perks. You get a discounted offer and a discounted price. Not only do we have the physical copy available, but we also have the PDF version for those of you who live outside of the United States or don't want to pay for shipping and just want to download it on your computer. You can find the link to all of that in the description box. If you've never seen this journal or you have no idea why it would benefit you, give me 1 second to explain it. It is part interactive, part educational. It is not a planner, it's a journal. Journals are meant to create memories. They're meant to remind you of how you were feeling or what you were experiencing during certain moments of your life. And the certain moments are the astrological weather transits. So this journal has sun seasons, new and full moons, retrogrades, and major astrological transits. And for each one of those weather events, we've got journal prompts for you to fill out. So you can look back at your previous year and say, oh my gosh, when the sun was here last year, this is what I was going through because of how you answered the journal prompts. I also have bucket list items for things to do during each sun season. For each new and full moon, there's ritual ideas, the crystals, the herbs, the chakras that you can work with and work on during that lunation. Retrogrades come with do's and don'ts and extra journal prompts for you to fill out with. And because it's so educational, if you're still kind of new to astrology and trying to figure out how this actually impacts you and how you're going to experience the energy, this is so good for people just starting to understand the tool of astrology. But if you're advanced like I am, it's so great to have one journal to see where all the things happen in your life and how they impacted you. So head to the description box below, get your hands on a copy. Thank you again so much for being here. And I hope to see you at the Plan With Me video, connect with you more. I'm going to send you so much love and light for the month of November. My Gemini Risings, we got so much going on here for you when it comes to relationships, as you're going to have Mercury spending an extra amount of time in Sagittarius, your 7th house. So there's going to be a lot of conversations necessary around the partnerships and the people in your life that you connect with. And of course, you've got Jupiter retrograding in your 1st house now, helping you revamp and revive your identity in some way. So there's a lot of relationship stuff for us to discuss this month. Of course, we got all the scorpionic energy, the full moon in Taurus, and so much more. So we'll be breaking all of that down. Let me know before we start, how are you feeling? Hop into the comments, tell me what's been going on with you, and then grab your birth chart and let's dive in.
So my Gemini risings, as we get started, we can see here from the chart on the left, there is a lot going on in the month of November. So we are going to break it all down. The chart on the right indicates the map of the sky at the moment we begin November on November 1st. We kick off the month with a new moon in Scorpio. We are entering into the month in Scorpio Sun season, remembering that wherever the sun is in the sky at any given moment within your birth chart, highlights, shines a spotlight upon, and indicates where you should be shining your own energy, your own light into your chart, into your life. So we are talking about the 6th house area of your life. This is your health, wellness, day-to-day habits, your routines. What do you do from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed? How do you operate throughout your day? And so with this being the sun season of Scorpio, indicating this is the time of year in the astrological year for you to look at your routines. How do you, sleep at night? Looking at your supplements, looking at your diet, looking at your workout plans, looking at your work-life balance. What kind of work do you do? Do you work from home? all of these areas of life are going to be addressed, and especially your health. So this is the time to make your doctor's appointments, do all the things you need to do in the 6th house space of your life. Now, at the new moon on the 1st of November, we are going to start the month with setting new intentions, creating new habits, new rituals, new ways in which you need to operate. And again, this would be the perfect time for you to revamp your supplement routine, your workout programs, or even in partnership with people that you relate with on a daily basis. So this could be a new therapist, a new personal trainer, new coworkers, new people at work, just making sure that your day-to-day is functioning optimally. Now, halfway through the month, we're going to have the full moon in Taurus on the 15th, and that is going to highlight and illuminate your 12th house. So at that full moon, we are going from the 6th house of your physical reality, your physical day-to-day, and the 12th house, which is everything behind the scenes that affects your day-to-day. So we're looking at your mental health, your energetic health. We're looking at your spiritual practices. We're looking at your emotions. And that full moon could be extremely emotional for you. It'll highlight what is below the surface, what is the program that is running in the background in your life. What is the story you're telling yourself? How are you protecting your energetic health? What are your spiritual practices, your spiritual beliefs? Like, do you need to work on some of these things? This can be a very karmic full moon for you as well, where you're shedding and releasing and letting go of things in a major way, because it is a full moon out of your 12th house. So closing chapters, releasing and letting go. So very powerful lunations for you this month, my Gemini risings. Then I love to discuss your primary life coach, which is going to be Mercury. Mercury this month is about to go retrograde. Now, Gemini risings, since you are ruled by Mercury, you are not unfamiliar with the energy of a Mercury retrograde. You actually learn how to deal with this throughout your entire life. However, this month, Mercury is going to retrograde and spend an extra amount of time because of his retrograde in your relationship house. You can see him here in your 7th house. He will activate your 7th house right at the beginning of the month and will be here almost till 2025. What does this mean? Well, your 7th house is relationships that tie you to another person. So that could be romantic, it could be business, it could be clients, it could be friends, it could be even some open enemies. It is time to Mercury speak, communicate, express, ask questions, connect with people. So you may be having a lot of conversations that you're going back over with people. Let's say in your marriage, you've been working through some things and it seems like everything is solved, and then Mercury goes retrograde on the 25th and those conversations come right back. Or you're needing more clarity, you're needing more understanding. Maybe it's with clients, you're working through something with them, and then it seems like you've made a lot of progress, and then all of a sudden they're coming back and needing more answers or more information. So lots of conversations necessary. Your mind will be in partnerships, and we can see that it is opposite Jupiter in your 1st house. So this opposition where Jupiter's retrograde and Mercury will be retrograde will be active at the end of November all the way until December. This is your relationship axis of your life. Jupiter is helping you expand who you are, your identity, what you desire out of life, how you are growing, how you are evolving. And that therefore impacts how people see you or how people relate to you. So there's a lot going on with these. What I would recommend is hit the subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and come back and listen to the Mercury retrograde video that I'm going to put up, especially for your rising sign, as you are mercurial ruled. I can't go into all of it in this video, but just know that is coming up, and that will help you really understand what questions to ask in relationships, how to work through different identity challenges that might be coming up. You can also go back and listen to the Jupiter retrograde video. I already put that up. That might be really helpful. And of course, don't forget to fill out your journal prompts for the new moon, the full moon, and that Jupiter retrograde in your Astrology Alchemy journal. If you have the 2024 edition, I always like to give reminders to go fill out those journal prompts. It gives you an opportunity to reflect on and answer those questions so that when the retrograde ends, you know the lessons that you've learned because you're answering the journal prompts differently. And for the new and full moons, those repeat every single year. So some of my clients love that next year when the full moon in Taurus comes around, they can reflect back in their journal for 2025 and see how they answer the journal prompts and what was going on in their life, because a lot of the astrology repeats its cycles. So with that, let's keep moving on. Lots more to discuss. We've got Mars this month finally leaving Cancer. He's been there since September, and he's now moving into your 3rd house. He will come back to your money house when we get to the end of 2024 into 2025. However, this month he is moving into your 3rd house, while Pluto opposite in the sky is going to be moving into your 9th house on the 19th. Big shifting energy for you. Once Mars moves into your 3rd house on the 3rd, you are going to take action, make decisions, strategize, exert energy outwards. Mars tells us as a life coach where to exert our energy. Pluto tells us where to step into our power, to take control. And so you are going to take power, 9th house, in your street smarts, education, learning things, your beliefs, your spiritual practices. The 9th house is like street smarts. What you gain by living life, being spontaneous, saying yes, traveling, checking things off your bucket list. This is a chapter that's beginning for the next 20 years of your life. And it starts this month. How freaking exciting. And so you're going to transform through travel, through retreats, through education, through just saying yes to life. And Mars this month is saying take some action in 3rd house topics. Listening to podcasts, publishing, sharing information, teaching information, writing a book, connecting with people, networking with people, traveling locally, building a community. So there's going to be a lot of mental stuff going on for you this month, especially with your primary life coach going retrograde as well. So pay attention to that. I do want to bring up Saturn really quickly this month. Saturn is coming out of retrograde. So pay attention around the 15th, yes, around the full moon. Saturn, we call him Lord Karma for a reason. He's going to serve out his rewards and his punishments when he comes out of retrograde. So hopefully you've mastered the Saturn lessons in your 10th house, creating more discipline around your career, maybe even getting recommitted to a career path, getting more discipline when it comes to your career, or maybe even deciding that you don't enjoy the career you're in and it's time to build a new foundation. I have a whole Saturn retrograde video. You have until the 15th to still work on these lessons and teach our tough love dad that you've got this, you know what you're doing. So go back and watch that video. I posted it back in June. And then lastly, we see this little orange triangle. I just want to point that out really quickly. At the end of the month, we are going to have a grand fire trine. This essentially means that one area of your chart, fire sign, is going to move energy and affect the other fire areas of your chart. So we see here it is going to be from your 11th house to your 7th house to your 3rd house. These are all areas of your life that are connected to other people. Your 11th house is community, friendships, tribe. Your 7th house is people that you are deeply, intimately connected with. And your 3rd house is your siblings, your neighbors, people that you network with. When we get to the end of the month, when you meet new people, they could become your best friend. Meeting a neighbor could lead you to a new tribe or a new community. Connecting with your siblings might be really good too. I want you to really be in community, be in tribe, get out there and meet people. This will help you as Mercury is retrograding and you're having a lot of conversations and you're mentally trying to work things out in partnerships with people. So as you can see, there is so much going on this month. We can't even cover it all. I would be sitting here recording for hours and hours. So what I would recommend you do from here forward is number one, go back and listen to the timestamp in my planet by planet breakdown for your primary life coach. That is going to give an even broader overview of what your primary life coach is up to this month, give you specific dates to pay attention to. Then number two, make sure you are subscribed, you hit the notification bell so you can come back when I do the new moon and the full moon forecast, and this month, the Mercury retrograde forecast. That'll be really helpful to understand in greater detail. And I would definitely recommend, since we are getting to the end of the year, booking your 2025 astrology forecast reading. That is going to allow us to give you personal attention to really look at your year ahead and see what's coming up, what areas of your life you need to focus your energy towards, different times of year for you to plan different things. You can ask questions. My clients absolutely love doing it at the end of the year. Now, don't forget, I will be ending readings on December 20th and won't be available again until January 20th as I'm going on holiday. So make sure you get in my calendar, link in the description box below. And of course, I would love to see you and connect with you more at my November Plan With Me Live that I'm going to be doing here right on YouTube. This is only the second one I've ever done. The first one, you know, I was brave. I was scared shitless, but I showed up anyways. I will get the, beautiful software and all of that figured out, but I just want to be able to connect with you guys more and answer your astrology questions and help you plan the month ahead with your own personal calendar. So bring that to the plan with me, and also your own birth chart so you can see more even niche down what we just discussed today on that live. So I hope to see you then.
Thank you for allowing me to be your guide on this journey of using the tool of astrology to have better relationships. And my last reminder for you is that we have our last final moments of the pre-sale for the 2025 Astrology Alchemy Journal. It comes with a bunch of perks. You get a discounted offer and a discounted price. Not only do we have the physical copy available, but we also have the PDF version for those of you who live outside of the United States or don't want to pay for shipping and just want to download it on your computer. You can find the link to all of that in the description box. If you've never seen this journal or you have no idea why it would benefit you, give me 1 second to explain it. It is part interactive, part educational. It is not a planner, it's a journal. Journals are meant to create memories. They're meant to remind you of how you were feeling or what you were experiencing during certain moments of your life. And the certain moments are the astrological weather transits. So this journal has sun seasons, new and full moons, retrogrades, and major astrological transits. And for each one of those weather events, we've got journal prompts for you to fill out. So you can look back at your previous year and say, oh my gosh, when the sun was here last year, this is what I was going through because of how you answered the journal prompts. I also have bucket list items for things to do during each sun season. For each new and full moon, there's ritual ideas, the crystals, the herbs, the chakras that you can work with and work on during that lunation. Retrogrades come with do's and don'ts and extra journal prompts for you to fill out with. And because it's so educational, if you're still kind of new to astrology and trying to figure out how this actually impacts you and how you're going to experience the energy, this is so good for people just starting to understand the tool of astrology. But if you're advanced like I am, it's so great to have one journal to see where all the things happen in your life and how they impacted you. So head to the description box below, get your hands on a copy. Thank you again so much for being here. And I hope to see you at the Plan With Me video, connect with you more. I'm gonna send you so much love and light for the month of November. Cancer risings, you're getting a little break for a second as Mars has been rocking and rolling and hanging out in your first house. We've been talking about that here on this channel. And now Mars has moved out in Leo for just a short amount of time before he comes back in 2025. So enjoy this change. Now Mars is in your financial sector, so it's time to make some move in your money area of life. Also trusting and knowing that Mars will retrograde, so some of the decisions you make, you might have to go back and tweak a little bit. We're also going to start having some planets move into your 7th house with Venus starting the parade, and then the Sun, and eventually Mercury after he's done with his retrograde. This is going to highlight and activate your 7th house of partnerships, so we can definitely dive into that conversation. Of course, all the Scorpionic energy this month is going to also be activating the Grand Water Trine, so you'll be feeling that and so much more. So I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for joining me. Let me know how you're feeling before we dive in the comments below, and then grab your birth chart and let's dive in.
Cancer risings, you can see from the chart on the left, there is a lot going on this month, so we have so much to break down for you. And the chart on the right represents what the sky looks like on November 1st as we enter into the month. And so as we can see, the new moon is kicking off on the 1st of November. The new moon indicates where we set new intentions, where we have opportunities for new beginnings. You are ruled by the moon, so it's so important to understand what the new and the full moon is calling you towards, my Cancer risings, all the time. However, in November, as we are kicking off the month with this energy, it allows us to have this fresh new start, especially for you. And the sun is in Scorpio. The sun indicates where we are to shine our own light into our life based on our chart. So you are meant in the 5th house area of your life to shine a spotlight. The sun is illuminating it, allowing you to pay attention to it and see it clearly So this is the time for you to focus your energy on creative passion projects. The fifth house, I call it the fun house. So what do you like to do for fun? Where you can get lost in time, where you're in the present moment. This deals with romance, like going on dates and meeting new people and having so much excitement in your life. It also deals with the house of hobbies, entertainment, games. So going to concerts, going to the movies, starting a new hobby like pickleball or yoga or golfing or something like that. It is also the house of entrepreneurship, right? That creative passion project of creating something, birthing something into life. And because it's also the house of birthing, it is the house of your children. So as we enter into November, all the way until the 22nd, you are going to be shining your light on this area of your life. And the new moon on the 1st is giving you an opportunity to ultimately set a new intention or call something in this area of your life. Now we get to the 15th, halfway through the month, we're going to have a full moon in Taurus. Because you're ruled by the moon, it's super important to understand this energy for you. The full moon is going to highlight or shine a spotlight on your 11th house. This is your area of life of community, tribe, friends, the people that you connect with, like-minded people. And it's also your future. What are your hopes and dreams and wishes and aspirations? What are you looking forward to? That full moon is about releasing and letting go of things that don't serve you so that you can get towards your future. You can take those steps forward. So around that full moon, it might be time for you to reflect on friendships and people in your life and say, you know what? It's time for me to fade those friendships out. Or maybe I need to stop going to those events with those people because I'm changing who I am and I'm adjusting. We're going to get to Mars in a second, but Mars is helping you make decisions and move forward and take action around the new version of yourself that you are creating during this cycle. So the full moon is going to ask you to let go of the people that are holding you back from stepping into your future version, your future self, going for your dreams. And of course, we know that the full moon is going to be the time when Saturn comes out of retrograde on the same day, on the 15th. This is important to understand because Saturn, we call him Lord Karma. When he ends his retrograde, karma is served, rewards or punishments. And this is a lesson that you've been hopefully learning since June when he entered into retrograde. You have until the 15th, so if you're still unclear of what this is and what you should be doing to show our tough love dad that you've got it down pat, go back to my Saturn retrograde video. I posted in June. Listen for your rising sign, and that will help you. But ultimately, Saturn wants you to be responsible, to be committed, to be disciplined, to create strong, solid foundations in the 9th house area of your life. So this is about being committed to your beliefs, to your perspective, to your view on life, and hold strong in those. Or maybe you realize that what you believe or your philosophy on life needs a good revamp. It needs a change. And so you're going back to school and you're reading a lot of books and you're exploring and you're asking questions or you've hired a mentor. All great things with this Saturn retrograde. Also, it may be getting out of your comfort zone, traveling to another country, going on a retreat. All of these things Saturn is asking you to do while he journeys through your 9th house. And this month, karma is served. Now, don't forget, if you have your astrology alchemy journal, you want to go fill out your journal prompts for the new moon, the full moon, and that Saturn retrograde. The journal prompts are designed in my journal to ultimately help you take inventory of what is going on in your life through each. My astrology journal is ultimately designed to help you take inventory, to take note of what is going on in your life during these transits, because they're all cycles and they repeat themselves. So next year when we have a new moon in Scorpio or a full moon in Taurus, you can reflect back to 2024 and see what was going on in your life and then anticipate what might be repeating or what might come up again. Same thing with our retrograde pages. You want to fill those prompts out 3 separate times. So hopefully you filled it out when Saturn went retrograde in June, and now you're going to fill it out again as his retrograde ends on the 15th. And you're going to be able to reflect back and see how your answer to the journal prompt changes as you've learned the lesson of that planet's retrograde. So that's what the purpose of that journal is. And of course, you're going to learn so much. It's part interactive. Anyways, we've got a lot more to talk about, so let's keep moving on. As we're talking about retrogrades, this month we're going to have a Mercury retrograde. That's going to kick off on the 25th over the Thanksgiving holiday, so it's important to take note of any travel plans that might go wonky around that time. And directly opposite in the sky, Jupiter will also be retrograde. This is happening in your wellness zones of your life. Mercury retrograding in your 6th house means that when he enters into Sagittarius at the beginning of November, all the way until 2025, your mind, your Mercury, is to focus on your health, your wellness, your daily habits, your routines, your work-life balance. What do you do from the minute you wake up to the minute you go to bed? And how does that create more wellness in your life? Mercury is going to retrograde, so it's going back over your supplement routine, going back over your diet, going back to the doctor, going back and creating appointments that you need to make, going back to a therapist, like having a lot of conversations, Mercury, around this area of your life. And Jupiter is teaching you lessons around the parts of your health that aren't easily seen. Your mental health affects your physical health, right? Your emotional health affects your physical health. Your spiritual practices, your spiritual beliefs, your energetic body, your auras, your chakras, all affect your physical health. And we can see this green line connecting your 6th and your 12th house. They are opposite to one another and are both going to have retrograding planets. And these retrograding planets are about learning, understanding, gaining more experience, gaining more wisdom. So as we get to the end of November and even into December, there's a lot for you to expand and explore when it comes to your mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical body. So retreats or workshops or books or podcasts on these topics are going to be extremely helpful for you. And some of this could affect the people you want to surround yourself with, the full moon in Taurus, right? Shedding and releasing people that are toxic for you or don't have similar hobbies and you pick up a new hobby. Maybe it's yoga. Maybe it's going to sound bowl healings. Lots of changes here in store for you. And then Saturn, of course, is saying, hey, have we been committed to what we believe in, right? In your 9th house space. So a lot going on for you Cancer risings, of course. Let's wrap it up with Mars and Pluto. Major month as Mars moves into your 2nd house. He will come back to your 1st house of the self. But now, as of the 3rd of November, Mars tells us where, as a life coach, to exert our energy. You are going to want to take action, make decisions, get in the left lane of the financial area of your life. Now, he's going to retrograde, so whatever decisions you make, you may have to come back to them later in 2025. However, now's the time that we start taking action. Look at your budget, create a second income, sell some material possessions, acquire a new material possession. Anything around your money and your budget and your financial health needs some attention with Mars entering here. And directly opposite in the sky, you're going to have Pluto entering into your 8th house of shared money. This is going to kickstart on the 19th of November, a 20-year cycle where you are Pluto, going to step into your own power and transform your finances, your debt, your loans, your taxes, your inheritances, the money you share with your marital spouse. We're looking at the taboo topics of your life that are uncomfortable to talk about. And now Pluto's coming in and saying, no more fear around the unknown, no more fear. We got to handle money like a boss, Pluto. And we may need to transform our financial world in a big way. And it's getting started in November of 2024. So it's really exciting. The last thing I want to share, my Cancer risings, is we see this big orange triangle in the middle of the chart that indicates the grand fire trine that we're going to have in the sky towards the end of November. And that means we are going to ultimately see that the 10th house, the 2nd house, and the 6th house area of your life are all going to be impacted by one another. What's exciting about this energy is your 10th house is your career. Your 2nd house is how you make money. Your 6th house is how you operate in your day-to-day life when it comes to your work balance. So as you can see, there is so much going on this month. We can't even cover it all. I would be sitting here recording for hours and hours. So what I would recommend you do from here forward is, number one, go back and listen to the timestamp in my planet by planet breakdown for your primary life coach. That is going to give an even broader overview of what your primary life coach is up to this month, give you specific dates to pay attention to. Then number two, make sure you are subscribed. You hit the notification bell so you can come back when I do the new moon and the full moon forecast, and this month, the Mercury retrograde forecast. That'll be really helpful to understand in greater detail. And I would definitely recommend, since we are getting to the end of the year, booking your 2025 astrology forecast reading. That is going to allow us to give you personal attention to really look at your year ahead and see what's coming up, what areas of your life you need to focus your energy towards, different times of year for you to plan different things. You can ask questions. My clients absolutely love doing it at the end of the year. Now, don't forget, I will be ending readings on December 20th and won't be available again until January 20th as I'm going on holiday. So make sure you get in my calendar, link in the description box below. And of course, I would love to see you and connect with you more at my November Plan With Me Live that I'm going to be doing here right on YouTube. This is only the second one I've ever done. The first one, I was brave. I was scared shitless, but I showed up anyways. I will get the, beautiful software and all of that figured out, but I just want to be able to connect with you guys more and answer your astrology questions and help you plan the month ahead with your own personal calendar. So bring that to the Plan With Me, and also your own birth chart so you can see more even niche down what we just discussed today on that live. So I hope to see you then.
Thank you for allowing me to be your guide on this journey of using the tool of astrology to have better relationships. And my last reminder for you is that we have our last final moments of the pre-sale for the 2025 Astrology Alchemy Journal. It comes with a bunch of perks. You get a discounted offer and a discounted price. Not only do we have the physical copy available, but we also have the PDF version for those of you who live outside of the United States or don't want to pay for shipping and just want to download it on your computer. You can find the link to all of that in the description box. If you've never seen this journal or you have no idea why it would benefit you, give me 1 second to explain it. It is part interactive, part educational. It is not a planner, it's a journal. Journals are meant to create memories. They're meant to remind you of how you were feeling or what you were experiencing during certain moments of your life. And the certain moments are the astrological weather transits. So this journal has sun seasons, new and full moons, retrogrades, and major astrological transits. And for each one of those weather events, we've got journal prompts for you to fill out. So you can look back at your previous year and say, oh my gosh, when the sun was here last year, this is what I was going through because of how you answered the journal prompts. I also have bucket list items for things to do during each sun season. For each new and full moon, there's ritual ideas, the crystals, the herbs, the chakras that you can work with and work on during that lunation. Retrogrades come with do's and don'ts and extra journal prompts for you to fill out with. And because it's so educational, if you're still kind of new to astrology and trying to figure out how this actually impacts you and how you're going to experience the energy, this is so good for people just starting to understand the tool of astrology. But if you're advanced like I am, it's so great to have one journal to see where all the things happen in your life and how they impacted you. So head to the description box below, get your hands on a copy. Thank you again so much for being here. And I hope to see you at the Plan With Me video, connect with you more. I'm going to send you so much love and light for the month of November. My Leo risings, this month you officially have Mars coming into your first house. This is really exciting for you because Mars is going to bring the chi, the fire, the passion, the stamina to your first house, which is your physical body, your physical vessel. Before he goes retrograde next month, you are going to have a month of feeling super energized, physically fit. This brings some chi back into your life to accomplish some goals. And this is really soothing, especially because Mars has been rocking through your 12th house, helping you end cycles, clear things out of your life. So that it could have been very challenging. Of course, we've got a lot to discuss this month. Pluto is moving into your 7th house of relationships. So we'll break that down for the upcoming 20-year cycle. Scorpio energy, hot and heavy this month, and the full moon in Taurus. So we have so much to get into. Let me know before we dive in, how you feeling? What's going on in your world as we move into November? And then grab your birth chart and let's dive in.
As you can see, my Leo risings, we have so much to discuss for this month. The chart on the left, I break it all down. We're going to walk through it bit by bit. The chart on the right is a screenshot of the sky on November 1st as we enter into the month. So first and foremost, you are ruled by the sun. And so it's always important to pay attention to where the sun is for you. That is not only going to shine a spotlight on somewhere in your chart, an area of life for you to focus on throughout the 12 months of the astrological year, but it also shows you, Leo rising, where you are increasing your light in the world. How you are showing up, how you are shining is under the influence of where the sun is in the sky. What I mean by that is as we enter into November, we are in Scorpio Sun season. So you are shining and radiating and working through your day-to-day life under the influence of Scorpio, being passionate, being intense, being investigative. wanting to talk maybe about more taboo topics, helping people express their fears, express their vulnerability. You're able to go deep with people. You're able to read through, what someone's not saying, and maybe even just a little bit more intuitive, my Leo rising. So Scorpio sun season is a fun time for you. It is also when we have the new moon in Scorpio, which kicks off November right on the 1st. That new moon in Scorpio is going to be activating your 4th house. So as we are in Scorpio sun season until November 22nd, you are meant to shine your light, your energy, your sun into 4th house areas of your life. Home, family, property, real estate, your lineage, your ancestors, childhood things that are coming up right now. This is the time for you to focus in on that area of your life. Does your home need a renovation project? Are you in the process of selling your home, downsizing your home, cleaning your home? Do you need to make time to spend with family? Do you need to be home more often? Are you wanting to cook more or sew or start some sort of project or work from home? All of these things could be coming up during Scorpio sun season for you. Now, the new moon is an opportune time to call in fresh new energy into this area of your life, allowing you to ultimately decide, do I want to move to a new location? Do I want to be working from home? What new renovation would I like to do in my home? What new energy would I like to infuse in my family? Do we need to start a chore chart? Do we need to start a family reunion? What is the holidays going to look like with family? All these things might be coming up for you, Leo risings. Then halfway through the month on the 15th, we get to the full moon in Taurus. And because you are ruled by the sun and the sun highlights the moon, that full moon is going to be illuminating the 10th house space of your life and what needs to be released and let go of that doesn't serve you. The 10th house is your career, your reputation, what you're known for in the world, the title you're called. Are you called mom? Are you called the boss? Are you called, the financial analyst? Are you the astrologer? Like, what is your title? What do people know you as? And are you shedding and releasing one of these versions of yourself and letting go so you can start something new? So as we can see, just from the new and the full moon alone, your relation. So as we can see from the full and the new moon alone, it is activating a major area of your chart. Home and family and career are pretty big, important areas of our life. Now, sticking with the sun for just a second, when we get to the 22nd, the sun, your ruling planet, is going to move into the 5th house of Capricorn. At that point, you change and shift the way in which you shine and show up in the world. The energy you radiate will be more Sagittarius, which is so fun. You love that energy as it's a sister fire sign to you. So this is about being adventurous, spontaneous, saying yes, being passionate, being bold. Like, it is such a fun energy. I call it like the playboy, the gypsier, the wanderer of the zodiac. And that is going to become you, my Leo risings, after the 22nd of November. Now, let's move on a little bit. Let's get into Mercury and Jupiter. Mercury is going to enter his retrograde on the 25th, but he will already be in your 5th house of Sagittarius at the beginning of the month. This means that he's spending an extra amount of time helping you, Mercury, mind, think about, speak about, communicate about, gather information about your 5th house area of life for an extended amount of time, all the way till almost 2025. So for the rest of the year, you are going to be finding some information out and speaking with people connected to your hobbies, what you like to do for fun. The 5th house is the fun house. Once the sun gets there after the 22nd, this is the area of life where you're going to shine your energy, your spotlight upon. So getting going on any kind of creative passion projects, spending time with your children, working with children in some way, nourishing your own inner child and doing things that light you up, that are so freaking fun, that keep you in the present moment. Is it scrapbooking? Is it going to yoga? Is it going to concerts? Is it going to plays? Like, what do you love to do? If you're an entrepreneur, this is going to be a time where you're going to have to speak a lot about your business, learn information about your business, shine a spotlight on your business. And of course, it's the house of romance and dating. So you may be having a lot of conversations with people, and with the Mercury retrograde, going back over those conversations, circling back in some way. Not an opportune time for you to sign contracts in your business during this Mercury retrograde, but we will talk so much more about that in my upcoming Mercury retrograde video. So make sure you subscribe, hit that notification bell, because I will have a full new moon breakdown for you, full moon breakdown, a Mercury retrograde breakdown, and so much more. So I'd love to have you join me for that. Now, across the sky, Jupiter will be retrograde. He already started October 9th, retrograding through your 11th house. So he expanded you. He brought gifts and blessing and abundance to your 11th house, new friends, new community, new tribe, meeting people that help teach you things, that expand you and help you step closer to your future. The 11th house is your future, your dreams, your wishes, your aspirations. And maybe since May, you've expanded in this area of your life and now it's dried up because Jupiter is retrograde. There's a lot more to discuss on that. You can go to my Jupiter retrograde video and I break it down in depth. But know that this month, after the 25th, we will have Mercury retrograde opposite Jupiter retrograde and into December. You're ultimately going to notice that there is a lot of reflection, a lot of newness in the way that you think about your fun, who you like to have fun with, what brings you joy, what people allow you to be your inner child and just have such a good time. And those are the people you want to spend time with. So you might shift and change some of the people you relate to or you are in community and tribe with so that you can have more fun in your life. Something to pay attention to. Then we get to Saturn. Saturn will end his retrograde this month on the 15th. So hopefully you've learned your Saturn lesson. I call him our tough love dad because he is here to teach us lessons. And as Lord Karma, he will give you punishments or rewards when he comes out of retrograde. So hopefully you've learned those. If you haven't, you can go back to my Saturn retrograde video. You have until the 15th to show our tough love dad that you got it. You know what you're doing. So go check that out. I posted that back in June. And as he ends his retrograde for you, you're ultimately hopefully learning these lessons around your financial health. Debts, loans, taxes, inheritances, money that ties you to other people, where you invest your money, how people invest in you like clients or your spouse or a business partner. Who are people that you share money with? It could be a roommate. Could it be your wills or trusts that you need to write and that kind of scares you to write? You know, the 8th house is taboo topics. It's things that make us uncomfortable. And these are areas of your life that Saturn is like, oh, it's time to lay a foundation here. It's time to get disciplined. It's time to get committed to those uncomfortable things. But this is the time in your life we've got to lay those foundations. It also deals with your intimacy and your ability to be vulnerable, your sex life. It deals with your fears and your traumas. So hopefully you've done some healing and you're getting more comfortable talking about money in your marriage or relationship. You're getting more comfortable investing your money or paying off loans, all of these things. And there's so much more to talk about, of course, with this energy. Now, a little reminder, don't forget if you have your 2024 Astrology Alchemy Journal that you fill out your journal prompt for Saturn's retrograde ending. Hopefully you filled it out when he entered into retrograde back in June, and now you're going to repeat that exact same journal prompt again as the retrograde is ending. The way I design my journal is that when you fill out the same journal prompt at the beginning and the end of a retrograde, you notice how you're answering it differently because you've learned the lesson of that planet. And also you have your full and new moon journal prompts. Go fill those out. You have your moon rituals there and so much more. So just wanted to give you that reminder. Now let's move on. We still have more to talk about. Mars at the beginning of the month on the 3rd is going to leave your 12th house and move into your 1st house, Leo, meaning ultimately now Mars is coming into your 1st house, your physical body, your physical vessel. Remember, your 1st house is the vehicle your soul embodies to drive around Earth School in. So your physical form. And now Mars is coming to bring chi and vitality and energy to you. This is such an exciting energy because you're going to feel so invigorated. You're going to have so much energy. You're going to want to get so many things done. Pay attention because then Mars will eventually retrograde back into Cancer in January of 2025. So you got a good month and a half where you just feel supercharged, wanting to get all these things done. Also find healthy ways to let your energy out. And then across the sky, Pluto will be entering into your 7th house for a 20-year cycle. When you see Pluto, I want you to think P, power, standing in your power, transforming things, releasing fears. This is going to be around partnerships, marriage, relationships of all sorts, business collaborations, deep, intimate friendships. You are going to, in 20 years, transform the way in which you relate to other people, the people you are in relationship with. And even if you stay married for the next 20 years, that marriage is going to change so much as Pluto transits through your 7th house. We only get Pluto if we are lucky in half of our birth chart. So not everyone gets Pluto in their 7th house. And it is your turn, Leo Rising, starting out this month for the next 20 years. And there's going to be so much more to talk about when it comes to this Pluto in your 7th house. And with so many other transits, I could talk on and on and on, but that's where getting a personal reading is really helpful to see what planets you have in your 7th house or in any of the areas of life that are being affected by the current astrology. But we could talk more about that later. And then the last thing I want to highlight real quickly is that orange triangle in the middle of your chart. That represents our grand fire trine that we are going to have at the end of the month. A trine indicates where one energy picks up in one area of your chart can roll over and affect the other areas, the other fire signs in your chart. And so with Mars activating your 1st house of your physical vessel, the 9th house where the North Node is going to be, and then we have Mercury and the Sun in the 5th house. These are areas of life that relate to you and how you show up in the world. The 1st house is, our rising sign. And the energy we give off on first impression. The 9th house is the wisdom, the street smarts, the experience that we gain through driving around Earth School and where we take our vehicle, where we take our vessel, where we take our physical body and what we learn along the journey. And the 5th house is having fun while we do it. So as we get to the end of the month, I want you to embrace that. I want you to say yes. I want you to be spontaneous. I want you to take your energy and your vitality and your chi that you gain from Mars and go say yes to some things. It could lead you to your destiny, it could lead you to an opportunity as the North Node is still in your 9th house for 1.5 more months. And then we also have the Sun highlighting where you can just be passionate and have some fun and tap into your inner child. And that's how we're going to end the month for you. So much going on this month. We can't even cover it all. I would be sitting here recording for hours and hours. So what I would recommend you do from here forward is, number one, go back and listen to the timestamp in my planet by planet breakdown for your primary life coach. That is going to give an even broader overview of what your primary life coach is up to this month, give you specific dates to pay attention to. Then number two, make sure you are subscribed, you hit the notification bell so you can come back when I do the new moon and the full moon forecast, and this month, the Mercury retrograde forecast. That'll be really helpful to understand in greater detail. And I would definitely recommend, since we are getting to the end of the year, booking your 2025 astrology forecast reading. That is going to allow us to give you personal attention to really look at your year ahead and see what's coming up, what areas of your life you need to focus your energy towards, different times of year for you to plan different things. You can ask questions. My clients absolutely love doing it at the end of the year. Now, don't forget, I will be ending readings on December 20th and won't be available again until January 20th as I'm going on holiday. So make sure you get in my calendar, link in the description box below. And of course, I would love to see you and connect with you more at my November Plan With Me Live that I'm going to be doing here right on YouTube. This is only the second one I've ever done. The first one, I was brave. I was scared shitless, but I showed up anyways. I will get the, beautiful software and all of that figured out, but I just want to be able to connect with you guys more and answer your astrology questions and help you plan the month ahead with your own personal calendar. So bring that to the Plan With Me, and also your own birth chart so you can see more even niche down what we just discussed today on that live. So I hope to see you then.
Thank you for allowing me to be your guide on this journey of using the tool of astrology to have better relationships. And my last reminder for you is that we have our last final moments of the pre-sale for the 2025 Astrology Alchemy Journal. It comes with a bunch of perks. You get a discounted offer and a discounted price. Not only do we have the physical copy available, but we also have the PDF version for those of you who live outside of the United States or don't want to pay for shipping and just want to download it on your computer. You can find the link to all of that in the description box. If you've never seen this journal or you have no idea why it would benefit you, give me 1 second to explain it. It is part interactive, part educational. It is not a planner, it's a journal. Journals are meant to create memories. They're meant to remind you of how you were feeling or what you were experiencing during certain moments of your life. And the certain moments are the astrological weather transits. So this journal has sun seasons, new and full moons, retrogrades, and major astrological transits. And for each one of those weather events, we've got journal prompts for you to fill out. So you can look back at your previous year and say, oh my gosh, when the sun was here last year, this is what I was going through, because of how you answered the journal prompts. I also have bucket list items for things to do during each sun season. For each new and full moon, there's ritual ideas, the crystals, the herbs, the chakras that you can work with and work on during that lunation. Retrogrades come with do's and don'ts and extra journal prompts for you to fill out with. And because it's so educational, if you're still kind of new to astrology and trying to figure out how this actually impacts you and how you're going to experience the energy, this is so good for people just starting to understand the tool of astrology. But if you're advanced like I am, it's so great to have one journal to see where all the things happen in your life and how they impacted you. So head to the description box below, get your hands on a copy. Thank you again so much for being here. And I hope to see you at the Plan With Me video, connect with you more. I'm gonna send you so much love and light for the month of November. My Virgo risings, how are you doing? I'm so grateful to have you here. We've got a lot to discuss. Of course, your 7th house of relationships is so active with Saturn coming out of retrograde. So hopefully you've learned some lessons when it comes to your partnerships. Hopefully you figured out who in your life you want to commit to, that you have some boundaries set in place with. So we got a lot to discuss just when it comes to your relationships, but also we've got all the scorpionic energy, the full moon in Taurus, Mercury gearing up for retrograde. There's going to be a lot to discuss in today's video. So let me know in the comments below how you're feeling as we go into the month ahead, and then grab your birth chart and let's dive in.
Virgo risings, as we get into it, you can see here on the left that we have so much to talk about. November is a very wild month, and the chart on the right indicates where all the planets are in the sky on November 1st as we step into the month. So as you can see here, we kick off the month with a new moon in Scorpio in your 3rd house. We enter into the month during Scorpio Sun season. Now remember, wherever the sun is in your chart at any given point of time indicates where you should be shining your light. The sun is illuminating, it's creating vitality. It is allowing you to see that area of your life so clearly. And this month, you get to start it off with a new moon, calling in new things. This is your 3rd house space. So you are looking at your siblings. We are looking at people that you connect with, networking groups, your neighbors. We're looking at what you're learning. This is like the mental house, right? Who are you speaking with? Who are you traveling to see? What are you learning? How are you learning? What podcasts are you listening to? What courses have you signed up for? What are you teaching other people? Are you writing a book? Are you starting a podcast? What wisdom or knowledge do you have to share out in the world? And so you should be focusing in on this area of your life with the sun highlighting it until November 22nd. And then we leave and enter into Sagittarius season, where the sun will enter into your 4th house. Now, with this new moon kicking off the month, it gives you an opportunity to call in new, fresh energy into this area of your life. Set new intentions. Are you wanting to start a new program or coursework? Are you wanting to speak or teach or express something out into the world to share your story? Are you wanting to set some travel plans in place to go see your siblings or to go on an adventure or take a vacation? Are you maybe wanting to host a Friendsgiving with your neighbors? This is all the things that we can call into motion with the new moon energy. Now, halfway through the month, we're going to have that full moon in Taurus on the 15th. This full moon is going to illuminate your 9th house space and ask you to release and let go of the things that don't serve you or aren't working around your 9th house. This is your area of life that deals with your belief systems, a perspective that you have, some wisdom that you've gained so far. And you're like, you know what? Actually, that is not really what I believe anymore. And actually, I kind of see the world in a different way. And actually, this philosophy that I've lived my life by is not applicable. I've changed, I've grown, I've adapted. The 9th house also deals with mentors. So maybe you've been working with a mentor, and at this full moon, it's time to release and let go of that relationship. It's not serving anymore because you've kind of outgrown the master. The 9th house also deals with like your bucket list and traveling and experiencing the world, getting out of your comfort zone, going beyond the horizon. So this would be a time maybe with the full moon of saying, okay, this is a place I thought I wanted to go to. I don't want to go there anymore. I now want to go do something else. You're kind of switching gears. So I love this energy with the new and the full moon here this month. This is going to be a very mental, perspective shifting month where you're going to learn new things. You're going to change your beliefs. You're going to learn more things. You're going to change your belief, and then you might teach them to the world in some way or another. So I love this energy to kickstart the month for you. And then also don't forget on the 15th, when we have that full moon, Saturn is coming out of retrograde. And this is really important for everyone to understand because we call Saturn Lord Karma, and he will serve his karma, rewards or punishments when he comes out of retrograde. So on the 15th, hopefully you've mastered the Saturn lesson. If you haven't, you can go back to the Saturn retrograde video I posted back in June, get caught up. You have 15 days before his retrograde retrograde ends. But remember, he always wants you to take responsibility, to be disciplined, to be committed, to have a strong foundation. And this has been in your relationship sector. So you've been maybe learning lots of lessons about who you want to be in partnership with, long-term Saturn, how you need to be committed to the people in your life that you connect energetically with, friendship, business partners, clients, people you collaborate with, right? Creating a stronger foundation in some of those relationships, being more compassionate, empathetic in those relationships. It is Pisces after all, right? And so much more that we could talk about in a one-on-one reading. So don't forget Saturn's lessons. He will be here all the way till 2026. Also, this is your reminder, if you have the 2024 Astrology Alchemy Journal, you're going to want to pull it out. You're going to want to fill out those Saturn retrograde journal prompts again. You filled them out when you entered into retrograde back in June and July. You want to write down your answers again. The second time helps you reflect back and see how much you've changed in the way in which you answer these journal prompts. That is the true purpose of me creating that journal every single year. So you can see at different astrological weather events like full moons and new moons and retrogrades, how you're answering these questions. So when these cycles repeat, you see how much you've grown. And for example, under a new moon, like the new moon in Scorpio, when you answer those journal prompts, and then next year the new moon in Scorpio comes around, you can reflect back to 2024 and see what was going on in your life to indicate what newness, new moon, might be coming in next year. So a lot of my clients absolutely love the retrograde journal for that. So just your reminder, fill out your retrograde prompts again. Moving on, we still have a lot to talk about. As long as we're on the topic of retrogrades, let's talk about Mercury's. Mercury is your primary life coach, so it's important to understand what he is up to. And of course, you are not unfamiliar with a Mercury retrograde as it impacts you 3 to 4 times a year, the most as a Virgo rising. Mercury will enter into Sagittarius at the beginning of the month. He will ultimately be here all the way until 2025. So for the rest of the year, your mind, Mercury, speaking, expressing, communicating, learning, sharing, connecting with others, is in the 4th house area of your life. That is home and family. So are you speaking, learning, talking about real estate, your property, your home? Are you learning how to do a renovation project? Are you going to be signing contracts when it comes to your home? Are you having conversations with your family about where you might want to live, or maybe chore charts, or connecting with family on the phone a lot more? There's going to be a lot of mercurial communication and conversation necessary, especially as he retrogrades and forces you to go back over some of those conversations to gain more clarity, to gain more information. If you're trying to sell your house, maybe you are having to get more data and information. Maybe you're signing contracts around it. So much more to discuss about that. I don't want to go too much into it here, as I'm going to have a completely separate video on that Mercury retrograde. So make sure you hit subscribe, hit that notification bell, so when I put it up, you can jump right in and work with this Mercury retrograde energy. And of course, I'll have a video for the new and the full moon and so much more. So you're definitely going to want to stick around and hang out with us here in the Astro family. And of course, opposite in the sky, Jupiter is retrograding already. This means since May, Jupiter entered in and expanded you around career, your reputation, your job, your title. Maybe you got a promotion. Maybe you changed industries. Maybe you've expanded what you offer to the world, right? Your public persona or your legacy in some way. And now that's drying up. That Jupiter retrograde is saying no more expansion, no more growth, no more gifts here. You got to work with what I've already given you. I talk a lot about that in that Jupiter retrograde video, so go back and refresh. But just know this is a month where there's going to be a lot of mental growth, mental conversation, learning a lot of things around home and family, and that might affect your career, or things or conversations are happening in your career that are ultimately affecting where you live or your family. So pay attention to that. Another major thing happening this month is Mars is officially leaving Cancer, where he's been since September, and entering into your 12th house. He won't be here long because he's going to retrograde, but now Mars tells us as a life coach where to exert our energy. And he's telling you to exert your energy now in 12th house topics of your life. This is the mental, emotional, spiritual, energetic spaces of your life. What is behind the scenes? So working on your mental health, working on your emotional health, working on your energetic body, cutting cords, going on retreats, doing spiritual practices, going back to church, having more prayer, having more meditation, focusing your energy on what's behind the scenes that's affecting the rest of your life. A lot more that we can talk about on that. Of course, I could go on and on and on in all of these videos, and that's where a personal reading comes in really handy because I can guide you intimately and very specifically based on your chart. But that is the major theme here. Now, Pluto, on the other hand, is moving into your 6th house for a 20-year journey. When you see Pluto, I want you to think P, power, where you are going to step into your power, where you're going to transform, where you're going to grow in major ways. Now, Pluto only visits, if we are lucky in our lifetime, 5 to 6 areas of our chart. So maybe half the chart. Not everyone gets Pluto in their 6th house. And so this is going to start a chapter for you where you are going to get stronger and stand in your power when it comes to your day-to-day habits, your wellness, your routines. You're going to hopefully transform your health in some massive way in the next 20 years. And the way in which you take care of yourself and your overall well-being. So I love this journey. I love that it's starting for you right here, right now in November of 2024. And lastly, I want to talk about this orange triangle that we have in the middle of the graph here. That symbolizes the grand fire trine that is going to be active in the sky towards the end of November. Fire trines, fire is passion, intensity, boldness, bravery, taking action, right? Moving forward in some way. Fire is hot and it moves. And when we have a trine, it means that one area of your life is going to spill over and affect the others. So we see this trine being from your 4th house of home and family to 8th house, shared finances, shared resources with people, maybe your marriage partner or people that you lived with, or debts or loans on your home. And the 12th house is things behind the scenes that need cleansing, clearing, purging, releasing. So towards the end of the month, there might be some old debts or loans that you're paying off. You're selling your home and paying it off. Or maybe you're working on healing some ancestral trauma because the 12th house is karma and clearing karma. 4th house is ancestry and lineage. And the 8th house is fears or psyche or the things below the surface as well that we need to process and transform. So there's some massive potential for healing at the end of the month as well. So much going on this month. We can't even cover it all. I would be sitting here recording for hours and hours. So what I would recommend you do from here forward is, number one, go back and listen to the timestamp in my planet by planet breakdown for your primary life coach. That is going to give an even broader overview of what your primary life coach is up to this month, give you specific dates to pay attention to. Then number two, make sure you are subscribed. You hit the notification bell so you can come back when I do the new moon and the full moon forecast, and this month, the Mercury retrograde forecast. That'll be really helpful to understand in greater detail. And I would definitely recommend, since we are getting to the end of the year, booking your 2025 astrology forecast reading. That is going to allow us to give you personal attention to really look at your year ahead and see what's coming up, what areas of your life you need to focus your energy towards, different times of year for you to plan different things. You can ask questions. My clients absolutely love doing it at the end of the year. Now, don't forget, I will be ending readings on December 20th and won't be available again until January 20th as I'm going on holiday. So make sure you get in my calendar, link in the description box below. And of course, I would love to see you and connect with you more at my November Plan With Me Live that I'm going to be doing here right on YouTube. This is only the second one I've ever done. The first one, I was brave. I was scared shitless, but I showed up anyways. I will get the, beautiful software and all of that figured out, but I just want to be able to connect with you guys more and answer your astrology questions and help you plan the month ahead with your own personal calendar. So bring that to the Plan With Me, and also your own birth chart so you can see more even niche down what we just discussed today on that live. So I hope to see you then. Thank you for allowing me to be your guide on this journey of using the tool of astrology to have better relationships. And my last reminder for you is that we have our last final moments of the pre-sale for the 2025 Astrology Alchemy Journal. It comes with a bunch of perks. You get a discounted offer and a discounted price. Not only do we have the physical copy available, but we also have the PDF version for those of you who live outside of the United States or don't want to pay for shipping and just want to download it on your computer. You can find the link to all of that in the description box. If you've never seen this journal or you have no idea why it would benefit you, give me 1 second to explain it. It is part interactive, part educational. It is not a planner, it's a journal. Journals are meant to create memories. They're meant to remind you of how you were feeling or what you were experiencing during certain moments of your life. And the certain moments are the astrological weather transits. So this journal has sun seasons, new and full moons, retrogrades, and major astrological transits. And for each one of those weather events, we've got journal prompts for you to fill out. So you can look back
at your previous year and say, oh my gosh, when the sun was here last year, this is what I was going through because of how you answered the journal prompts. I also have bucket list items for things to do during each sun season. For each new and full moon, there's ritual ideas, the crystals, the herbs, the chakras that you can work with and work on during that lunation. Retrogrades come with do's and don'ts and extra journal prompts for you to fill out with. And because it's so educational, if you're still kind of new to astrology and trying to figure out how this actually impacts you and how you're going to experience the energy, this is so good for people just starting to understand the tool of astrology. But if you're advanced like I am, it's so great to have one journal to see where all the things happen in your life and how they impacted you. So head to the description box below, get your hands on a copy. Thank you again so much for being here. And I hope to see you at the Plan With Me video, connect with you more. I'm gonna send you so much love and light for the month of November. My Libra risings, how are you feeling now that the sun has moved out of your first house? The new moon solar eclipse rocked and rolled you in the month of October. Luckily in November, we're gonna have a complete vibe shift energy. I know that your relationships maybe got some twists and turns, some epiphanies, some changes, or things that you've decided to move forward in when it comes to your partnerships in the month of October. November is going to bring a shift of energy. Of course, we've got a lot of scorpionic stuff going on with the full moon in Taurus as well. We've got Mercury retrograde, Jupiter retrograde, and so much more to discuss. So let me know how you're feeling. Pop into the comments below and then grab your birth chart and let's dive in.
As you can see, there is so much going on in the month of November. So let's start breaking it down. The graph on the left is going to highlight the areas of life that are being impacted by each planet. We're going to go through it one by one. And the chart on the right indicates where all the planets are in the sky as we enter into the month of November. So November 1st. As we can see here, we're kicking off the month with a new moon in Scorpio. We are entering into November during Scorpio Sun season, where the sun highlights and illuminates. It shines a spotlight on, for you specifically, the second house area of your life. This is going to be a very financial month for you, so we'll talk a lot about that. But ultimately, when the sun is in your second house during Scorpio season, every single year, you are meant to shine your energy, your light upon your money, your income, your budget, your material possessions, the things that you value, the things that you hold dear, and look at them, and you're going to see them clearly and focus your energy on them. And of course, we're kicking off the month with the possibility of new, fresh energy in the financial area of your life. The new moon in Scorpio every year is your money new moon of the year, where you can call in new opportunities for new income, a second stream of income, new assets, new resources, new ways in which to make money or spend money, or what you want to buy with your money. So I love the Scorpio new moon for you every single year. So pay attention to what's coming up right at the beginning of the month. And that sun is going to highlight this area of your life all the way until November 22nd, where it will enter into Sagittarius and highlight your third house area of life. Now, halfway through the month, we're going to have that full moon in Taurus that is happening on the 15th. That full moon is going to highlight and illuminate your 8th house, opposite the second, still a financial area of our life, but it's money instead of money that we make ourselves or what we possess or what we own. It's money that we share with other people. The 8th house is shared assets. So debts, loans that you owe to other people or that people owe to you, money you share in your marriage, your partnerships with roommates. Also deals with loans around material possessions that you want to acquire, like a new piece of property or in business. It deals with taxes and inheritances. Think of anything that is super uncomfortable in your life to talk about, especially at a dining room table with strangers. Yeah, that's what this full moon is going to be highlighting and illuminating and forcing you to face and address, to see it under the darkness. And so just pay attention to what's coming up around that time. You might be releasing and letting go of debt, releasing and changing and shifting the way in which you relate to other people financially. It might also highlight some healing or fears that are coming up that need to be addressed. So pay attention around that full moon. Speaking of the full moon, however, on the 15th, we also have Saturn coming out of retrograde. Saturn is Lord Karma. When he comes out of retrograde, he is dishing out the karma, rewards or punishments, depending on the lessons we learn from our tough love dad. So make sure you still have time to master some of those lessons and teach your tough love dad Saturn that you got it under control. If you need help understanding what those are more in depth, you can head to my Saturn retrograde video. I did that back in June. I'll link it in the description box as well for you. But ultimately, Saturn wants you to take commitments, responsibilities, and to be disciplined, to lay strong, solid foundations in the area of life that he's transiting through. And that has been your 6th house. So hopefully you've been getting your health in check When Saturn's in our 6th house, he literally will force you to get healthy, to get into supplement routines, to work out, to nourish your body, to check in on your work-life balance. Your physical vessel needs some discipline, some commitment around it. So hopefully you've been learning this lesson, because my Libra risings, I do not want to see Saturn punish you for what you have not worked on during his retrograde. And I want to remind you to go to your 2024 Astrology Alchemy Journal and fill out your journal prompts for Saturn when his retrograde ends. You filled them out hopefully when his retrograde began back in June, and now you're going to fill out the same journal prompt again. The way I designed that journal was to ultimately help you see that by answering the same question a second time, you can reflect back to how much you've grown, how much you've learned during that planet's retrograde. And of course, go back and don't forget to fill out the journal prompts for the new moon and the full moon. There's rituals in there as well for you to perform under those 2 lunations, and so much more information. I could go on and on about the journal and how much it's helped my clients, but we got a lot else to discuss. So let's keep going as we're talking about retrogrades. Mercury is also going retrograde this month on the 25th. And so you want to make sure you get your travel plans done in time before Mercury hits his pre-shadow on the 7th. But on the 7th, he will be in this Sagittarius area of your life, ultimately till the end of the year. And Mercury is your mind. So what you're thinking about, what you're expressing, what you're communicating, who you're communicating with, what you're learning is 3rd house areas of your life. And Mercury loves being here because this is like the mental area of our life. This is listening to podcasts and reading books. It is writing your own book. It is teaching. It is going to school. It is learning all of these things. Now, I do want to mention Libra Rising, if you are in school and you have to take finals or take tests, Mercury's retrograde is going to be until December 15th. So if you have a final or a test after that date, it won't be so bad. But if you're doing any of these mental mercurial things for school specifically during his retrograde, it may be a little bit more challenging. Your mind may be a little bit more mushy. So just pay attention to that, as well as Mercury's going to retrograde here. I'll talk so much more about that in my Mercury retrograde video that I'll be uploading. So make sure you hit subscribe, hit the notification bell so you come back right away and learn more about this Mercury retrograde. And of course, I'll have a separate video on the new and the full moon where we'll do way more deep dive for you, my Libra risings. But let's get into your primary life coach, Venus. So what is she up to this month? Venus is always teaching you how to attract and magnetize and bring more beauty into your life. You are Venusian ruled, so you always want life to feel beautiful and pleasurable and balanced and harmonious. And she's teaching you how to do that and where to do it in your life based on the house and the zodiac energy she is currently in. So as we kick off the month, she is in Sagittarius, attracting and magnetizing things into your 3rd house. So meeting new neighbors, going on trips, opportune times to travel to places, having more conversations with your siblings, learning something really cool from a podcast. Like those are all things where you might find more beauty in your life through 3rd house topics. However, on 11/11, November 11th, my favorite day of the year, Venus is going to enter into Capricorn. For the rest of the month, you are going to magnetize and attract and make your life more beautiful when it comes to your home and your family. I love this for you. This gives you an opportune time to DIY something in your home, to clean up your home, to decorate your home, to nestle in your home. And it's Capricorn, so long-term changes, long-term beautification. So finally getting to that renovation project, finally getting to installing cabinets in your kitchen that you've really wanted for a really long time. So I love that we're going to do some improvement in design and beautification of your home, and really spending time with your family is going to be beautiful after November 11th. Now let's go back to Jupiter. We see Jupiter opposite Mercury. He is already retrograde. Like I said, there's a lot of retrograde stuff going on this month. So I'm happy to talk to you about it and help you navigate all of it. Jupiter being retrograde in your 9th house means that he is not given any more gifts here. He's dried up and you have to find gratitude. You got to work with what you got. The 9th house deals with our beliefs, our philosophy, our wisdom, our knowledge, what we've learned by already living life, by saying yes to life, by expanding out of your comfort zone. And so maybe there was an opportunity to travel, or to hire a mentor, or to go do something on your bucket list. And now Jupiter is like, yeah, we're not going to do any more newness of that. We got to go check some things off the list that have been on there for a while. We've been wanting to go on this retreat. We need to go on the retreat. We've been wanting to go explore the new coffee shop. We need to go to the new coffee shop. There's not going to be any newness. We got to go and do the things we've already said that we're going to do. So I love this energy for you, and you might change some of your beliefs as Jupiter and Mercury are in your mental houses. I call the third house your lower conscious mind, like the data and the facts and the books and the podcasts that you listen to. And the ninth house is your higher conscious mind, mentors, wisdom, experience, street smarts. You got 2 planets retrograding through your lower and higher conscious mind. So by the end of November and into December, you are going to be reprogramming the way that you think, the way that you speak, the way that you learn, what you like to learn about. Like, you're going to change very much mentally in the upcoming months. So I love that for you. Then we have Mars officially moving into Leo. The third of the month, big deal, because Mars as a life coach tells us where to exert our energy. Right? It's our masculine. So where to invest our time, to strategize, to make decisions, to move that area of life forward. And he has not been here for 2 years. So the 11th house area of your life is where you're going to start taking some action. Remember, he's going to go retrograde. So he's going to go back into your 10th house. But this month, you are now going to expand and go meet new people, get together with tribe, hang out with your friends, invest money here, also on your goals, your dreams, your wishes. The 11th house is your future, so time to strategize how you're going to get to those big goals as Mars enters into your 11th house. Directly opposite in the sky, Pluto is going to enter into your 5th house, starting a 20-year chapter. What a huge deal, because now Pluto is going to give you the power in your 5th house area of life, where you're able to transform and change over the course of the next 20 years. Your 5th house deals with your fun, joy, pleasure, tapping into your creativity, passion projects of sorts, hobbies, games, entertainment, going to concerts, doing fun things. It is the house of birthing things, bringing energy to light. So it even deals with children. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this plays out for you in the next 20 years. It will be ever so subtly, but Pluto definitely helps you stand in your power. Now, if you're an entrepreneur, this is going to be a fantastic energy, as Pluto is going to surge you with control and force to move your business forward. If you've been looking to date, this could be an energy where you meet someone, you start dating them, and you transform through that dating process, and you end up being with them for the next 20 years. This is such a great energy. It starts right here, right now in November of 2024. And the last thing I want to talk about is that orange triangle that we have in the middle of your chart. That symbolizes the grand fire trine that is going to be active in the sky at the end of the month. Fire trines allow us to take the fire energy of boldness, intensity, passion, bravery, and put it into one of these areas of our life, and it will spill over and flow into the other areas of our life. And for you, we can see here that it is connecting your 11th house of friendship, community, and tribe to your 7th house, which is intimate one-on-one partnerships, and your 3rd house, which is your social network, people that you learn from, people that you teach in some way. So this energy could play out in many different ways. Let me give you an example. Let's say that you start teaching a course or class that ultimately leads to you building a community or tribe of like-minded people, and through that community, you eventually meet someone that you end up marrying because you have similar hobbies or something like that. That is one way it could play out. There's another way where maybe, for example, you have a really good friend and that friend introduces you to other people that you vibe with, and then therefore you learn a lot from. So many ways that this grand fire trine could be affecting your life. So pay attention at the end of the month as this energy gets really potent. So much going on this month. We can't even cover it all. I would be sitting here recording for hours and hours. So what I would recommend you do from here forward is, number one, go back and listen to the timestamp in my planet by planet breakdown for your primary life coach. That is going to give an even broader overview of what your primary life coach is up to this month, give you specific dates to pay attention to. Then number two, make sure you are subscribed. You hit the notification bell so you can come back when I do the new moon and the full moon forecast, and this month, the Mercury retrograde forecast. That'll be really helpful to understand in greater detail. And I would definitely recommend, since we are getting to the end of the year, booking your 2025 astrology forecast reading. That is going to allow us to give you personal attention to really look at your year ahead and see what's coming up, what areas of your life you need to focus your energy towards, different times of year for you to plan different things. You can ask questions. My clients absolutely love doing it at the end of the year. Now, don't forget, I will be ending readings on December 20th and won't be available again until January 20th as I'm going on holiday. So make sure you get in my calendar, link in the description box below. And of course, I would love to see you and connect with you more at my November Plan With Me Live that I'm going to be doing here right on YouTube. This is only the second one I've ever done. The first one, I was brave. I was scared shitless, but I showed up anyways. I will get the, beautiful software and all of that figured out, but I just want to be able to connect with you guys more and answer your astrology questions and help you plan the month ahead with your own personal calendar. So bring that to the plan with me, and also your own birth chart so you can see more even niche down what we just discussed today on that live. So I hope to see you then.
Thank you for allowing me to be your guide on this journey of using the tool of astrology to have better relationships. And my last reminder for you is that we have our last final moments of the pre-sale for the 2025 Astrology Alchemy Journal. It comes with a bunch of perks. You get a discounted offer and a discounted price. Not only do we have the physical copy available, but we also have the PDF version for those of you who live outside of the United States or don't want to pay for shipping and just want to download it on your computer. You can find the link to all of that in the description box. If you've never seen this journal or you have no idea why it would benefit you, give me 1 second to explain it. It is part interactive, part educational. It is not a planner, it's a journal. Journals are meant to create memories. They're meant to remind you of how you were feeling or what you were experiencing during certain moments of your life. And the certain moments are the astrological weather transits. So this journal has sun seasons, new and full moons, retrogrades, and major astrological transits. And for each one of those weather events, we've got journal prompts for you to fill out. So you can look back at your previous year and say, oh my gosh, when the sun was here last year, this is what I was going through because of how you answered the journal prompts. I also have bucket list items for things to do during each sun season. For each new and full moon, there's ritual ideas, the crystals, the herbs, the chakras that you can work with and work on during that lunation. Retrogrades come with do's and don'ts and extra journal prompts for you to fill out with. And because it's so educational, if you're still kind of new to astrology and trying to figure out how this actually impacts you and how you're going to experience the energy, this is so good for people just starting to understand the tool of astrology. But if you're advanced like I am, it's so great to have one journal to see where all the things happen in your life and how they impacted you. So head to the description box below, get your hands on a copy. Thank you again so much for being here. And I hope to see you at the Plan With Me video, connect with you more. I'm going to send you so much love and light for the month of November. Scorpio Risings, this is a month for the books for you. Not only is it Scorpio Sun season where you get all the sun highlighting who you are, your identity, being seen and praised and recognized in the world for all of your talents. We got that new moon to kick the month off with, and then a full moon in Taurus, which is going to light up your relationship sector. So there's definitely some relationship things that are coming up this month. We'll break it all down with Uranus in your 7th house. Now the full moon highlighting and illuminating some of this energy. And of course, we've got Mars switching into your career sector. So it's time to go for some of those career goals and to pay attention because the retrograde is coming in hot next month. We got a lot to break down. So let me know as we start out, how are you feeling as we move into November? How is the full moon on the 1st treating you if you're catching this after that time frame? And then once you do that, grab your birth chart and let's dive in.
Scorpio Risings, this is the month that you were made for. Your primary life coaches are going so active. As we look at this chart on the left, that is representing what all the planets are up to, and we're going to break it down one by one. The chart on the right symbolizes where all the planets are in the sky as we move into the month of November on November 1st. The first thing we can see here is we have the sun in Scorpio. This is your astrological new year, new you beginning as the sun shines a spotlight on, highlights, and illuminates everything about you. This is your time to glow up. You are magnetized. You are shining bright. You are being noticed by other people. The sun says, hey, shine and light your internal spotlight upon yourself, your dreams, your hopes, your wishes, your desires. This is your glow up season, Scorpio Rising. And on top of that, we kick off the month with a new moon in Scorpio. So this is a time for new, fresh energy towards yourself. Get your haircut, change your wardrobe, change your social media platforms. This is time for you to birth a new identity in the way in which you want to be seen by others in this world. The first house also deals with your physical body, so this is a great time for you to improve your overall well-being. And then, of course, on the 15th, we're going to have a full moon in Taurus, and that is going to be a relationship-oriented moon for you, as the full moon in Taurus will illuminate your 7th house of partnerships, of people that you are in connection with, like your marriage partner, your significant other, friendships, clients, business collaborators, etc. And so while the sun is in Scorpio and you are changing your identity and you are glowing up and you're changing your perception on how people are viewing you, therefore, that will alter your relationships. It will alter the way in which people relate to you. So pay attention around that full moon. Of course, we've got Uranus still there, shaking up, rocking and rolling your 7th house area of life. He is now retrograde, so he may possibly choose a relationship change for you that you haven't been strong enough to make. So pay attention what's going around on the 15th for that full moon. Now, speaking about the 15th, on that day, Lord Karma, our tough love dad Saturn, is coming out of retrograde. So hopefully you've learned the lesson as he's been dancing backwards in Pisces, your 5th house, since June. Now, I'm not going to dive too much into it here. You can go back and listen to the entire Saturn retrograde video I put up back in June. You still have time until the 15th to teach our tough love dad, Lord Karma, that you learn the lesson. Because when his retrograde is over, he serves the karma, the punishment, or the reward. And ultimately, Saturn wants commitment, discipline, a new foundation, a strong foundation. And in your 5th house, this is about you having fun. So I hope you learn some lessons around prioritizing what brings you joy, what brings you pleasure, going back to yoga, starting a hobby of some sort. This is even a creative passion project, so that may have been really challenging for you. Maybe you've been trying to launch something or get something off the ground or birth something out into the world, and it's just not happening. And hopefully you've stayed committed, you've stayed disciplined, and now you might get the reward of all of your hard work. This also deals with your children, so hopefully you learn some lessons around being compassionate with your children. Also very important with this energy. And of course, don't forget when Saturn comes out of retrograde, you're going to want to go ahead and fill out your journal prompts in the 2024 Astrology Alchemy Journal. Hopefully you filled them out when Saturn entered into retrograde. Fill out those exact same journal prompts again as he ends his retrograde. That is actually why I designed that journal, because ultimately it helps you keep track of and create a memory bank of what is going on in your life around specific astrological transits. And that way, when they cycle back around, you can see how much you've grown. Of course, fill out your prompts for the new moon and the full moon this month as well. That way, next year, when we get to the new moon in Scorpio, full moon in Taurus, you can circle back to 2024, see what was going on in your life, and then it may give you some clues as to what's coming up next year at the exact same new and full moon. All right, so let's keep moving on. We got a lot more to talk about. Your primary life coaches are so active this month. It is rare for us to talk about Pluto for you, Scorpio Rising, because Pluto moves so dang slow. And it's once every 15 to 20 years that we see him shifting into another sign for a chapter. This month, it's happening, and Pluto stands for power. Anytime you see Pluto, think of power, stepping into your power, right? Getting over fears, controlling the situation, and it deals with massive transformation, alchemizing something in your life. And now Pluto is going to move into your 4th house of home and family after being in your 3rd house for 15 years. This is going to open up a new cycle on the 19th of November, where ultimately you are going to transform yourself and in your family units, your home, where you live, who you live with. This is going to be a beautiful 20-year chapter, as you're also standing in your power in your family units. Now, directly opposite in the sky, we have Mars moving into your 10th house. I love this energy for you. Mars, as a life coach, teaches us where to exert our energy at any given time, where to take action, strategize, make a game plan, move forward, left lane, that area of your life. He has not been in your 10th house of your career, your purpose, your legacy in over 2 years. So it's time to make some choices, make some decisions around your career, your mission, your purpose, the title that you're called. Maybe you quit jobs, you change your industry, you change how you want to be perceived in the world. You make some decisions, but remember, Mars is going to retrograde and he's going to come all the way back here in 2025. So what you're starting now, you may have to circle back to, but it will grow as we get into May of next year. And these two planets will be oppositions. This will continue again for 20 years. Ultimately, this is going to be your career and your home life, big important areas of your life being activated this month, along with your relationship sector. So you are going to definitely have a very active month as these two planets, your primary life coaches, face off. Everyone else in the world may have a really hard time with it. That is going exact on November 3rd. You are going to hold the light. You are going to help people get through this energy. Literally, you are made for this. Now, let's talk about Mercury and Jupiter. Mercury and Jupiter are opposite in the sky. Mercury will be entering his retrograde on the 25th of November. This is in your financial sector. think of Mercury as your mind on your money when it's in your second house, and your money's on your mind. And because Mercury is going to retrograde, he's going to spend an extra amount of time here. So as of the beginning of November, all the way until the end of the year, you're going to be thinking about your budget, your income, how you're making money, your material possessions, which ones bring you value, what do you want to still acquire, what do you want to sell, all about your money. And you're going to go back over these. Now remember, because Mercury is retrograde from the 25th till next month on the 15th, you want to make sure that you're not signing any contracts or doing anything financially. So if there's anything you have to sign up for the end of the year or get done in the financial area of your life with Mercury retrograde here, it could get a little wonky or you may have to redo it. So just pay attention to that. Now, opposite in the sky, we have Jupiter. Jupiter is already retrograde in the other financial area of your life. The joint finances, money tied to other people, money that comes from other sources like the lottery or an inheritance or investments or people sharing their assets or wealth with you. This also deals with the money you have in your relationship. So Jupiter's maybe been blessing you here, making it a little easier, making taxes easier, helping you pay off a debt or loan in some kind of way. So this is really important to understand because now Jupiter is retrograde. So this area of your life is drying up. You're not getting as many opportunities. So you're not getting as many opportunities as you once were. So go back to my Jupiter retrograde video to really understand what that retrograde is going to bring up for you as this is continuing all the way till February 4th. And then lastly, we're going to talk about the orange triangle you see in your chart. That is the grand fire trine that is going to be active towards the end of the month. Fire trines are harmonious aspects that allow us to activate one of these areas of our chart, and it will then spill over into the other areas, affect the other areas. And fire is all about taking the lead, being bold, being brave, passionate, optimistic, fire intensity, right? And so focusing your energy on your 10th house of your career can spill over into making more money and also affect your 6th house, which is your health, wellness, daily habits, routines, and your work-life balance. So this could play out in many different ways. But for example, let's say we go with the example of you want to change careers. So you change careers, then you get a new job, then you make more money. Then you ultimately decide that you're only going to work 4 days a week. So it changes your habits, it changes your daily routines, and you ultimately feel more well and vital. So also, you could look at your health and wellness. You improve your health, you have more energy, you ultimately work harder at your job and therefore make more money. So again, this can play out in many different ways, but it's going to be so important for you because it brings that fire in the sky into your chart. And then of course, we see Venus is going to move from your 2nd house, your money area of life, on November 11th, 11/11. So you can attract and magnetize money to you until the 11th. And then Venus is going to make your 3rd house more beautiful. So if you're speaking, writing a book, educating people, teaching people in some way, you're going to be able to improve that and make it more beautiful. And of course, just connecting with people in your local neighborhood or your siblings, Venus will attract and magnetize wonderful people to you as well. So much going on this month. We can't even cover it all. I would be sitting here recording for hours and hours. So what I would recommend you do from here forward is number 1, go back and listen to the timestamp in my planet by planet breakdown for your primary life coach. That is going to give an even broader overview of what your primary life coach is up to this month, give you specific dates to pay attention to. Then number 2, make sure you are subscribed, you hit the notification bell so you can come back when I do the new moon and the full moon forecast, and this month, the Mercury retrograde forecast. That'll be really helpful to understand in greater detail. And I would definitely recommend, since we are getting to the end of the year, booking your 2025 astrology forecast reading. That is going to allow us to give you personal attention to really look at your year ahead and see what's coming up, what areas of your life you need to focus your energy towards, different times of year for you to plan different things. You can ask questions. My clients absolutely love doing it at the end of the year. Now, don't forget, I will be ending readings on December 20th and won't be available again until January 20th as I'm going on holiday. So make sure you get in my calendar, link in the description box below. And of course, I would love to see you and connect with you more at my November Plan With Me Live that I'm going to be doing here right on YouTube. This is only the second one I've ever done. The first one, you know, I was brave. I was scared shitless, but I showed up anyways. I will get the, you know, beautiful software and all of that figured out, but I just want to be able to connect with you guys more and answer your astrology questions and help you plan the month ahead with your own personal calendar. So bring that to the plan with me, and also your own birth chart so you can see more even niche down what we just discussed today on that live. So I hope to see you then.
Thank you for allowing me to be your guide on this journey of using the tool of astrology to have better relationships. And my last reminder for you is that we have our last final moments of the pre-sale for the 2025 Astrology Alchemy Journal. It comes with a bunch of perks. You get a discounted offer and a discounted price. Not only do we have the physical copy available, but we also have the PDF version for those of you who live outside of the United States or don't want to pay for shipping and just want to download it on your computer. You can find the link to all of that in the description box. If you've never seen this journal or you have no idea why it would benefit you, give me 1 second to explain it. It is part interactive, part educational. It is not a planner, it's a journal. Journals are meant to create memories. They're meant to remind you of how you were feeling or what you were experiencing during certain moments of your life. And the certain moments are the astrological weather transits. So this journal has sun seasons, new and full moons, retrogrades, and major astrological transits. And for each one of those weather events, we've got journal prompts for you to fill out. So you can look back at your previous year and say, oh my gosh, when the sun was here last year, this is what I was going through because of how you answered the journal prompts. I also have bucket list items for things to do during each sun season. For each new and full moon, there's ritual ideas, the crystals, the herbs, the chakras that you can work with and work on during that lunation. Retrogrades come with do's and don'ts and extra journal prompts for you to fill out with. And because it's so educational, if you're still kind of new to astrology and trying to figure out how this actually impacts you and how you're going to experience the energy, this is so good for people just starting to understand the tool of astrology. But if you're advanced like I am, it's so great to have one journal to see where all the things happen in your life and how they impacted you. So head to the description box below, get your hands on a copy. Thank you again so much for being here. And I hope to see you at the Plan With Me video, connect with you more. I'm going to send you so much love and light for the month of November. My Sagittarius risings, we got a lot of relationship stuff to discuss for you this month because not only do you have Mercury gearing up for an extended amount of time in your first house, helping you think and reflect and speak your needs, wants, and desires out into the world, determine who you want to be and how you want to show up moving forward, maybe even changing some of your belief systems and who you identify with, but that is also going to impact your relationships as Jupiter is now retrograde in your partnership house. So this is where partnerships in your life are maybe having to have some dynamic shifts, some tough conversations, maybe understanding who in your life do you value, or just giving some more gratitude to the people that you enjoy spending time with. Of course, we got a lot of scorpionic energy going on this month as well that we're going to break down and talk through, along with the full moon in Taurus and so much more. So as we start out this video, let me know how you're feeling. Let me know how October treated you. I got to know. Thank you so much for being here and spending your time with me. Now grab your birth chart and let's dive in.
So much to get into, my Sagittarius risings. As you can see from the chart on the left, that indicates what all the planets are up to this month, and we are going to walk through it one by one. The graph on the right symbolizes where all the planets are in the sky as we enter into the month on November 1st. And as you can see, we have the sun and the zodiac energy of Scorpio entering November in Scorpio sun season, and on top of that with a new moon. Remember, the sun asks us to shine a spotlight on or pay attention to as it illuminates and highlights and radiates into a certain area of our chart. And so for you in Scorpio sun season, you are focusing in on the 12th house area of your life, shining your energy here, paying attention to it. The 12th house deals with the house of cleansing, purging, releasing, healing, recharging, resting, relaxing, because once we get to Sagittarius sun season on the 21st, you are going to have the sun move into your first house, which is ultimately shining a light upon you. So we're going to end November with your astrological new year energy, with the sun illuminating everything about you, who you are, your dreams, your hopes, your wishes, and your desires. But at the beginning of the month, it is still in Scorpio. So new moon, new beginning, new fresh start. The 12th house also deals with your energetic body, your mental health, your emotional health. So looking in at these areas of life and seeing how they impact you, right? What new beginnings do you need to start here? Do you need a new spiritual practice, energetic hygiene, like cleansing your aura and cleansing your chakra? Do you need to do some healing of sorts, doing past life regression or Reiki or something? Do you need to work on your mental health, your limiting beliefs, reprogramming your mind, listening to affirmations or talk therapy with a therapist? And maybe you need to work through some emotions that are deeply stored and they have to be cleansed and purged. So pay attention to what's coming up with that new moon. So much more that we're going to discuss in the new moon video. So make sure you subscribe, hit the notification bell, because I'll be putting that up shortly so you're prepared for November 1st. And then on the 15th, halfway through the month, we're going to have a full moon in Taurus. This is going to highlight and illuminate your day-to-day habits that keep you well, that keep you vital. So we're looking at your supplement routine, what you like to eat, your work-life balance, your sleep schedule. What do you do on a daily basis? And we're going to cleanse, release, and let go full moon of things that don't serve you, negative habits, things that don't bring pleasure and beauty into your life. So maybe you are waking up at 6 a.m. and you absolutely hate it, and now you got to change your work life to work later in the day, and you get up a little bit later and this just works better for you. Or maybe you've been blocking or holding yourself back from starting a supplement routine and you're cutting out some of these negative toxic habits. Again, so much more we'll discuss in the full moon video, but just know that this month there is a lot of focus with these two lunations on your physical well-being and how it's directly correlated to your energetic, emotional, spiritual, mental, behind the scenes energy, okay? And then as we move forward on the 15th, the same day of the full moon, we're going to have Saturn, our tough love dad, coming out of retrograde. This is important to note because we consider him Lord Karma. And when he comes out of retrograde, he is serving up karma, rewards or punishments, depending on how well you learned his lesson. Now, if you haven't listened to my Saturn retrograde video, go back. I talk all about the lessons you should have been learning to teach him and let him know that you are doing what you need to do. You still have time until the 15th. But ultimately, Saturn asks you to be responsible, disciplined, and committed to the 4th house area of your life, your home, your family, making sure you spend enough time at home, making sure you're fixing things around your home, like repairing the roof and doing that renovation project, making sure this area of your life is strong and sturdy. And don't forget, if you have your 2024 Astrology Alchemy Journal, you're going to go fill out the journal prompts for Saturn retrograde, and you will reflect back to how you answered those exact same questions when you answered it when Saturn entered into retrograde. This is a lesson learning period, and you can see in the way in which you answer the questions how you've grown. That was actually the reason I designed my Astrology Alchemy Journal, was to help you understand that the astrological weather events will show you and reflect in certain activities or habits or situations in your life. And you can reflect back and see, as the cycles repeat themselves, what was going on in your life. Just like with the new and the full moons, fill out your journal prompts. And then next year, when we get to the new moon in Scorpio and the full moon in Taurus, you're going to be able to see what was going on in your year this year. And that can indicate what might be coming up for you next year. So that's the goal of that journal. But we got to move on. We got so much more to talk about. So let's talk about your primary life coach, Jupiter. Typically, my Sagittarius risings, you love to grow, expand, go on adventures. Life can seem a little bit more easy breezy for you. But right now, Jupiter is officially retrograde since October 9th. And so now it's drying up your abundance. Maybe you don't feel so optimistic. Maybe things just aren't working out for you. And especially around relationships, as Jupiter is growing you in your partnerships. So maybe you are going back through partnerships in your life and having tough conversations, or sharing a lot of gratitude and connecting with them, spending more time with them, because Jupiter maybe brought someone into your life since May, and now you are having to spend a little bit more time with them. Or maybe you met somebody and then you kind of fell off the radar with each other, and now you're going back and connecting again. So pay attention. I have an entire video as well on the Jupiter retrograde I put out just a few weeks ago, so go catch that. And opposite in the sky, we have Mercury, who will be going retrograde on the 25th of this month. This is more time with Mercury retrograding in your first house of Sagittarius to spend mentally on yourself, your dreams, your wishes, your desires, what you want out of life. This is also mentally learning, Mercury, about yourself or your style. Maybe you're learning if you're a winter, a spring, what kind of clothes look good on you. Maybe you're doing some research on a new haircut or something like that. Or maybe you're changing your social media platforms, or maybe you're sharing yourself with the world, or you're learning about a new fitness program. These are all great things as Mercury is going to retrograde and spend extra amount of time in your first house. So you can see here we got relationship stuff going on for you this month, yourself and in partnership. We also have a lot of healing to do around the physical body, emotional, spiritual, and energetic body. Saturn is coming out of retrograde to teach you lessons, and we're going to top that off with a Pluto transit, which happens once every 15 to 20 years, and it's happening this month. This is now going to open up a chapter for the next 20 years of how your Pluto going to stand in your power, how you're going to transform, and what is going to help transform you. And this is third house. So again, we're back to the mental stuff, reprogramming your mind, your limiting beliefs, what you're learning information on, the data, the facts, how you're expressing yourself. Maybe this is launching a podcast or writing a book in some way, and it changes your life over the course of the next 20 years. And it all begins right here, right now in November of 2024. So I'm excited to see how that kind of plays out for you. Take note, take inventory of what's beginning during this season. And of course, directly opposite in the sky, we have Mars leaving your 8th house where he's been since September and entering into your 9th house space. Remember, Mars tells us where to take action. He's the masculine. So where we're supposed to make decisions and move forward and get in the left lane in that area of our life. Mars has not been in your 9th house for 2 years. And he will retrograde and he's going to come back later. So what you might start here, you may have to circle back to. But the 9th house is all about getting out of your comfort zone, learning, expanding, gaining wisdom, getting some street smarts, getting out there in the world, checking things off your bucket list, traveling to the place you've always wanted to go to, learn new belief systems, go back to school, higher education, like apprenticeship somewhere. You're going to learn by doing during this season. And then, of course, he's going to retrograde and come back in April and May of 2025. So lots going on here. The last thing I want to kind of highlight is the fact that we have this grand fire trine in the sky. Now, fire is hot, it's bold, intense, it's brave. And Sagittarius Rising, you totally love this energy because you have that fire of the Jupiterian energy. And this grand fire trine indicates that one area of our life, if we give some fire to it, could breathe life or circle over or influence the other fire areas of our chart. And for you, this deals with yourself. It deals with your 5th house, what brings you joy, what brings you pleasure, having fun, and your 9th house, wisdom, knowledge, experience, traveling, excitement. And so ultimately this could play out in many different ways, but I'll give you an example. Let's say you decide to take on a new hobby, and in that new hobby, you get an opportunity to go on a retreat or a conference or something that is really specific to that hobby, and you go. And once you go, you up level your identity, who you are. People start recognizing you, and that ultimately might help you create a creative project. So many different ways that this might shift your energy. Another way that this could play out, for example, is the 5th house is children. You have a child in your life that, of course, changes your identity, becoming a mother or father, and then ultimately you gain a lot of life experience, which is the 9th house. So that is one example. If you are pregnant, you may have a Sagittarius baby this month. But of course, the only way to really know exactly what could be going on in your life is by doing a one-on-one session. So again, there's many ways that the astrological weather could influence you, but that's what makes your birth chart so unique. So much going on this month. We can't even cover it all. I would be sitting here recording for hours and hours. So what I would recommend you do from here forward is, number one, go back and listen to the timestamp in my planet by planet breakdown for your primary life coach. That is going to give an even broader overview of what your primary life coach is up to this month, give you specific dates to pay attention to. Then number two, make sure you are subscribed. You hit the notification bell so you can come back when I do the new moon and the full moon forecast, and this month, the Mercury retrograde forecast. That'll be really helpful to understand in greater detail. And I would definitely recommend, since we are getting to the end of the year, booking your 2025 astrology forecast reading. That is going to allow us to give you personal attention to really look at your year ahead and see what's coming up, what areas of your life you need to focus your energy towards, different times of year for you to plan different things. You can ask questions. My clients absolutely love doing it at the end of the year. Now, don't forget, I will be ending readings on December 20th and won't be available again until January 20th as I'm going on holiday. So make sure you get in my calendar, link in the description box below. And of course, I would love to see you and connect with you more at my November Plan With Me Live that I'm going to be doing here right on YouTube. This is only the second one I've ever done. The first one, I was brave. I was scared shitless, but I showed up anyways. I will get the, beautiful software and all of that figured out, but I just want to be able to connect with you guys more and answer your astrology questions and help you plan the month ahead with your own personal calendar. So bring that to the Plan With Me, and also your own birth chart so you can see more even niche down what we just discussed today on that live. So I hope to see you then.
Thank you for allowing me to be your guide on this journey of using the tool of astrology to have better relationships. And my last reminder for you is that we have our last final moments of the pre-sale for the 2025 Astrology Alchemy Journal. It comes with a bunch of perks. You get a discounted offer and a discounted price. Not only do we have the physical copy available, but we also have the PDF version for those of you who live outside of the United States or don't want to pay for shipping and just want to download it on your computer. You can find the link to all of that in the description box. If you've never seen this journal or you have no idea why it would benefit you, give me 1 second to explain it. It is part interactive, part educational. It is not a planner, it's a journal. Journals are meant to create memories. They're meant to remind you of how you were feeling or what you were experiencing during certain moments of your life. And the certain moments are the astrological weather transits. So this journal has sun seasons, new and full moons, retrogrades, and major astrological transits. And for each one of those weather events, we've got journal prompts for you to fill out. So you can look back at your previous year and say, oh my gosh, when the sun was here last year, this is what I was going through because of how you answered the journal prompts. I also have bucket list items for things to do during each sun season. For each new and full moon, there's ritual ideas, the crystals, the herbs, the chakras that you can work with and work on during that lunation. Retrogrades come with do's and don'ts and extra journal prompts for you to fill out with. And because it's so educational, if you're still kind of new to astrology and trying to figure out how this actually impacts you and how you're going to experience the energy, this is so good for people just starting to understand the tool of astrology. But if you're advanced like I am, it's so great to have one journal to see where all the things happen in your life and how they impacted you. So head to the description box below, get your hands on a copy. Thank you again so much for being here. And I hope to see you at the Plan With Me video, connect with you more. I'm going to send you so much love and light for the month of November. My Capricorn Risings, I am sure that you've been working hard throughout the entire year, and I'm so proud of you because your primary life coach, Saturn, is coming out of retrograde this month, and I'm sure you've learned your lessons, but if you haven't, you can prepare for Lord Karma to give you a couple obstacles and challenges, or maybe even a punishment or two, so you can learn that lesson and keep moving forward. Don't be frustrated if that happens, Capricorn Risings. No one is perfect, but of course this month we are also going to have a lot of shifts and changes. In your 7th house of relationships, we've now moved Mars out of the way as he moved into Leo, but he will come back. So I'll help you prepare for that energy in your partnership relationship house. Of course, we've got all this scorpionic energy going on and the full moon in Taurus. So let me know as we start out the month of November, how are you feeling? How did October treat you? I gotta know. And then grab your birth chart and we'll dive in.
Capricorn Risings, as we can see, there is so much going on here in the month of November as represented by the graph on the left. We're going to break it down one by one. And the graph on the right indicates where all the planets are in the sky as we kick off the month of November. And it is on November 1st. So we see here we kick off with a new moon in Scorpio. The sun is in Scorpio until the 22nd. Wherever the sun is, remember it shines a spotlight on, illuminates, and highlights an area of your chart based on where it is in the astrological year. So it is in your 11th house, shining a spotlight on your hopes, your dreams, your wishes, your future, ultimately, where you are going in this lifetime, and also your friends, your community, your tribe, the people that you associate with. So now is the time for you to shine a spotlight and pay more attention to this area of your life. And kickstarting the month with this new moon is an opportune time to call in new, fresh energy into this area of your life. Set new intentions. Are you wanting to meet new people? Are you wanting to gather with new communities or meet up with people that, are different than who you've maybe been hanging out with for a while? Maybe you have a new dream or goal or aspiration, and now you want to set an intention to let that grow. So really exciting, fresh new beginning to this month for you, my Capricorn Risings. And halfway through the month on November 15th, 15th, we're going to have the full moon in Taurus. That is going to illuminate your 5th house area of life, and it's a full moon, so it's time to release, let go, shed, let go of things that don't serve you. And ultimately, when it's in the 5th house, I want you to think of that as your fun house. What brings you joy? What brings you pleasure? What do you do for fun? Hobbies, games, entertainment, go to concerts, do yoga. What do you love to do that lights you up, that you get lost in time doing, that keeps you in the present moment? It is also your creative passion projects, those things that you just want to birth out into the world that bring you so much joy. This could be like scrapbooking or doing a DIY project of sorts. It also deals with your own children or children of the world that you could be working with. And of course, it deals with romance, dating, pleasure, sex, things like that. So if you're wanting to get out in the dating scene, or maybe it's time to break up with someone you've been dating, as the full moon is releasing and letting go in this area of your life of what doesn't serve. And lastly, if you are an entrepreneur, this full moon may be asking you to course correct in some way and release and let go the parts of your business that are not bringing you joy anymore. So we can see here this month with the new moon and the full moon highlighting the people in your life that you enjoy being around and having more fun in your life and experiencing things that bring in pleasure. It can ultimately help you move towards your future, the things that you want to create in your upcoming years. So big, powerful beginning of the month for you. Now, as we talk about the 15th, the full moon, remember on that day, your primary life coach, Saturn, is coming out of retrograde. And so you know all about Saturn's lessons as a Capricorn rising. You've been dealing with them your entire life. But a quick little reminder, as Saturn comes out of retrograde, we call him Lord Karma because he is serving the punishments or the rewards based on how well you've learned the lesson since his retrograde. And if you need more info on this and want to dive a little bit deeper, you have time before the 15th. You can hop over to my Saturn retrograde video. I will link it in the description box that I made back in June. Now, just a little overview right here, right now, is that Saturn ultimately wants you to have more discipline and commitment in the 3rd house area of your life, to take on more responsibility here and to ensure you have a strong foundation. So this could be maybe you've learned something new, you've been reading a lot more, you started a course, maybe you've become a mentor or teacher in some way to someone else and you've gotten more committed or disciplined in your ability to speak and teach and educate others. Maybe you got really disciplined, laid a foundation of writing a book in some way, or a podcast, or publishing, all of those 3rd house areas. Now, maybe Saturn has taught you some lessons around your mode of transportation, your car. That could be something that has come up as well, or some challenges with your siblings. So pay attention to what's coming up. Now, if you have your 2024 Astrology Alchemy Journal, this is your friendly reminder not to forget to fill out that journal prompt the second time. The journal is designed to ultimately help you learn lessons and understand how the cosmic weather is impacting your day-to-day life. So when that cycle repeats itself, you know what to anticipate in the future. So when Saturn entered his retrograde, you hopefully filled out your journal prompt. And then as the retrograde ends, you're going to fill out the exact same journal prompt. And that is going to help you see, as you answer the question differently, the way that you've learned from the lesson of that planet. Now, of course, don't forget to fill out your journal prompts for the new and the full moon as well. The rituals are in there for you to do, and so much more. Now, moving on, we got a lot more to talk about, of course. Now, we see here in your chart that we have Jupiter retrograding already in your 6th house. And Mercury will be retrograding on the 25th in your 12th house. Now, for the month of November, Mercury will be in your 12th house pretty much the entire month and through December, spending an extra amount of time because of his retrograde in the 12th house space. What does this mean? How are you going to work with it? Well, Mercury is your mind, what you're learning, what you're speaking, what you're expressing, what you're understanding about. The 12th house is all the things in your life that are kind of unseen, behind the scenes, that impact you. Your mental health, the stories that you're telling yourself, the limiting beliefs that you hold, your emotional health, your ability to identify your emotions, express your emotions in a healthy manner, your energetic health, so having energetic boundaries, your auras, your chakras, things like that, deals with your spiritual practices, your spiritual beliefs, your connection to God, source, universe, divine, whatever it might be. Mercury being here for an extended amount of time is helping you expand your beliefs, to reprogram your thoughts, to learn more things around these topics. It is a great time for you in the next 2 months to do some cord cutting, to do some dream analysis, to work with a therapist, to do positive affirmations, to listen to, YouTube videos or podcasts around these topics, learning more about your spiritual practices. So you're going to notice also that dreams will be really heightened for you around this time, as that is also going to be teaching you lessons. You might be way more intuitive. You might be receiving intuitive downloads and guidance. You want to make sure to quiet your mind and listen for those messages. Mercury, as your mind is more connected to the divine as well. We're going to talk so much more about that in my Mercury retrograde video. So make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell, as we're going to come back and do a deep dive into that. And of course, I will have a new and full moon video for you as well, but just giving you a little preview right here, right now. Jupiter opposite in the 6th house, usually Jupiter in forward motion is blessing you here and making this area of your life easier and more in flow. 6th house is your health, your wellness, your day-to-day habits, your routines, your work life, all the things you do on a day-to-day basis, those mundane, boring tasks. Now that he is retrograde, hopefully you are focusing in on what you've already learned about your health and how to improve your health. You're going to have to circle back with this retrograde and work with what you've been given. So you might not know the exact perfect supplement routine for you, but you do know you need to take vitamin D, or you need to take vitamin C, or whatever it is that you've learned thus far. And it's time to implement. Instead of expanding and learning more things, it's time to just work with what you already know. For example, some people want to learn all about meal planning and macros and calories and all this stuff, and they make it really complicated. Jupiter retrograde here for you, Capricorn Rising, says, yeah, all the details and facts are great, but right now we know what is healthy and what isn't. We know that if it comes from the earth and it's organic, I should eat it. And if it comes from a box and it's processed, I shouldn't eat it. Doesn't matter the calories, doesn't matter all the, facts. I just know that this is true and this is what I need to do. So focus in on what you know around your health, wellness, and your daily routines that will optimally make you feel better, and get on it. That's the time. And then working behind the scenes with Mercury in your 12th house and your mental, emotional, and energetic health is going to impact your physical health. So we have a lot of healing to do in these areas of your life for the month of November and December. So you can always go back to the Jupiter retrograde video I filmed. I have a whole bunch more information on that retrograde and how you can prepare for it, but definitely focusing on some healing this month with all this retrograde energy. Then we look at Mars. Mars is moving from your 7th house. He's been here since September into your 8th house. Mars as a life coach tells you where to take action, where to make decisions, where to move forward. He has not been in your 8th house for 2 years. So it's time now to take action, make decisions, and move forward around money that you share with other people or that ties you to other people. In the taboo spaces of your life, the things that are uncomfortable to look at, to talk about, to discuss, it is time for you to handle it. So this could be paying off a loan, talking to someone about a loan, dealing with your taxes, sharing your financial situation with a partner, asking for help financially, or with a resource or an asset, talking about your fears or traumas with a therapist, talking about your sex life, making decisions around that area of your life. And don't forget, Mars is going to retrograde and he's going to circle back to this area of your life in 2025, but it all kind of starts right now. And opposite in the sky, Pluto is entering into your money house, your 2nd house, for 20 years. This is super exciting because where we see Pluto, we want to think P, power. You are going to stand in your power and transform in the financial area of your life in the next 20 years. I can't wait to see where you're going to be, Capricorn Risings, in 20 years when it comes to your money, as you stand into your power here and really go deep into digging into what you want to possess, how you want to make money, how you want to spend your money. This is going to be such a transformative experience for you. And not everyone gets Pluto in their 2nd house, since Pluto moves so slow and he's in one of our areas of life for only, 15 to 20 years at a time. You might only get him in 5 or 6 areas of your chart, half your chart if you're lucky. So this is definitely something to revel in. Capricorn Risings, you are built for this. You are ruled by Saturn. You can get ish done. You can work hard. You can be committed. And that is going to be so powerful for you. And it's going to help and serve you as Pluto enters into your 2nd house. Now that could be ups and downs and death and rebirth and transformation in many different ways over the next 20 years, but you're going to end that cycle stronger than ever financially. So I am so here for it. It begins right here, right now. And of course, depending on what planets you you have there might show us the ways in which you could best receive money. And that is where doing a one-on-one session is super beneficial, because then I can give you, one-on-one attention and see, niche down exactly what is going on in your chart and the cycles of your life. But yeah, we can discuss that at a later time. Just wanted to reflect that back to you. And lastly, we got to talk about that orange triangle in the middle of the chart. That orange triangle symbolizes the grand fire trine in the sky towards the end of November. Now, fire is hot, it's intense, it's bold, you cannot ignore it, it's in front of your face, right? And it tells you to move, to do something, to be brave. And trines are supportive energy, which essentially means that one area of your chart will lead and spill over and energetically influence the other area of your chart if you embrace the fire. And so we can see here your 12th house is the mental health house, the programs, the limiting beliefs, the victim mindset, all that karma that's got to be cut and purged and released. The 8th house is your fears and your traumas and your wounds and what makes you feel very vulnerable. And your 4th house is home and family, ancestral, lineage, childhood trauma. So there is some healing that needs to be done towards the end of the month. I want you to be brave. I want you to be bold. I want you to take action. I want you to move forward in some way to heal yourself, so you have the Pluto strength in your money house to make big financial moves and to move forward in ways around your physical and mental well-being with Jupiter and Mercury in these areas of your chart. Now, so much going on this month. We can't even cover it all. I would be sitting here recording for hours and hours. So what I would recommend you do from here forward is, number one, go back and listen to the timestamp in my planet by planet breakdown for your primary life coach. That is going to give an even broader overview of what your primary life coach is up to this month, give you specific dates to pay attention to. Then number two, make sure you are subscribed. You hit the notification bell so you can come back when I do the new moon and the full moon forecast, and this month, the Mercury retrograde forecast. That'll be really helpful to understand in greater detail. And I would definitely recommend, since we are getting to the end of the year, booking your 2025 astrology forecast reading. That is going to allow us to give you personal attention, to really look at your year ahead and see what's coming up, what areas of your life you need to focus your energy towards, different times of year for you to plan different things. You can ask questions. My clients absolutely love doing it at the end of the year. Now, don't forget, I will be ending readings on December 20th and won't be available again until January 20th as I'm going on holiday. So make sure you get in my calendar, link in the description box below. And of course, I would love to see you and connect with you more at my November Plan With Me Live that I'm going to be doing here right on YouTube. This is only the second one I've ever done. The first one, I was brave. I was scared shitless, but I showed up anyways. I will get the, beautiful software and all of that figured out, but I just want to be able to connect with you guys more and answer your astrology questions and help you plan the month ahead with your own personal calendar. So bring that to the plan with me, and also your own birth chart so you can see more, even niche down what we just discussed today on that live. So I hope to see you then.
Thank you for allowing me to be your guide on this journey of using the tool of astrology to have better relationships. And my last reminder for you is that we have our last final moments of the pre-sale for the 2025 Astrology Alchemy Journal. It comes with a bunch of perks. You get a discounted offer and a discounted price. Not only do we have the physical copy available, but we also have the PDF version for those of you who live outside of the United States or don't want to pay for shipping and just want to download it on your computer. You can find the link to all of that in the description box. If you've never seen this journal or you have no idea why it would benefit you, give me 1 second to explain it. It is part interactive, part educational. It is not a planner, it's a journal. Journals are meant to create memories. They're meant to remind you of how you were feeling or what you were experiencing during certain moments of your life. And the certain moments are the astrological weather transits. So this journal has sun seasons, new and full moons, retrogrades, and major astrological transits. And for each one of those weather events, we've got journal prompts for you to fill out. So you can look back at your previous year and say, oh my gosh, when the sun was here last year, this is what I was going through, because of how you answered the journal prompts. I also have bucket list items for things to do during each sun season. For each new and full moon, there's ritual ideas, the crystals, the herbs, the chakras that you can work with and work on during that lunation. Retrogrades come with do's and don'ts and extra journal prompts for you to fill out with. And because it's so educational, if you're still kind of new to astrology and trying to figure out how this actually impacts you and how you're going to experience the energy, this is so good for people just starting to understand the tool of astrology. But if you're advanced like I am, it's so great to have one journal to see where all the things happen in your life and how they impacted you. So head to the description box below, get your hands on a copy. Thank you again so much for being here. And I hope to see you at the Plan With Me video, connect with you more. I'm gonna send you so much love and light for the month of November. My Aquarius risings, we got Pluto entering into your first house, a 20-year chapter of you transforming who you are. This is so exciting because not everyone gets Pluto in their first house in their lifetime. Pluto only visits about 4 to 5, maybe 6, if we're lucky, areas of our birth chart. And so you get this opportunity now for the next 20 years to transform who you are, how you're seen, identity up levels in so many powerful and potent ways. And November is just the beginning. So I'm excited to navigate that with you and help you understand all of that energy. Of course, Mars has just entered into your relationship sector. So we have a lot of relationship stuff to talk about where Mars is going to help you make decisions and take action. This hasn't happened in 2 years. So these are all partnerships in your life in all areas of your life. And then of course, he's going to retrograde. So we'll navigate that. We've got the Scorpionic energy, of course, and the full moon in Taurus activating your career house and your home and family life. This is going to be a pivotal month that is going to activate your 4 anchor areas of life: home and family, career, relationships, and yourself. So we're going to break all that down. Let me know. Before we dive in, how are you feeling? How did October treat you? How are you feeling as we move into November? And just know I'm so grateful and so appreciative for you spending your time with me. Now grab your birth chart and let's dive in.
My Aquarius risings, as you can see, there is so much going on in the month of November, and we're going to break it all down. That is what's reflected on the chart on the left. The chart on the right is a chart on November 1st as we enter into the month. And as you can see, we start off on November 1st with a new moon in Scorpio, entering in November in Scorpio Sun season. So remember, the sun shines a spotlight upon, it highlights, it radiates, it illuminates an area of our chart as we go throughout the astrological year and tells us where to focus our energy, focus our own light and attention. And for you, my Aquarius risings, this is your career sector. This is the time of year for you to focus your energy on your work life, the title that you're called, your legacy, your purpose, your mission, how you want to be seen in the world. So if you're focusing a little bit more time at work during Scorpio season, that is totally normal and definitely in alignment. Now, we will be doing this energy of Scorpio Sun season until November 22nd, and then the sun will move into your 11th house where it will shine and radiate and illuminate your friends, your tribe, your community, your dreams, your aspirations, and so much more. Now, as we start out the month with the new moon in Scorpio, it's an opportune time for you to call in new, fresh energy into your career. Maybe it's a new job, maybe it's a new industry, maybe it's a new position within your company, maybe it's a new way in which you want to operate in your industry. If you're self-employed, maybe you're changing your title or your persona or the mission you want to serve. A lot of opportunity to really bring fresh new energy, set new intentions on this. And then when we get to the 15th of the month, we're going to have a full moon in Taurus, directly opposite in the sky, highlighting and illuminating your home and family. Now remember, full moons are about releasing and letting go what doesn't serve. It's a time to see very clearly in the night sky what isn't working. And so when it comes to that full moon, that might be a time where you're reflecting on where you live, who you live with, the people in your family. Are they supporting you? The energy and attention that you are giving to your family versus your career. And maybe as you're setting a new intention for, let's say, a new job around the new moon in Scorpio, 2 weeks later, all of a sudden that job opportunity comes up. You had the interview, they want you to work there, and now you have to move, right? Or it impacts your family in some way or the time you spend at home. And so that full moon might be saying it's time to release and let go and shed something, the home I live in or the way in which I interact with my family because I'm taking this new position. That's just one example. There's many different ways that full moons can play out, but just pay attention as the 10th and the 4th house areas of your life are major areas of your life because you're a Scorpio rising. Home and family and career, super important and activated this month. Now, don't forget to fill out your journal prompts for the new and the full moon in the 2024 Astrology Alchemy Journal. There's some rituals in there that you can do and the chakras and herbs and crystals that you can use to align and work with this energy. So don't forget that's in there as a resource if you have a copy of my journal. And also, I'm going to be making new and full moon videos. You know how I do, so hit subscribe, hit that notification bell so you can get way more in-depth information as those are really important lunations for November. Now, let's go to your primary life coach, or one of them, let's say Saturn, the other one being Uranus. On the full moon in Taurus on the 15th, your primary life coach, Saturn, is coming out of retrograde. This is super important to understand because Saturn is our tough love dad. We call him Lord Karma. And when his retrograde ends, he is going to serve up a punishment or a reward depending on how well you've learned the lesson. If you need more guidance on that, you have until November 15th to show tough love dad you got it down pat. You can go to my Saturn retrograde video. I'll link it in the description box. I made it in June, and you can listen for the Aquarius rising sign. Now, a little overview right here, right now, is that ultimately Saturn wants you to take responsibility, be committed, be disciplined, have a strong foundation in your second house of finance. So hopefully you've been getting money together since 2023 and Saturn entered, and you've been getting your money watertight, making sure you know what's coming in, where it's being spent, your budget in all areas of life, your material possessions, how much they're worth, what you want to buy, what you want to acquire, your assets, all of these things. Hopefully you've been getting really committed and disciplined around this area of life. If not, Saturn might teach you a little bit of a lesson. If you have, you might get really rewarded as we end 2024. And then, of course, don't forget, if you have your Astrology Alchemy journal from 2024, you're going to want to go fill out that Saturn retrograde journal prompt. There's 3 of them. Again, hopefully you filled them out when Saturn entered into retrograde. Now you're going to fill them out a second time. That is going to allow you to see how differently you answer the same exact prompt. And that shows you how much you've grown or learned through his retrograde. That's actually why I designed this journal back in 2019, is to help you see that each retrograde teaches us lessons. And by answering them, it creates a memory bank of what you've learned, how you've grown, how you've expanded. And of course, the new and full moons, those repeat every single year. So my clients absolutely love that next year they can reflect back to their 2024 edition at the new moon in Scorpio, see what was coming up in their life at that time and how that may be repeated or similar to what comes up in 2025 at the new moon in Scorpio. But again, so much more on that. We got a lot more to discuss. Let's keep going. Your other primary life coach is Uranus, and Uranus is in Taurus. So he is going to help activate that full moon, that releasing, that letting go, the shedding that is necessary around home and family, where this has been such an area of life where it's been disruptive, or maybe you're stepping into unconventional places, living in unconventional ways, family dynamics that are unconventional. So some of that could be even triggered at that full moon. Now let's talk about Mercury and Jupiter. Mercury and Jupiter are in your 5th and your 11th house. Mercury shining a spotlight upon and spending an extra amount of time in your 11th house because of his retrograde, Sagittarius. The 11th house is your future, your dreams, your goals, your wishes, what you're aspiring to do in the upcoming time frame. And it's your community, your tribe, the people that are going to come with you into the future or help you get to your future. And Mercury being here an extra amount of time is helping you think, mind, Mercury, express, speak, learn, gather data, gather information, communicate, share around these topics. So you might be learning a lot from people that you are in tribe with. You might be speaking a lot with your friends, getting together with your friends, hanging out with people that you know. You might be also learning more about a dream, a goal, a wish that you want to aspire to have. And so you're doing a lot of research and planning your future and talking about your future and signing contracts for your future. So much more. We'll talk about it in the Mercury retrograde video that I'll be posting very shortly here. So follow along and come back for that. And then remember, Jupiter loves to give gifts. He loves to bless and expand and grow you. But when he's retrograde, those things dry up. And so in your 5th house, maybe you've started a passion project, you've started a creative project, you've expanded your business, you started getting into a hobby, all these 5th house areas of life. It is your fun house after all. And now it's drying up and things don't seem to be in flow. They're not working. Make sure you go back to gratitude, go back to customers and clients that you've already gained, go back to a hobby that you've already started, that you've forgotten about, rework a project, get a little bit more creative, try it in a different way, all of these things. And again, I have a Jupiter retrograde video already out there. You can go back and reflect on that. Now we got to talk about Mars and Pluto. Massive, massive month with these 2 planets moving into new zodiac signs. Mars has been in Cancer, your 6th house, since September, and he's finally leaving and heading into your relationship sector. This is huge because Mars as a life coach tells us where to exert our energy, our masculine, where we need to act, make decisions, strategize, game plan, move forward in some way. And it's been 2 years since he's been in your relationship house. So this is their time in the cosmic weather, in this journey of life on Earth School, where you're now going to make some moves in relationships. relationships. You're going to ask someone to marry you. You're going to break up with someone if it's not working or serving. This is business partners and collaborators taking some initiative and brave action towards asking someone to work with you, clients making decisions about what type of clients you want to work with, friends. But he is going to go retrograde and he's going to come back to this area of your life in 2025. So this is just the beginning, but we're now going to do some things and change our 7th house area of life, Aquarius risings. And flip side, we've got Pluto officially on the 19th moving into your 1st house. And when we see Pluto, I want you to think P, power. Pluto helps you challenge yourself to step into your personal power. This is your 1st house. This is who you are. This is how you're going to show up in the world. And Aquarius risings, this is your time. You are going to take us into the new dimension, the new reality, the new earth. As an Aquarius rising, you are not afraid to rule by Uranus, be unconventional, dress the way you want, act the way you want, rebel a little, irk people a little. Now Pluto is coming in to give you the power surge, to stand into your power, to stand into the control you have in showing up in your unique, authentic way. And over the next 20 years, you are going to transform who you are and how you show up. You are the leader, you are the genius, you are the inventor, you are the one, like I said, taking us into the new earth. And it all starts right here, right now, November 19th. So I'm super excited to see how this unfolds for you, what you're being called to. Pay attention to your intuition. What is something so unique about you that you can show up in the world and teach other people about? And where are you a little rebellious? I'd love to know from your birth chart, wherever Uranus is in your chart, it's where you're meant to rebel a little bit and to take people into the future. So that is the benefit of getting a one-on-one session. We can dive so much more niche and specific into you. But yeah, big month for you when it comes to Pluto moving into your 1st house. And not everyone gets Pluto in their 1st house. Since Pluto moves so slow, we are lucky to get Pluto in half of our birth chart if we have a long, beautiful life. Now, let's talk about that orange triangle in the middle of your chart. The orange triangle symbolizes the grand fire trine we're going to have in the sky at the end of November. Trines are supportive aspects, so it essentially means that when we tap into the element, the fire, the brave, bold, passionate, optimistic, joyful, expansive, heat, intense energy of the fire, one of these areas of life can support or flow into or influence and affect the other areas of your life. And so we have your 11th house of community, tribe, your future, where you're going with the people you are one-on-one connection with, like marriage partners, business partners, collaborators, and your 3rd house of your network, the people that you know. And this could play out in so many different ways, again, based on your own unique chart. But let me give you one example. Let's say you go to a networking event, 3rd house, where you want to learn something, the mind, 3rd house. And therefore, you end up meeting a whole new group of people that you've never met before, 11th house, and you start hanging out with these friends in the community, and you go to like all these events and spend time with them. And then one of these people ends up being someone you spend so much time with, they become your wife or your husband because you decide to marry them, and that activates your relationship house. So this grand fire trine is all going to be influenced. This could also go like you decide to go with a friend to a networking event, and that ends up meeting like a whole new group of people, like so many different ways that could play out. But that is that grand fire trying to pay attention to what's coming up in these areas. And of course, you still have the North Node in your 3rd house. So maybe you're the one who has to lead and speak and teach and educate and attract the tribe to you. So you have more clients, 7th house. And that could be one way this would play out as well. So much going on this month. We can't even cover it all. I would be sitting here recording for hours and hours. So what I would recommend you do from here forward is, number 1, go back and listen to the timestamp in my planet by planet breakdown for your primary life coach. That is going to give an even broader overview of what your primary life coach is up to this month, give you specific dates to pay attention to. Then number 2, make sure you are subscribed. You hit the notification bell so you can come back when I do the new moon and the full moon forecast, and this month, the Mercury retrograde forecast. That'll be really helpful to understand in greater detail. And I would definitely recommend, since we are getting to the end of the year, booking your 2025 astrology forecast reading. That is going to allow us to give you personal attention to really look at your year ahead and see what's coming up, what areas of your life you need to focus your energy towards, different times of year for you to plan different things. You can ask questions. My clients absolutely love doing it at the end of the year. Now, don't forget, I will be ending readings on December 20th and won't be available again until January 20th as I'm going on holiday. So make sure you get in my calendar, link in the description box below. And of course, I would love to see you and connect with you more at my November Plan With Me Live that I'm going to be doing here right on YouTube. This is only the second one I've ever done. The first one, I was brave. I was scared shitless, but I showed up anyways. I will get the, beautiful software and all of that figured out, but I just want to be able to connect with you guys more and answer your astrology questions and help you plan the month ahead with your own personal calendar. So bring that to the Plan With Me, and also your own birth chart so you can see more even niche down what we just discussed today on that live. So I hope to see you then.
Thank you for allowing me to be your guide on this journey of using the tool of astrology to have better relationships. And my last reminder for you is that we have our last final moments of the pre-sale for the 2025 Astrology Alchemy Journal. It comes with a bunch of perks. You get a discounted offer and a discounted price. Not only do we have the physical copy available, but we also have the PDF version for those of you who live outside of the United States or don't want to pay for shipping and just want to download it on your computer. You can find the link to all of that in the description box. If you've never seen this journal or you have no idea why it would benefit you, give me 1 second to explain it. It is part interactive, part educational. It is not a planner, it's a journal. Journals are meant to create memories. They're meant to remind you of how you were feeling or what you were experiencing during certain moments of your life. And the certain moments are the astrological weather transits. So this journal has sun seasons, new and full moons, retrogrades, and major astrological transits. And for each one of those weather events, we've got journal prompts for you to fill out. So you can look back at your previous year and say, oh my gosh, when the sun was here last year, this is what I was going through because of how you answered the journal prompts. I also have bucket list items for things to do during each sun season. For each new and full moon, there's ritual ideas, the crystals, the herbs, the chakras that you can work with and work on during that lunation. Retrogrades come with do's and don'ts and extra journal prompts for you to fill out with. And because it's so educational, if you're still kind of new to astrology and trying to figure out how this actually impacts you and how you're going to experience the energy, this is so good for people just starting to understand the tool of astrology. But if you're advanced like I am, it's so great to have one journal to see where all the things happen in your life and how they impacted you. So head to the description box below, get your hands on a copy. Thank you again so much for being here. And I hope to see you at the Plan With Me video, connect with you more. I'm gonna send you so much love and light for the month of November. My Pisces Risings, we have so much to discuss today for you. First of all, thank you so much for being here and spending your time with me. Let me know in the comments below, how are you feeling? My Pisces Risings, I know it's always important to ask you how you're feeling because you feel all the feels. And of course, we are gearing up for Saturn to come out of retrograde in your first house. Neptune still retrograde there. And of course, we have a lot of energy activating your home and family area of life and your career with the Jupiter and Mercury retrogrades going on there. We've got scorpionic energy all over the place and a full moon in Taurus. So many areas of your life are being activated this month. So we'll break all of that down. Once you let me know how you're feeling in the comments below, then grab your birth chart and let's dive in.
My Pisces Risings, as you can see, there is so much going on in the month of November as symbolized by the chart on the left. We'll go through it one by one. The chart on the right is on the 1st of November where all the planets are in the sky as we enter into the month ahead. You can see here that we are entering with a new moon in Scorpio in your 9th house. We are entering in the Scorpio Sun season. Remember, wherever the sun is in the sky, it shines a spotlight upon. It brings the energy and the heat and the vitality to a certain area of your chart for you to see it clearly and to focus your energy, your light into that area. So it will be Scorpio Sun season until November 22nd, and you're going to focus in on this 9th house area. This is the area of life of street smarts, gaining wisdom, saying yes, expanding out of your comfort zone, doing things that allow you to live. So we are going to travel, we are going to learn, we are going to study, we are going to check things off our bucket list, we're going to explore. This is also your beliefs, what you hold true, your perspective, your view on life because of your experiences. So you're going to gain some experiences that may change your beliefs, or you're going to reflect on what you believe. This also deals with mentors. It deals with your religion. So all these things are optimal times for you to focus on right now, even like your schooling or planning a trip. Be a lovely time, or to go on a trip right now, Pisces Risings, until November 22nd, even if it's to a local coffee shop that you've always wanted to see. Now, the new moon is going to usher in new energy into this area of your life, a new opportunity, or even to set an intention to expand out of your comfort zone in the upcoming 6 months. So what that could look like is planning a trip, to go on a trip in 3 months, or hiring a mentor, or calling in new fresh energy when it comes to something you've been wanting to check off on your bucket list. It also could be an opportune time to hire someone that has a lot of wisdom, that's going to teach you something, to hang out with someone that is really good at something you want to learn more about, and just spending more time with them. So all of these things that call in with the new moon, and we'll discuss so much more about that in my upcoming new moon video and the full moon video, as these are very important lunations in November of 2024. And then halfway through the month on the 15th, we're going to have a full moon in Taurus. That full moon is on the 15th. It's going to illuminate your third house, also a very mental area of your life. I say the ninth house is your higher conscious mind, kind of the street smarts, so what you learn, your wisdom. And your third house is your lower conscious mind, which is like the data, the facts, the podcasts, like all the details of things that you learn, not necessarily your experience. So we can see here that your mind and your perspective and your beliefs is going to be very activated this month with the new and the full moon. So at that full moon, it's going to highlight and illuminate what needs to be released, let go of, shed something. So maybe it's some old information that you learned that you're like, hey, you know what? That's not even true anymore. An example is maybe you learned that the carnivore diet is absolutely horrible, it's too much fats, and it would be so bad for your body. But then at the new moon, you set a new intention to learn about your health because you want to learn something new, and you start learning at the new moon. And then 2 weeks later at the full moon, you're like, wow, maybe the carnivore diet may actually help me. Let me release the old information, the old data I've collected, and let me learn something new about something else. So again, this is like a very mental reprogramming time for you. Also, the full moon, it might help you release a mode of transportation like a bike or a motorcycle or car. It might be time to let it go or release or let it go. Also, this is school and education. So maybe you're letting go of a coursework, you wrap up some coursework of some sort, or also it is about teaching and educating. So maybe you're changing the way in which you are showing up and sharing your story in the world. Again, so much more to talk about in the upcoming new and full moon video. So hit subscribe, the notification bell, you guys know the whole deal, and come back for those videos as we do more of a deep dive. Now talking about Saturn. Saturn on the 15th, the same day as the full moon, is going to come out of retrograde. This is important to understand because we call Saturn Lord Karma, our tough love dad. And when he comes out of retrograde, he is going to serve the karma, the reward, or the punishment based on how well we learn the lesson. Now, Neptune, your primary life coach, or one of them, the other one is Jupiter, is in Pisces, your first house, with Saturn. And they're getting closer and closer together. And next year, they're both dancing into Aries, your second house. And we are going to talk so much about that. So you better get ready, Pisces Risings, as there's a massive shift on the horizon for you next year. But for now, as Saturn comes out of retrograde, hopefully you've learned some of these lessons. You have until November 15th to show Tough Love Dad that you've got this down pat. And if you need more help with it, you can go to my Saturn retrograde video. I will link it in the description box below. I posted it back in June. And Saturn is ultimately asking you to take more responsibility, be more committed and disciplined to what your first house, your dreams, your needs, your wants, your desires, putting more boundaries on your time, focusing on yourself, making sure that you are showing up in the world how you want to be seen and perceived. And Neptune is allowing you to have this higher conscious perspective in your beliefs, the way in which that people see you as a magical being, as an emotional being, as an intuitive being. You're someone that's very intuitive, very sensitive to your environment, and you're meant to be in this realm of expression, of creativity, of flow, of surrender, of showing the world how beautiful it is when you connect with your own energy and you live in this authentic space of doing what works for you, having boundaries in your life. So lots to learn here. So much more we could talk about, of course, but we got to move on. There's a lot to cover. Now let's talk about Mercury and Jupiter. Both are going to be retrograde by the end of the month. Mercury kicking off his retrograde on November 25th. Of course, this is going to be around the holidays, so make sure you are aware that this Mercury retrograde is going around Thanksgiving time, but it's activating your 10th house. Mercury retrograding through the 10th house means he's going to spend an extra amount of time, your mind, focusing in, learning about, speaking, expressing, communicating with people in your career, your reputation, your legacy, your purpose, your mission, your business. So you might be talking a lot at work, asked to make a presentation, asking a lot of questions, signing contracts, going over things, lots of communication. Mind is going to be at work. And that's okay because there's more to learn. There's more to speak about in your 10th house space. Jupiter retrograde in your 4th house, however, is saying, hey, we have to go back over what we've already grown into in the 4th house. Jupiter is your other primary life coach. So you get to expand. You love to expand, Pisces risings. You love to explore and get out of your comfort zone and see the world as your oyster, trying out new things. And Jupiter's retrograde right now. So things aren't feeling so magical. Things aren't feeling so abundant and expansive. Neptune's retrograde, Jupiter's retrograde. You're kind of feeling like the world's a scary place. And what we're going to do with this energy is Jupiter moving through your 4th house is saying, hey, let's go find gratitude and beauty and pleasure in home and family and renovating my home and working with what I've got and connecting with family and people that feel like family. So there's a lot more to that. You can go to my Jupiter retrograde video and I do more of a deep dive of what you're supposed to be learning and going through during Jupiter's retrograde. But this month, Mercury, your mind is going to be at work. You're focusing at work. You're speaking a lot about work. Then we've got Pluto and Mars making some massive moves this month. Mars is officially leaving your 5th house where he's been since September and entering into your 6th house where he has not been for 2 years. And Mars, as a life coach, tells us where to exert our energy, our masculine, our chi, right? Where we need to make decisions, where we need to take action, where we need to move forward. And it's been 2 years around your health, your habits, your routines, your daily life, your mundane tasks. We got to start doing it differently. It's time to take some energy and invest it towards your health, doing workouts, changing your supplement routine, booking those doctor's appointments, right? We're going to do things about things in this area. Maybe it's going to talk to your boss about cutting your work hours in half or only working 4 days a week. We need to change our work-life balance in some way. We need to change our day-to-day habits. Now, Mars is going to retrograde, go back into your 5th house, and in 2025, he's going to circle back here. So what you start now may not stick, but we're going to come back to it. And then Pluto is entering in on the 19th, your 12th house for a 20-year cycle. Where we see Pluto, I want you to think P, power. He's going to help you stand in your power. He's going to help you transform through this area of your life. And I love this for you, Pisces risings. This is right up your alley because you are so good at connecting to the divine, to working with the guidance from above and from other realms. You are good at connecting with your emotions, your energetic body. And Pluto's going to come in and empower you to tap into your spiritual practices, to become a leader in this area of life, help you transform the way in which you feel intuitive guidance, help you with your mental health, your emotional health. This is such a cool time for you. He's going to help empower you to break karmic cycles, as the 12th house is karma, end things that don't serve anymore. You're actually going to probably enjoy the next 20 years as you have this surge of power and you are allowing yourself to really shed a lot of things. And a lot of those things probably aren't even from this lifetime. It's probably many soul ties and soul connections. And that will give you such a beautiful up level. And again, there's so much more to talk about for you Pisces risings in 2025. So I hope I get to talk to you in a one-on-one reading because you definitely have to prepare for what's in store. You are going to lead us through so much change next year. And then let's talk about this orange triangle in the middle of the graph. The orange triangle symbolizes the grand fire trine that's going to be active in the sky at the end of the month. Fire is hot, it's bold, it's intense, it's passionate, right? It moves. You feel it. It's intense energy. And when we have a grand trine, it shows us that energy that happens in one area of your chart can flow into or influence and impact another area of your chart, and they all work together. So you might pay attention towards the end of the month as this is getting more potent in your 10th house, your career, right? Where you're working, what you're doing, what you're known for, the title people call you. The 6th house, your day-to-day habits, your work-life balance, how you're working, and your money house, 2nd house, financial house. One of these areas of life could impact the others. Let's say you ask for a promotion at work, 10th house. Then you get it and you get a raise, 2nd house. Now you have more money to spend on your budget. So you take that money and you invest it in your health, right? And because you're investing it in your health and you got a new promotion, it impacts your work-life balance. You're only working 4 hours a week, let's say. That's just one example. There's so many ways that this grand fire trine could play out in your life. So I just want you to take note and inventory of what's being impacted from the 10th, the 2nd to the 6th house area of your life towards the end of the month. So much going on this month. We can't even cover it all. I would be sitting here recording for hours and hours. So what I would recommend you do from here forward is number one, go back and listen to the timestamp in my planet by planet breakdown for your primary life coach. That is going to give an even broader overview of what your primary life coach is up to this month, give you specific dates to pay attention to. Then number two, make sure you are subscribed. You hit the notification bell so you can come back when I do the new moon and the full moon forecast, and this month, the Mercury Retrograde forecast. That'll be really helpful to understand in greater detail. And I would definitely recommend, since we are getting to the end of the year, booking your 2025 astrology forecast reading. That is going to allow us to give you personal attention to really look at your year ahead and see what's coming up, what areas of your life you need to focus your energy towards, different times of year for you to plan different things. You can ask questions. My clients absolutely love doing it at the end of the year. Now, don't forget, I will be ending readings on December 20th and won't be available again until January 20th as I'm going on holiday. So make sure you get in my calendar, link in the description box below. And of course, I would love to see you and connect with you more at my November Plan With Me Live that I'm going to be doing here right on YouTube. This is only the second one I've ever done. The first one, I was brave. I was scared shitless, but I showed up anyways. I will get the, beautiful software and all of that figured out, but I just want to be able to connect with you guys more and answer your astrology questions and help you plan the month ahead with your own personal calendar. So bring that to the Plan With Me, and also your own birth chart so you can see more even niche down what we just discussed today on that live. So I hope to see you then.
Thank you for allowing me to be your guide on this journey of using the tool of astrology to have better relationships. And my last reminder for you is that we have our last final moments of the pre-sale for the 2025 Astrology Alchemy Journal. It comes with a bunch of perks. You get a discounted offer and a discounted price. Not only do we have the physical copy available, but we also have the PDF version for those of you who live outside of the United States or don't want to pay for shipping and just want to download it on your computer. You can find the link to all of that in the description box. If you've never seen this journal or you have no idea why it would benefit you, give me 1 second to explain it. It is part interactive, part educational. It is not a planner, it's a journal. Journals are meant to create memories. They're meant to remind you of how you were feeling or what you were experiencing during certain moments of your life. And the certain moments are the astrological weather transits. So this journal has sun seasons, new and full moons, retrogrades, and major astrological transits. And for each one of those weather events, we've got journal prompts for you to fill out. So you can look back at your previous year and say, oh my gosh, when the sun was here last year, this is what I was going through because of how you answered the journal prompts. I also have bucket list items for things to do during each sun season. For each new and full moon, there's ritual ideas, the crystals, the herbs, the chakras that you can work with and work on during that lunation. Retrogrades come with do's and don'ts and extra journal prompts for you to fill out with. And because it's so educational, if you're still kind of new to astrology and trying to figure out how this actually impacts you and how you're going to experience the energy, this is so good for people just starting to understand the tool of astrology. But if you're advanced like I am, it's so great to have one journal to see where all the things happen in your life and how they impacted you. So head to the description box below, get your hands on a copy. Thank you again so much for being here. And I hope to see you at the Plan With Me video, connect with you more. I'm going to send you so much love and light for the month of November.